Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good
Thank
morning.
you for being here so early.
Morning.
Because I think it's quite early India time, especially on a weekend. So fantastic to have you all on time. Yes, lovely to see you. My name is Ajin Kim. I'm the Regional Advisor for Essential Drugs and Medicines from WHO Regional Office in Southeast Asia. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to our session on closing equity gaps, enhancing access and affordability of quality medicines, diagnostics, devices, assistive technology, and blood products. Quite a lengthy title because we're covering a lot of health products today. And I'm also delighted to see so many experts, healthcare professionals, policymakers, and advocates joining us today and on time. A special welcome to our distinguished presenters and panelists who have taken time from their busy schedules, especially on a weekend, to share their expertise and insights with us. Next slide. The objective slide, please. Access to affordable, quality assured health products remains a critical challenge in achieving universal health coverage, especially in low and middle income countries. Despite strong government commitments, we continue to see persistent disparities due to resource constraints, high prices, weak regulatory frameworks, and inefficient supply chains. In Southeast Asia, medicines remains as the largest driver of out-of-pocket spending. Diagnostics, less than 20% available in some countries. Assistive technology, out of reach for millions of people. Blood products, price markups could be as high as up to 1,000%. Poor quality of products due to weak regulation. These inequalities translate directly into poorer health outcomes and widening health gaps. And addressing these challenges requires coordinated multi-sectoral action involving governments, industry, civil society, and international organizations. Today, our session aims to identify key barriers to access, affordability, and quality of essential health products, highlight successful strategies and country experience, and recommend multi-stakeholder action to close the access gaps. To kick off, I am delighted to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Hans Horgezel. He is the co-chair of the Lancet Commission on Essential Medicines Policies, emeritus professor of global health and right to health at Groningen, and former director of essential medicines at WHO headquarters. Dr. Hans will unpack the big picture. Why do health products stay out of reach, and how do we fix it? Thank you, Dr. Hans, for joining us. Can we get the slide up for Dr. Hans? Dr. Hans, thank you very much for joining us so early. He is in Amsterdam, who has joined us from 5 a.m. So really, really appreciate your support. Over to you.
Very good morning to you. Thank you very much, Jin. Well, the key message of my presentation, you can give the next slide, please. The key message of my presentation is that universal health coverage is not possible without universal access to essential medicines and technologies, and that the free market forces are not going to solve that for you. Strong government action is needed, and WHO can give you technical advice and support if you need it. Next slide, please. Here you see it. I will start a little bit about medicine policies. So out-of-pocket expenditure, which is a real problem in the region. Then a little bit on selection of essential medicines, quality assurance, pricing policies, quality use. And then myself being a medicine man, we also spent some time on the question, can we use the same approaches to the other technologies? Next slide. Yes, overview we've had. Next slide, please. Here you see what I tried to say. On the right-hand side, you see health for all. Universal health coverage is needed. When we talk about medicines, they have to be safe and effective, good quality, rationally used, available. That's quite a long list of things that you need. And a national health policy, a national medicines policy can basically address all these issues and has to address all these issues. Next slide, please. Here you can see the key problem in the region. What you see here, you see horizontally all the countries, and vertically you see the percentage of health expenditure that's basically out of pocket. And as a reference, which is basically a public expenditure. And you see on the left-hand side OECD, the red one with the circle, the rich countries, there has nearly 80% is, let me say, publicly funded or social health insurance. And then you see, even in the upper middle income countries in the Asia Pacific, right in the middle, it's already 60%. And then you see quite a number of countries, and let's go to the right-hand side of the graph. Nepal, Cambodia, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, with very low percentages of public expenditure, which basically means people have to pay out of pocket. And that is a problem. In essential medicine policy, essential medicine stands for two things, for equity and efficiency. Equity, you want basic medicines for everybody, and efficiency, you want not to waste money on things that you don't need. And that doesn't work if you have to rely on out-of-pocket expenditure. Next slide, please. Here you see the problem. On the left-hand side, most out-of-pocket spending is on medicines. Here you see, in Nepal, more than half. India, quite a bit on medicines. Bangladesh, more than half. That basically means if people go and pay out of pocket, they walk into a pharmacy and buy something. They don't spend it so much on x-rays and consultations and things. They just go and buy medicines. And on the right-hand side, you see that they then basically buy the wrong medicines, because most of the out-of-pocket spending on medicines is on non-essential medicines, often at very high cost. You see Bangladesh, 85% of out-of-pocket expenditure on medicines is on non-essential medicines. And you see basically the same figures for India, Indonesia, Sri Lanka. And even in Thailand, I must say, where Thailand is in generally being perceived as doing a real good job with a high level of social security and things like that. But whatever is spent on out of pocket, even there, more than half is on non-essential items. Next slide, please. Here you see some side. You see what we want to say with the problems with out-of-pocket spending. And again, you see some pictures from Nepal, public sector. And I'm not complaining. It's basically all right. The lady on the right-hand side is a doctor high in the mountains. And what she has behind her are basically essential medicines. That's not the problem. The problem is they're not enough. Now, and what are the contributing factors? You have low government spending on medicines, therefore low availability in the public sector, limited insurance coverage, a large private retail market as a first point of care, and the perception that the quality of products is better in the private sector. And that perception is very often wrong. Next slide, please. What does it mean? The consequence is, as we already showed you on the graph, most expenditure is out of pocket. That turns many millions of people into catastrophic expenditure and forcing them below the poverty line, selling land or some of their economic assets to pay for the healthcare, which basically often means pay for the medicines. And the problem is here, when you charge fees, everybody basically pays the same price regardless of economic status. That basically means that the big advantages of health insurance are lost. So there's no solidarity between the healthy and the sick, or between the rich and the poor, which is when you have a proper system, partly tax-based, that basically means the rich would probably subsidize the poor, and especially also the young and the old. In a good health insurance system, everybody pays, which basically means the young pay for the old. Your whole life you're saving for the medicines and the healthcare that you need at old age. And this lack of the triple solidarities is the main reason for the lack of affordability. Next one. And what does it mean? What is the future? out-of-pocket payments must be changed into free public health services and or subsidized, income-dependent, prepayment insurance schemes for essential health services, medicines, diagnostics, devices, blood technologies. And with out-of-pocket payments, universal coverage is impossible. The free market is not going to solve it for you. Next one. Now, so what is the WHO position on out-of-pocket and how to increase the financial protection? You expand the coverage by adding high-impact medicines to the National Essential Medicines list. So with medicines with significant clinical and public health benefits, your essential drugs list. Then you use HTA for evidence-based selection. That becomes very much important when you start supplying expensive medicines like Thailand is doing and many other countries in the region. Then you cannot just add any expensive drug. You have to really think carefully, is it worth the money? Then when you have your list, that basically means the procurement service or the reimbursement policies should follow. If you have an essential drugs list, that should guide your public supply and should guide your reimbursement. And to work with your doctors, actually you should only supply, I don't want medicines without a disease. That basically means the medicines you supply should basically be part of treatment guidelines, agreed evidence-based clinical guidelines, which are guiding for your training and for your prescribers. That is how you should do it. Next one, please. And here you see how many countries are doing it. This is from the previous Lancet report. And here you see the percentage countries that have an essential drug list by level of income. At the top line, the orange one, you see the low-income countries, and then the lower middle, upper middle. And you see nearly all of these countries have nearly 100% essential medicines list. And what you see is very interesting, the gray line on the right-hand side, that even high-income countries increasingly have essential drugs lists, clinical lists, WISE lists, or very strict reimbursement lists, because otherwise you go bankrupt. Any health insurance without an essential medicines list goes bankrupt. Next one. Now let's look at the region. Here you see that the region is not doing so badly in having essential medicines lists and updating essential medicines lists. You can see. But let's now zoom in the Maldives. I was in the Maldives just less than a year ago, and look there. Next slide, please. There you see, this is only zooming in on insulin. And here you see the list of insulin products that are supplied free of charge in the public sector, top down volume-wise. So the top one is the highest financial volume, so the quantity and the price. This was in the year 2022. And now what do you see? The top 3 insulins, 84% of the expenditure are all non-essential. They are not on the National Essential Drugs list. So let's realize that. So 85% of their expenditure is on medicines that basically they have qualified as non-essential. And moreover, the prices they are paying are 3 to 10 times the price paid in Norway, Iceland, and New Zealand. These are rich countries. Yeah. So somewhere they make them. There is a lot of room for improvement. Selecting the proper medicines and paying a proper price. Next one. Now, I will not say so much about the regulatory system, but there is this perception that public medicines are not of good quality. Now, there is a very strong WHO program to benchmark, to assess in a standardized way the regulatory authorities, also in the region. You can see on the next slide, here you see, for example, that in the region, in the Sierra region, you see, or WEPRO also, you see some of the aspects of regulatory science and performance have already been assessed. And the benchmark, the good thing of the benchmarking is there's a standard sort of checklist, and then you get scores, which is all very confidential for the countries, but it helps a regulatory authority to see at what level are they performing and what specific key aspects of regulatory performance are maybe missing. So it is not only an assessment, it is a tool for selecting where to start strengthening the performance, and in the end also as a baseline for future performance. So I can only recommend countries to ask for the WHO benchmarking. You can also do a self-benchmarking to start with. Next one. Here you see some key issues and some common gaps that have been found. The political willingness, you can read it for yourself. Sometimes the legal provisions are not very good, the legal mandate is insufficient. Sometimes they just do what comes in every morning, but while in fact usually there's a lack of capacity, so you really have to focus on a risk-based approach. Only check things where there is a proper risk that if you don't do so, there's something wrong. Quality management systems, resources can very much be a problem, very low fees or lack of government support. And the collaboration, there is much more benefit to be obtained from collaboration between authorities. And for that there is a CIRO regulatory network. Next slide. Pricing, you can speak for hours and hours, but the key point I want to make is that there are at least 20 different ways of reducing or managing prices. And I can't go into details here, but there are many good ways, and there's good guidance from WHO available. For all medicines, you can think about reduced import taxes, tariffs, maximum retail margins, single exit prices, price monitoring. Just having price transparency helps very much already. Public price information exchange. This applies to all medicines. And then most of the markets are what we call multi-source, so generic, off-patent products, where you have multiple suppliers for the same medicine. So then you really should do everything to have generic competition and generic substitution, which needs legislation, assured quality, what we just discussed. The public and the professional bodies have to accept the thing, and there should also be economic incentives. If it is true that on a generic medicine you make less profit, nobody is going to sell it properly. Yeah. Also, if there is a public supply, you focus on the procurement practices. This is all on the multi-source products, where the key word is competition. And the single-source products, where there is basically no competition, you first have to ask yourself, do I need the thing? So evidence-based clinical guidelines, do I really need that latest variation? Sometimes you can also work with therapeutic substitution. You just take another drug. Or you can go for differential price by negotiation, voluntary license, in the ultimate case, compulsory license. And also, especially, and this is one of the additional advantages of insurance systems, you talk about a maximum reimbursement price. Next slide, please. Now, the cost-effective prescribing, again, a long topic. The key message is the red one. Promoting quality prescribing in the private sector is nearly impossible. After a lifelong of activities in this area, this is my conclusion. There are too many financial incentives, perverse, there's no professional pressure, and the only possible solution is evidence-based clinical guidelines and linked to the essential medicines list. That works in high-income countries, sort of as a professional ethic. But in my opinion, the future of quality prescribing lies with the public health services and in health insurance systems. They have the financial incentive and the financial mechanisms. The list, electronic prescribing linked to clinical guidelines, maximum reimbursement price, and careful claim examination. Even in countries with a lot of health insurance, you very often see that the claim examination is not good enough, and they basically reimburse everything, which again is a way to lose a lot of money. Next one, please. So this is where we started, and this is sort of the key lessons for medicines. But next slide, please. The same is needed for diagnostics and essential drug products, blood products, essential devices. All of them, you have the same policy components. And can they learn from 50 years of experience with essential medicines policies? And my personal opinion is, yes, you can. The next one. Here you see, for example, the problems. It was already mentioned by Jin Kim. Hospital equipment non-functional, 34%. You can read it for yourself. But the lowest bullet, but one is important. Investing in diagnostics is very cost effective. You have 1 to 25 times return on capital if you do that properly. And here you see, for example, the diagnostics for some of the diseases. Let's start with the tuberculosis. Investing in good diagnosis for tuberculosis pays itself back 25 times. And HIV, 18 times. And hypertension, 9 times. Because otherwise you miss the diseases, which have huge economic consequences. So it is worthwhile to pay and to invest in diagnostics. Next one. And here you can see the same thing for assistive technologies, like spectacles and things like that. I'll come back to it in a minute. 9 times. So also investing in technologies and supporting people, and especially in a region like yours, like mine, by the way, where aging is going to be increasingly an issue, then of course the assistive technologies are very much needed. Next one. Here you see we talk about communication, cognition, hearing aids, mobility, wheelchairs, tricycles, walking aids, that sort of thing. Self-care, toilet and shower chairs. I mean, you can read it for yourself. And the vision, the glasses, magnifiers, white gains, screen readers, all these sort of things can really improve life and make people for longer independent. And very much worth the money. 9 times it pays back to do that. Next one. Assistive product, here you see the billions of people largely related to aging. So you read these, we talk big numbers here. Next one. Blood and blood products also are essential medicines, are on the essential drugs list. The key problem in the region is that blood is usually given as a full product because there's not enough, let me say, industrial capacity to prepare the necessary blood products. And it can be very expensive and it is wasteful. Next one. The conclusion. Universal health coverage is not possible without access to essential medicines, blood, diagnostics, devices, technologies, and it is not possible with out-of-pocket payments. Strong government policies and public financial investment are really needed. And I didn't show you the graph, but you see that many countries in the region are still insufficiently having public investment in public supply or reimbursement. Out-of-pockets must be changed into free public health services and or subsidized, income-dependent, prepayment insurance schemes for essential services, and WHO guidance and technical support is available. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Hans, for unpacking so many issues across different health products. That was a tremendous task, but thank you for doing it so well. Now, let's loosen up a little with a quick and fun interactive poll. I'd like to invite Dr. Geralturia Doge from WHO to take us through a Mentimeter poll.
Thank you very much. I gotta do the fun activity. Yes, so please pull out your phones, iPhone, Samsung, Redmi, whatever system you have, and scan the QR code and let's do some Spiel. So I'll give you a bit of time. Yep. Okay, so we can start now with the first question. So this is a bit of the hard question. So where's this year's World Health Summit regional meeting being organized? Is it Berlin, Kathmandu, Melbourne, New Delhi, or Ulaanbaatar, which is where I'm from? So probably not Ulaanbaatar. Yay, so 96%. New Delhi, yes, correct. So we move on to the next question. So now with a bit of, topic-related question, what are the main challenges to access high-quality medicines and health products, according to your opinion, please? Is it the high cost, low quality, procurement being weak, and supply chain being also weak, or regulation is lacking, or limited financing and budget? So we have a bit of split opinions on that. I think it's multi-layered. About 1/3 or 40% is related with financing, according to our audience. Thank you. So we move to the next. So this is the last question. So which of the following answers is correct? So we heard we heard from Professor Hans about essential medicines, essential devices. So the first question is, WHO model essential medicines list was first published in 1977. Do you think it's the correct answer? Let's move on to the next. In Southeast Asia region, 6 countries have achieved WHO maturity level for medicines. WHO essential devices list was first published in 1976. And there are over 1 billion people who need assistive technology worldwide. And the last statement, about 60% of blood donations are collected in low-income countries. What do you think is the correct answer? So we heard from Professor Hans that it's been almost 50 years since the adoption of WHO model essential list, right? So it's the correct answer. I'll give you that. For maturity level for medicines, we have only one country in the region achieved. For essential devices list, I think Emil will approve it. It's not first published in 1976. It's published after almost after 40 years, 2000. Emil, when was the essential devices list first published? 2016, so almost 40 years later than essential medicines list. And there are over 2.5 billion people who need assistive technologies, and only 40% of blood donations are collected from high-income countries. But the population in high-income countries is only 16%. So most of our blood donations are needed in low-income countries. That's why we need to focus more. So I'll finish my game here and move to the next. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope that was fun. Let's keep that information in mind as we move to our panel discussion. So I'm excited to welcome our distinguished panel of experts who bring diverse perspective from different areas of health product access. May I invite our distinguished guests, panelists, to the podium, please? So we have 5 panelists today. And yes, Dr. Anton and Dr. Thierry will join us virtually. So I'll first give the floor to all our panelists as we go through questions, and then we'll have a short Q&A session after the panel discussion. So first, let me introduce our medicines expert, Mr. David Mutuarandu from UNICEF India. Mr. Mutuarandu is a transformative supply chain management practitioner who leads the supply and procurement team at UNICEF India. He works with governments, industry, and partners to ensure access to affordable, quality-assured medicines and vaccines for children. David, my question to you is, low availability of essential medicines in the public sector in low and middle-income countries is a major barrier to access and a driver of high out-of-pocket spending. How can we strengthen the public procurement and supply systems in these countries to improve access? Over to you.
Yeah, good morning and thank you, Jean. I think Dr. Hans has unpacked this question, and I think most of the answers, or most of my thinking relates to what he has unpacked. And so it will be, I mean, to start off, as we were talking about out-of-pocket, and what causes out-of-pocket is a stock-out. And so then you need to examine the entire supply chain until from the start to the end to be able to identify those gaps. And so one of the main reasons, and I think you've already participated and responded to that in the game, is financing. So lack of continuous flow of financing to procure these essential medicines, of course, will lead to out of stock, and eventually people will be asked to buy on their own from the health facilities. And so that is one of the key major challenges, lack of financing. And so how do you then address that? And I think you need to look at, governments need to look, of course, in addition to policies, what are the mitigations that one can put in place to ensure that that there is enough, there is financing, finances are available to be able to procure these essential medicines. So that is one, and I think Dr. Hans also given the example PAO, a revolving fund that governments uses to put funds into a revolving fund so that then PAU procures for those, and that has been very effective in that region. And other examples, of course, for example, UNICEF uses for vaccines, Vaccine Independence Initiative, where governments can bridge or rather can tap into that funding to be able to procure vaccines or essential medicines on time to be able to make sure that there is no stock out. Moving down, of course, we also need to, Dr. Hans has also talked about the universal health coverage, more so looking at the insurance schemes or different countries. These are proven to work in terms of making sure that the medicines are procured and patients are covered instead of using their own financing. More importantly, then we move into the procurement, management of the procurement processes, where we need to address the issue of efficiency. So competition is key, because then if funding are there and you need to ensure that you procure competitively, of course, looking at quality and other aspects of that goes into the procurement. And so how do you address that? Of course, there is the long-term arrangement that you need to make sure that they are available with suppliers, market research to make sure that you're procuring from quality suppliers, and the arrangement, those long arrangements that will make sure that at least anytime you need, of course, with the forecasting, with the demand, a strong demand that is communicated. So those suppliers are able to respond within a very short time and according to your requirement. Pooled procurement has become effective in such cases. Of course, you need to follow the normal procurement procedures. Localization is another area where you can sample some of the medications or essential medicines where you need to allocate to where so that they can be bought at site. Moving to the other final supply chain stream, the systems, which actually has posed a very big challenge in terms of especially hand-to-reach areas, lack of equity. You see a government where some of the hand-to-reach areas don't get vaccine or not vaccines or medicine, essential medicine on time. And more, we've seen recently we conducted a case study. I will not mention the country, but within this region, where we found we looked at Oticin is an I think a painkiller, and we found that the system that they use is a push system. And to reach areas, so they just push. Of course, there's the cold chain capacity lacking. The loans are impassable, and so how do you then ensure that there is equity? Because where near central town, you find there is enough infrastructure to take care of this, and so. Of course, the golden standard or pool system need to be employed in these areas. And of course, also employing things like having delivery vans to make sure that, these areas hand to reach and delivery is done on time. And of course, moving the last one, of course, then there need to be forecasting. Very good forecasting should be to ensure that will trigger actually the procurement process to ensure that procurement is done in good time. And there are areas and there are tools that can assist that within the system. Gina, I think I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, David, for touching on important issues around procurement, pool procurement, distribution, and especially where the forecasting capacity is limited, trying to build capacity to slowly shift from a push system to a pull system. Next, I'd like to introduce our diagnostics expert, Dr. Anton Villanueva from AREA, the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, who joined us today virtually. Dr. Anton is an infectious disease physician and senior research fellow at AREA. He supports ASEAN initiatives to strengthen diagnostics access, including ASEAN Diagnostic Security and Essential Diagnostic List Initiative. My question to you, Dr. Anton, is AREA partnered with WHO to support countries to develop national essential diagnostic list. How do we ensure the list translate into accessible diagnostic services on the ground? And what are AREA's plans to support their provision? Over to you.
All right. First of all, thank you very much to the organizer, CIRO, for this invitation to speak at the World Health Summit on diagnostics. Yes, AREA has, as the official think tank of ASEAN, was requested by ASEAN to focus on diagnostics as compared to the preventive vaccines and treatment medicines. So diagnostics in order to detect the need for burden of disease. And what we have discovered through working with WHO, also FIND, also the Japan Institute for Health Security, and others, is that political support is very, very important. Of course, we all know that. And in order to obtain that political support, there must be an understanding at the highest levels of the objectives of the essential diagnostics list in each country. And then, of course, this must be continuously supported by the technical experts. So how do we do that? ASEAN is composed of, encompasses countries from both CIRO and WUPRO. And in that regard, we work closely, of course, with CIRO and WUPRO. And at the political level, we are able to introduce, as Dr. Njin mentioned, the AEDLI, ASEAN Essential Diagnostics Lists Initiative, as well as the ADX-SSR, ASEAN Diagnostics Security and Self-Reliance Project. The Essential Diagnostics List is considered as a basic foundation in order to compare countries' the status of diagnostics for ADX-SSR. And as we explain the objectives of Essential Diagnostics List of WHO to high-level government officials through ASEAN, we are able to do that to the 10 ASEAN countries and Observer Timor-Leste at one time. And that is the most important. We have to explain that to the high-level steering committees that objectives include procurement, supply chain, quality assurance, maintenance, regulatory, national health financing, research and development, not only the medical and laboratory expertise and the burden, the national surveillance, epidemiologic burden of disease statistics. Everyone must be included in the creation of the technical working group moving forward. And when the technical working group is planned very well from the beginning, then when the NEDL is completed at the end, everybody knows, all of the end users, all of the political supporters, government, legislation, it is ready for not only signing, but implementation through a rollout pilot implementation. We have already experienced that if this is not done, if there is not an objectives assessment, if there is not, for example, EDL gap analysis that is done working together with the Ministry of Health or Department of Health, then a completed National Essential Diagnostic List can just sit on a desk and wait for signing, wait for approval. And in some cases, it's never implemented. And we are still waiting in some cases over a year. So from that experience, we have learned that push the WHO Essential Diagnostic List customization through the ASEAN Essential Diagnostic List Initiative through ASEAN officially, so that all high-level political officials are aware of its development from the beginning. And in that regard, what are some of our activities? We hold the regular regional consultative meetings, technical workshops, where all ASEAN member states can attend. We have created the National Essential Diagnostic List Regional Advisory Committee, which includes, of course, the WHO area FIND, local FIND country units, again, GIHS, Japan Institute for Health Security, who else? And other stakeholders. We have also, aside from supporting ADX-SSR and ADLI, together with our partners, we hire local experts, local consultants, because of course, while international experts are valuable, local expertise who know, are familiar with the local systems, must be on board and from beginning until implementation. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Anton. It's wonderful to hear from area that so much work is happening with the ASEAN member states, and we really look forward to further collaboration between area and the two WHO regions in CRO and WIPRO. Now, next, let me introduce Dr. Gi-Sun Song, Director of Human and Social Development Sector at ADB. With over 25 years of experience in international development, Dr. Song has led various ADB programs and projects in education, health, and social protection across Asia and the Pacific. The question to you is, what are the activities ADB is engaged in assistive technology, and what are the perspectives for their equitable access? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for WHO inviting me to speak in this forum. I'm not like an assistive technology expert, unlike other colleagues in the podium. But it was mentioned a lot about financing as well. And then as you see in our, I'm from Asian Development Bank, and the bank is where the money is. However, our financing is coming in the form of sovereign and non-sovereign lending and technical assistance and limited amount of grant. And then the use of financing is very much driven by the member countries' prioritization. So our involvement in the assistive technology has been rather limited. I cannot really claim that we are doing a lot, but we do in our limited limit of like interventions, we are actually trying to find a way that we can actually influence the policy decisions, and also integrating assistive technology in education and health and social protection. We've been working on assistive technology and services from the perspective of inclusive development, focusing on the need of children and adults with disabilities, older people, and those requiring long-term care. These are mostly in the form of TA, technical assistance, working with the country stakeholders on the assessment to inform their policy making, then also capacity development support, and then to a limited extent we could actually have a dedicated support for the disability issues. So in Mongolia, ADB is ensuring inclusiveness and service delivery for the persons with a disability project, includes a strong emphasis on improving access to assistive products across the 5 P, that's like you're familiar coming from WHO. Some of the highlight of the project is 5 integrated development centers providing children and adults with disabilities with the physiotherapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, etc. And then also improving or introducing new curriculum in the prosthetics and physiotherapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy, and so on. And then upgrade the capacity of the manufacturers as well. And then developing the Mongolian text-to-speech software so that the government and public websites are accessible to those who have hearing and visual impairments. Then the development of a medium-term development strategy for assistive technology in Mongolia. ADB recently completed a rapid assessment and the country capacity assessment in Sri Lanka. And then based on the data collected, the study estimated that excluding the glasses, 90% of those who would benefit from the AT had an unmet need for AT. And then there are greater unmet needs in rural and then estate areas. Of course, like it's correlated with the income level, and then for children. Interesting finding is gender parity is not very prominent across all ages, but as like Professor Hans also highlighted, unsurprising finding is AG was associated with increasing needs, use, and unmet needs of assistive technology. So based on these findings, we are working with the government to prioritize some actions, and they're recommending in various areas for the equitable access, looking at how to reduce the cost, for example, by introducing duties and tax exemptions and so on. And then also seeing how we can actually integrate some of these findings and the recommendations into our upcoming social protection and then health system program. In India, we are doing the similar work in state of Mizoram, and where we have a universal health coverage program that actually strengthening the access to the health insurance and looking into a possibility actually integrating assistive technology along with that. And one example of actually integrating with the education, a lot of innovation and research and development initiatives that we have under education portfolio. We also organized a assistive technology makeathon in Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka for the students with the disability. With the students' disability at the center of the NEET NOR, and the makeathon demonstrates multi-stakeholder collaboration to designing and producing customized assistive technology. This is really to increase the awareness and attract also policymakers the needs of this AT. As Dr. Hans mentioned, assistive technology may not be the life and death issues, and when it comes to prioritization, perhaps it may not be given the prominence, but it is an important measure for those who are actually having difficulties to participate in the socioeconomic opportunities, and then realizing that's best a possibility in their lives. So through this integrated approach, we hope we can actually increase the equitable access. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Song. I mean, knowing that there is so much gap when it comes to access to assistive technology, it's wonderful to hear, that ADB is leading the work in this area, and so much has been done, and there is a progress in many of the Asian countries in both. Being from WHO, I always think of two regions, but yes, it's just one Asia, but yes. Next, I'd like to welcome Professor Thierry Bonneuf from Taipei Medical University. Professor Bonneuf is a distinguished professor in biomedical engineering, an informal consultant on blood products for WHO, the secretary of the Working Party for Global Blood Safety of the International Society of Blood Transfusion, and has a background in industrial plasma fractionation and virus inactivation procedures. Dr. Thierry, the question is, given the diversity of health systems across low and middle-income countries, what practical strategies or innovations can improve equitable access to safe and sufficient blood components and plasma-derived medicinal products? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jean, for this question, and also my thanks to WHO for the invitation to join this forum. So to address your question, I will start first with remembering the fact that several blood components and plasma-derived medicinal products are on the WHO model list of essential medicine, and these include whole blood, red blood cell, platelet, plasma for transfusion, as well as cryoprecipitate, and a number of plasma-derived medicinal products, including polyvalent and some hyperimmune globulin, as well as several coagulation factors. And something which we need to keep in mind is that with a good system in place, it's possible to make these products locally in order to provide a certain level of strategic independence in this essential medicinal product at country level. And again, linked to the fact that the starting blood or the starting plasma can be produced at domestic levels. So to answer your question a bit more precisely, I think I would like to mention 5 steps which can be implemented in a stepwise matter or with possibility to do overlapping between these steps. The first one, and it was mentioned that in low and middle income countries, the rate of blood donation is less than what it is in high income countries. So I think it's important in this region to strengthen the national awareness about the need for blood, the importance of blood components and blood products for treatment of patients. So there is a need to build public trust and promote the development of non-remunerated donation of whole blood. Also, in many countries in the region, there is effort which need to be made and explanation which need to be made in order to move from so-called family or replacement donors towards a voluntary donation. And when the system is improving, when there is recovered plasma generated, plasma fractionation can be considered, and the collection of source plasma, in particular for hyperimmune plasma, can be considered. So this is the first step, strengthening voluntary donation at country level. Then, as Dr. Ockerdel mentioned, there is a general shortage of industrial capacity, not only to prepare the blood components, but also to make the PDMPs. So in order to meet these requirements, there is a need to upgrade the blood collection system, the testing capacity in blood establishment, and the capacity also to separate all blood in red blood cell, platelet, plasma, cryoprecipitate at country level. And this should be done by implementation of standard operating procedure, a quality assurance system, staff training, in order to make sure that eventually the blood establishment at country level can implement good manufacturing practices in the collection of blood and preparation of plasma for fractionation. It should be done at country level and can start in the initially with the largest blood establishment. The third step is to improve the quality of the plasma and its use. We know there is a wastage of recovered plasma made from whole blood in many countries in the world, in particular in low and middle income countries, because this plasma does not meet the quality for making the PDMPs, which are pharmaceutical product. So being able to produce plasma which can meet the requirement for industrial plasma fractionation is something which is key in the region. And then this will enable the implementation of plasma contract fractionation program, and there are several models which can be implemented. We will maybe discuss this later. Or we can think about stepwise approach, which can give countries the means to control the preparation of some safe plasma protein fraction at country level before considering to move into more industrial scale production. So again, a stepwise improvement. The first goal, which is important because we are dealing with clinical products and pharmaceutical products, it is important to strengthen the regulatory system. So developing regulatory framework for blood collection, blood components, and plasma-derived medicinal product, which implies building a system for inspection and quality oversight at country level. And this can be done also at regional level with cross-fertilization between different regulatory authorities at regional level in order to align little by little and step by step with the international and WHO standard for the collection of blood to ensure safety and efficacy of all blood products. This is in particular important for plasma derived medicinal products, considering that these products are made from pooling 10,000 plasma donation together in order to make these industrial products. So the safety and quality of the starting plasma is vital. The fifth element which we can mention is, as was mentioned by Dr. Hans, some kind of multifactorial actions and fostering public and private partnership. This can be done under ethical, transparent contract fractionation models. This can also be used to promote scalable and context-specific domestic technology. And also this can help to ensure that the access to PDMPs is equitable and affordable, so that these products are being made and being used based on evidence-based, as we mentioned before. So in a nutshell, and to finish on a kind of optimistic note, I think that to sum up, we should have in mind that the lack of access to blood components and PDMPs is a challenge in low and middle income countries, but there are ways to improve the system. It requires coordinated investment, efforts at country level, international collaboration, but the countries are capable, and there are examples in the world, countries can be capable to build a sustainable system and improve access to these life-saving therapies. And again, the main point to keep in mind that the starting material, the source to make this product can be obtained at country level, as long as the system is in place to ensure their quality and safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Boneuf, for suggesting practical steps in improving access to blood and blood components and blood-derived products, which is a major challenge for many of the low and middle-income countries where voluntary donation of blood is very low. So thank you for sharing the 5 steps. Now, I'd like to introduce Dr. Rubina Bose. Dr. Bose is the Deputy Drug Controller in India's National Regulatory Authority, CDSCO, and she oversees the vaccine division. She has over 25 years of regulatory experience and represents India in various international forums. The question is, marketing pharmaceuticals internationally can be a challenge for manufacturers in low and middle income countries. How can national regulators facilitate access in their own markets and other countries while ensuring quality standards? Over to you.
Thank you. At the outset, I would thank for this invitation and giving me this opportunity. So being a regulator, as you mentioned, about 25 years working in the regulation, and while working closely in the development of what was shown in the first speaker's presentation on the self-benchmarking and global benchmarking tool policy making, I would like to mention that regulatory system, to be fully functional, has to have the capacity when it is going to be like a producing country's regulatory system, that they can execute all the functions of looking into the marketing authorization, the quality control testing, clinical trial oversight, having a proper laboratory to test the product which are to be marketed. So it needs a well-established regulatory framework where rules, guidelines, policies are in place, human resource, a national regulatory system which is having all the capacities to execute. It should be a competent technical staff with the knowledge of good manufacturing practices, good laboratory practices, good clinical practices, good distribution practices. So these are the controlled areas which is important to ensure that the regulatory authorities a poor regulatory system is not a barrier to the access of quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines. So I would like to, in this, and also definitely the regulatory framework should be able to cover the product life cycle, that when it starts from the development till the product is in the market and is used by the patients, there is a capacity to even monitor the safety of the products till its end. So what is important is that a system should be developed in such manner that adequate human resources, their training, their competency, their qualification, background, everything should be in place to control the products. India being having like all type of products, I would like to just cite examples of India, the way we would like to present the Indian regulatory authorities is like, so as an example that how it is important for the regulatory authorities to ensure that the quality, safe, effective medicines are in market. So as we are all aware that India the manufacturers of India are the prominent supplier and of affordable medical products, supplying to many countries, from the highly developed countries to the lower middle income countries as well. And we are being responsible for, probably the manufacturers are supplying more than 50% of the vaccines demand, generic demands of almost 50%, and also at the same time we are now getting equipped with the affordable medical devices and diagnostics as well. So how could this happen? Like, what was the background for this? I would like to say that in case of India, when we talk about this different as controlling parts, where we have federal agencies along with the CDSCO. So the rules, the regulatory framework is well established with the roles and the various responsibilities defined between the state and the CDSCO regulators. While for the complex products like the biological products, the medical devices, there is a complete control of the manufacturing and starting from the research and development to the preclinical to clinical trial, going to the market for the new devices or for the generic. There is a total control of both CDSCO, and the states are a counterpart for the inspection. So the regulatory system in India is managed through a system of licensing and inspection. So a well-monitored system is important, where you have a good market surveillance and control, and at the same time, the guidelines or the rules, like the new drugs and the clinical trial rules, which was published at par with the global expectations, the global regulatory guidelines, and also at the same time, which promotes scientific and ethical research in the country, has enabled and given the regulators in India to even take the necessary steps when the pandemic came. So we used the first track approval processes, or the accelerated and expedited review processes, which were already laid down in our new drugs and clinical trial rules, which was published in 2019 and implemented so on, to immediately use and approve the products while helping them in this. So this tool was important. So I was just trying to say that when you have well-established regulatory framework and regulations, it becomes it is possible for to ensure the products are which are marketed in the country or outside are quality, safe, and efficacious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rubina. So whether it's medicines, vaccines, diagnostics, devices, blood products, they all require strong regulatory frameworks that to ensure quality health products that are that could be safely used for our patients. Now, due to limited time, I think we will only accept about 3 questions from the audience. If you have any for our panelists, please raise your hands. Yes. Mic is coming.
Test.
Thank you very much for a very wonderful presentation. And in this regard, we of course love innovation. We love to have new products and services. And that goes back to the concept and all the investment on R&D. Considering this, like I am Deepak Dhungel. I work for AIDS Healthcare Foundation. And I represent Asia Pacific Bureau. In this regard, I would focus my question related to HIV related products and services. Especially, I would love to talk about this CD4 count machine, which is readily available in all countries, for which countries have invested a lot. As we also love innovation, there are new machines in the market, and as we get the new machines, old reagents, the old machine, reagent for the old machine are disappearing and leaving a huge problem and burden on governments to procure new medicines. In this respect, how, for example, my question goes to Rubina ma'am and ADB Gi Sun Chong, how we can engage more private sectors to promote public-private partnership. At the same time, how we can think about accessing to ensure health equity in this regard, so that the prices of the new products are readily, affordable. At the same time, as we are not able to get the new machines with a higher cost. In that case, please make arrangement or do advocacy to ensure that the old reagents for the old machines are readily available in the market, which is relatively affordable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I give it to Dr. Rubina and Dr. Song, I'd like to invite Amil from WHO Southeast Asia region to briefly answer your question.
Sure, thanks. No, I think it's a wonderful question, and let me introduce myself. As my colleague mentioned, I'm Mohammad Amil. I work for the regional office of WHO, responsible for health technologies, medical devices, and diagnostics. You have a very pertinent question, and what we advise in this regard is that countries, or where there's a federal structure, the state governments, need to have a priority medical list, or the essential medical devices list, because this is such a complex subject. There are 15,000 types of medical devices. So unless we have a priority list, it's very difficult for us to focus. Once we have a priority list, it is important for us to standardize what kind of devices we are going ahead to invest into. And this can be done through technical specification. And once we have a standardized type of medical devices, for example, I was just speaking to Sri Karnar, who leads the work in the state of Telangana in India. So I asked him, what do you use for testing HbA1c at the PHCs? He had an answer very straight away. I'm using HPLC at the district level. That's what standardization means. Now his technology, if he has confirmed that strategically that he's going to use boronate technology for this kind of test, his life becomes so easy. Whenever there is procurement required for HbA1c, he's not wasting time in planning. His training is streamlined, his consumables procurement is streamlined, his equipment maintenance and management is streamlined. So what we need to do is strategically to have a priority list, standardize, have specifications, and then even our regulations will fall into place and all those things. I hope that helps. Thank you so much.
So, Rubina and Dr. Song, would you have any answer? Or?
As explained it well, I don't think that I need to add something. Thank you.
Dr. Song? Okay. Sorry, because we have 2 more presentations to cover in the session. We'll only just accept one more question. Yes, over to you.
Regarding accessibility of medicines, the drugs, it needs to be accessible for persons with disabilities also, to be in different accessible formats. For example, if a tablet or a drug has a QR code, then people with visual impairment can access the QR code and get the details, whether what is the name of the medicine and the components and the expiry date and whatever. Otherwise, they have to depend on a different person, like a pharmacist or somebody else. So, with the usage of technology, if we can make these kind of accessibility in the drugs, that will be really helpful in all the drugs. And the other thing is about the devices. Now we heard that to come up with a priority list, but when priority list is made based on the number of persons using it, and majority numbers, and there are many persons, children with disabilities, children with rare diseases, those devices may not be on priority, but they need to be accessible. And even the mammogram is not accessible for a wheelchair user. They made me to stand up and to access the device. But there are many persons with disabilities who cannot stand. So if we can consider these kind of accessible requirements, it will be great. So what are the steps taken in those angle? I would like to know. Thank you.
Anyone from the, yes, Dr. Song.
So the example I kind of highlighted as a assistive technology makeathon is actually to produce the assistive devices for more custom made for the people who are actually using it. So. And then nowadays, with the new manufacturing technology, such as a 3D printing and so on, it becomes more like a tailor-made, devices can be developed. So that's a kind of one opportunity. And then I think while this priority list and so on is very important to be combined with a larger scale, a health financing, such as health insurance and so on, make a more affordable and accessible. But actual use of technology has to be assisted by trained personnel, and then therefore the human resource development who are more a health workers and then caregivers that actually can provide the right support to the users. How best utilize these devices is also an important aspect. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Due to limited time, I think we will move on to the next phase. Please, a big round of applause for all our panelists who joined in person and also online. And now let's move on to two country case studies showcasing innovative approaches to improve access. First, I'm pleased to introduce Shuri R.V. Kannan from Telangana State, India, who will present on the hub and spoke diagnostics provisioning model in Telangana. Shuri Kannan currently serves as the MD NHM and Director of Health and Family Welfare and has extensive experience as collector and district magistrate across multiple districts in Telangana State. Dr. Shuri Kannan, please, the floor is yours. The slide up, please.
Good morning to all, and first of all, I'd like to thank WHO for inviting me for this WHO summit, and basically to showcase a model of diagnostic model, and it's well appreciated by NHRC and is also appreciated by Government of India, one of the best models in hub and spoke model, completely run by Government of Telangana end to end. So I just going to deal with about the urban specific one. Of course, I'm going to explain you about how entire Telangana diagnostic model works. More than that, I just want to explain about how we are doing it at the urban conglomerate Hyderabad, how we are delivering services, especially to the needies like urban slum areas. That is the major focus on this today's presentation. So first of all, let me explain about what are the Basti Davakhanas. There how we are providing our diagnostic services. The Basti Davakhanas are set up by the Government of Telangana, where the urban slums are there, where the population is about 5 to 10,000 area. It's unserviced by our regular UPSCs or regular health system. So it's specifically designed the concept as model of Delhi Mohalla clinics, but it's like more into about providing primary health services and comprehensive health services at the urban slums areas. So basic objectives to provide healthcare access and providing free services, especially to the part of our basic urban services we to develop to the urban slum areas. And crucial thing is about building referral linkages and also our strengthening comprehensive primary health care. So as I already mentioned, about 5,000 to 10,000 urban slum population, and we are around 377 Basti Dawakhanas, and I can, for the presentation's sake, I call it BDKs. And in Hyderabad around, it's around 169, and Medchal is a nearby district, and Rangareddy is a nearby district. It's part of Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. Almost around, I can say around 250, 260 is in Hyderabad Municipal Corporation area. And other remainings are spread across different districts where there is an urban municipality is there, urban corporation, municipal corporation is there. So the crucial aspect is about how we are providing diagnostic services. With all these 74 lab tests, it's available at the Basti Dawakhanas. There will be a staff nurse or a lab technician, collect the samples in a vacuotinus, and they'll act as a spoke, and will send to the hub at the district level and the state level. So these are the different diagnostic tests offered at Basti Dawakhanas, like general diabetes profile and LFT, RFT, and lipid and thyroid profile, and also any infectious disease during communicable disease season. That is also we try to screen it. So coming to diagnostic services, that is a major pillar for providing diagnostic services at the major pillar for providing diagnostic across the Telangana. So with the help of NHM, with the help of public other support schemes from Government of India like Finance Commission, PM ABEAM, around 456 crores we established for setting up diagnostic services across the state of Telangana. So we have around 32 district hubs, and we are having around 1,546 connected spokes. These spokes might be a UPSC or PHC or sub-center. So on an average, we are covering around 20 to 30,000 population. No need to go to a district headquarters or any of the tertiary care hospital to do certain major blood tests. They can go to a nearby PSC or nearby sub-center. They can give their blood sample, and within a day, they'll get the sample. They get the results back. So far we have around 1.32 crores beneficiaries benefited under this diagnostic model, and samples collected is around 2.5 crores, and processed is roughly around 24 crores of tests have been processed, and the out-of-pocket expenditure we saved is approximately around 1,500 crores. So there's a huge one. So we invested around 456 crores. People think that investing health is like investing in a black hole. It will not come back. But I can show you a very good narrative and example. Still, I couldn't cover the intangible benefits. I'm just telling you about the tangible benefits. It's around 1,400 crores. It's huge. This is our growth of diagnostic hubs. We started at 2018 within a single lab. Now we scaled up to 32 hubs. And we are around more than 71 lakh tests have been conducted every year in Basti. And Basti Dawakhanas, it comes around 9.2 tests have been conducted in Basti Dawakhanas. And beneficiary this year itself, around 3.2 lakh beneficiaries, urban beneficiaries benefited out of this diagnostics test model. How our model runs, just a workflow will help you out. Any patient will go to a nearby spoke. There you do online registration with our proper lab management system. There will be every spokes will have a proper vacuotinus. It depends upon different tests. We'll have a lot of vacuotinus. You know the colors, right? From various colors, we'll have various especially for reagents test and everything. We have various vacuotinus are there. So then we do a sample collection there. And most important thing is 3-layer packing of it. This is the crucial one. So when you sample collect, that sample should be very sterile. It should be properly packed. A proper lab technician or staff nurse who is capable of doing it, they will do that. After that, it will be transportation to the hub. From there, we have retrieve the database, check their database entry at the spoke level. Then we'll do the sample centrifugation. Then most important challenge is here, we reduce the manual part in it. So most of the samples will do the automated sample processing. And report validation will be done by a senior technician, and further confirmation and verified by a specialist, maybe pathologist, maybe a biochemist, who are available there, they will do the verification part. So what are the key features? So every state, everybody is doing it. Even Telangana used to do before 2018 lot of lab tests. It had a standalone method. What is the speciality about this one? This Telangana Diagnostics. It's about bidirectional integration. This is a very crucial one. So all our major equipment are bidirectionally integrated with our LIMS software, like Lab Information Management System software. So once you hit the sample ID, and prescriptors automatically write from barcode with a name, and results also will come within a written to a database without any manual intervention. So that way, it is a crucial intervention done by us. It helps us to do tests regularly without any complications. And most important thing is, we are reducing the human chance of error. Yeah. Then another is about that monitoring at each level. This turnaround time. So turnaround times of like pre-analytical, analytical and post-analytical, and most of them will go to an SMS form with a PDF link into it. So we go to a lab, they'll give you a printed form, and you don't know where to keep the printed form. You may be, next time you go for a doctor visit, you forget the form. But right now, all your tests are available in a PDF form in your mobile phone. This is a way, we'll get a SMS alert, and lab report also comes this one. So these are addressing logistical challenge. Because of Hyderabad, we have a lot of spokes. We went for a solution of two-tiered collection system, and samples are brought from spokes to the polling point. From the polling point, they will transport this away to transport vehicles. So due to paucity of time, I will just go through it. I'll just take another minute and close this one. Yeah. In addition to diagnostic, we do offer radiology services. So that we have 20 mini hubs. They do provide basic radiology like X-ray, USG, and ECG also. These are our performance of radiology hubs in urban area. These are the we did like hub and spoke model, and we around 350,000 patients have been availed this test. This is a typical expenditure for diagnostic infrastructure. For one expenditure, running in one, like we need around 5 crores capital expenditure, and operational expenditure of around 2.5 crores. Same thing for radiology is around 0.5 crores, and for OPEX of 0.25 crores. What are the funds source? I already told you. It's through NHM, Finance Commission, or PM ABIM. It's like we never got any special fund for this. And whatever fund available from it is from various sources, we try to converge into it. And finally is the outcome. So I already told for Basti Dawakana, the number of beneficiaries is around 13,52,000, and process is around more than 2 crores. And expenditure, estimated savings of expenditure only in Basti Dawakana in urban poor is around 167 crores. So it is really help us to reduce out-of-pocket expenditure. You know, when you go to a doctor, first thing they'll ask you to do a test. Without test, nobody will treat right now. So basic out-of-pocket expenditure, we are saving in a huge number for urban service poor and also throughout the state. And last and most important thing, what is the roadmap? Okay, we established the system, we put a system in place, there's a proper LMS, and we know we collect samples from spokes at the hub, and we do process tests, and our turnaround time of 24 hours, we give the results to the patient. What way forward? So what we are doing it, integrating the artificial intelligence tools. But daily I know there'll be a like LFT test, sort of markers are there. Some people will have high abnormal tests are there. So from head office, we try to monitor them, we try to counsel them, we try to ask them to go to specialists to take further care. Same thing where there is a shortage of radiologists, especially in remote areas. There'll be a CT machine will be there, there'll be a CT technician will be there, but there'll be no radiologist. So for that, what we are trying to do, let us take the image in our LIMS, let him send to our hub. Wherever specialist radiologist available there. There they will process and they send the report back to the patients. So that way, these are our way forward, and establishing integration of all hospital labs. Still certain labs in our area hospital and CSC, still they are working in standalone. In future, we want to integrate everything. There will be one diagnostic lab, it will be integrated with our LMS system. Any test you do, we can have a proper LMS record will be there. So that they will help us to generate an electronic health record for the citizen. So these are the way forward for Telangana's diagnostic lab, and is one of the best model of hub and spoke model, completely run by government, right from hub to spoke, without any other support, with the existing available resources. And based on this one, we are able to save a lot of out-of-pocket expenditure. The model can be easily scalable across the state, across the country, and even to other emerging nations like us also. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shrikanan. It was really very impressive to hear about the hub and spokes model in Telangana state in India. Last but not least, I'd like to welcome Dr. Kasun Rambukwal to present on a digital health solution that covers from product registration, supply chains to patient use. Dr. Rambukwal is a registrar in medical administration at the Ministry of Health in Sri Lanka. He leads the implementation of SWASTA, the country's medical supplies information management system, and plays a key role in strengthening supply chain systems and digital health innovation. Over to you, Dr. Kasun.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Kasun from Sri Lanka, and I would like to thank you for your kind words and the opportunity to introduce the system called SWASTA, a comprehensive information management system for the management of medical supplies in Sri Lanka. System is based on 4 practicing principles. The one, first and foremost, we have put a paramount interest on patient safety and the medication safety, then the transparency from the product selection to supply registration, procurement, storage, supply, and all the aspects of the supply chain up to the dispensing to the patient, and the informed decision making for medical administrators as well as for the policymakers, and importantly, the monitoring and evaluation in all aspects of the supply chain, in every level, in hospital level, the regional level, the national level, for all the users. So this is very important because in Sri Lanka, about the 40% of the recurrent health budgets goes to the medical supplies. As you all know, in Sri Lanka, at the point of care, the health services are free for the people. So this system is extremely important because it's based on these 4 practicing principles. And if I briefly explain you regarding the supply chain management in Sri Lanka, the Ministry of Health as the central body handles about 20,000 items, which is including the pharmaceutical items and the blood products, the surgical items, consumables, non-consumables, laboratory and diagnostic items, the radioactive as well as the radiology items, and also the printed materials that are used in healthcare systems. We have a centralized procurement system, which is done by a central agency called State Pharmaceutical Corporation, a centralized warehouse system that is called Medical Supplies Division, which is attached with a regional distribution network, including the regional MSDs and a government-led distribution system. So all the medicines are distributed to all the healthcare institutions by the government. And the medical supplies management cycle in Sri Lanka, as you see here, starts from the procurement to the estimation to the storage, distribution, and importantly, it follows up to the patient level. And I would like to inform you that a thorough analysis of the supply chain was conducted last year with the technical assistance of the WHO and the assistance of the Asian Development Bank. I would like to thank them for that, for their support, and the report is also available with the Asia Development Bank. At the moment, System SWASTA is connected to all the healthcare institutions in Sri Lanka, which is including the curative hospitals, curative sector hospitals, as well as the public and preventive care institutions. It is connecting the National Medicine Regulatory Authority, the procurement entities, manufacturers, local manufacturers, and importantly, it is connected with all the blood banks and the National Blood Transfusion Service, which is handling all the blood products, maternal and child care campaign, who handles the nutritional items, the family planning items, as well as the Wellman program and STD and AIDS campaign, which handles all the diagnostics, antiretroviral treatments, and manage quite a lot of donations from the Global Fund, UNICEF, WHO, and other institutions. So this is extremely important because when you are thinking about the Universal Health Coverage Index, the family planning items, child immunization, HIV and AIDS treatment, hypertension, NCDs, the TB detection, that is very important. And the system improves the accessibility, equity, the transparency, and in the end of the day, it helps you to increase the Universal Health Coverage Index as well. So Swasthya is 100% owned by the Ministry of Health, including all the intellectual property rights are with the Ministry of Health. It has a modular system, totally fully web-based system, but it has capacity to use in areas where you don't have internet connectivity. It has electronic health records, the central and regional regularization, and importantly, it also manages the surgical, pharmacy, and the medical equipment as well. So this is one of the important things. This is one of the systems, one of the rare systems which connects the electronic health record directly with the supply chain management, because the patient is extremely important in the supply chain of medical supplies, and it's a bottom-up system. As you see, it starts from the patients, the OPD or the ward clinic end, and it goes up to the hospital, to the regions, to the national level. So the one of the prime principles is patient safety and the medication safety. So system is always trying to avoid drug interactions, overdosing, overprescribing, polypharmacies, and also very important in the antimicrobial resistance monitoring as well. So let me show you a video how it is done. This is the patient registration in the Apex Center. This is the same patient going and taking their treatment from peripheral centers also. The electronic health record with the prescription is shared, and all his the drug usage is monitored. So the next important part is how the system manages the supply chain, from the estimation to ordering to the procurement handling. And I think the slide, so if you can see, the estimation is done at the patient's end, at the clinic end, and the OPD end, with the decision supportive system, with comparing your estimates with the actual consumptions. And the collected estimates are reviewed at the national level, and the supply planning is done at the national level. The orders are placed at the national level based on that through the system. In all procurement process, the bid opening to the technical evaluations to the procurement, everything is done through the system. Then the finally, the purchase orders are also placed through the system. And when you are receiving drugs, based on your supply plan and the procurement plan, the system receives the drugs and issues the good receiving notes. And all newly arrived items are informed to all the users. The stock management is completely done by the system, and it also has a mechanism to inform through the SMSs when the things are getting or close to get expired. The distribution is also based on the actual data and the planning and all. Your decisions are supported by the system, and the exchanges, the returns, and everything is done through the system based on the current data and your with the information through the system. And the prescribing is also done through the system, which is important to reduce the expiry and also the patient safety, and as well as the medication safety, donation handling, the stock verification, and everything done through the system. This is very important. The medicines can be tracked up to the patient, up to the prescription in through the system. And the product registration, manufacturer registration, pharmacy registration, local agents registration is also done through the system. The quality assurance and pharmacovigilance is an important part. The quality complaints are done through the system, and it goes to the national lab where the testing is done and the information is sent to the regulatory authority. Once it's done, the decision is sent then and there through system, through SMSs. Products withdrawal is done then and there, and total patient safety is secured. This is the last but the very important thing. The system has allowed the strong monitoring and evaluation. This is the monitoring evaluation at the consignment end, sees how the products are getting delivered, and also monitoring of the procurement, the status of the procurement, and the current status of the orders, and the overall stock management, overall stock monitoring all around the country. And also, you just don't go by the quantity. You see how long that is needed and what is going to happen in next few months and next 2 months, and projection like that. The way how the drugs are consumed is monitored, and the price of the drugs are monitored, and this everything is done through the system. So the system is a comprehensive system that is covering the whole supply chain as well as the clinical aspect of the system. I think that is what in the first, at the beginning of the session also, Dr. Han described how important it is. So we are proud to implement this in Sri Lanka, and thank you very much for your opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kosoon. He's not only a medical doctor, but an ICT expert, a mastermind behind this impressive and comprehensive digital solution, all developed by the government of Sri Lanka. Now, can we have the last concluding slide? As we come to a conclusion of this rich and informative session, I'd just like to leave you with one key message. Universal health coverage is not achievable without equitable access to essential medicines, diagnostics, devices, assistive technologies, and blood products. Thank you all to our valuable presenters, panelists, and you, our audience, who had the patience to stay with us all along. Wish you a great rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Hello all. Welcome you all. First of all, we would like to convey our thanks to organizers and host for bringing us together to address one of the most pressing challenge of our time. Before jumping into the thematic area, I would like to convey that Kathy, who is CEO of Climate Resilience for All, due to unexpected travel issue, not able to join. We're definitely going to miss her. Certainly, she's really very respected for her executive leadership and her contribution in climate resilience policy. Meanwhile, I am Vishal Pathak. I am from All India Disaster Mitigation Institute, going to step in for this facilitating role for this panel discussion. Good point is we do not have any presentation. We are going directly jumping into practical solutions and based on our experience with key stakeholders that this required synergy in this panel discussion. I must say briefly about CRA. So this Climate Resilience for All is women-led climate adaptation NGO dedicated to strengthening and supporting women and vulnerable communities from the impact of extreme heat. And these efforts really came out from the ground level experience recent. CRA, founded in 2023, is known for one of the keystone projects, the creation with SEVA, Self-Employed Women Association, and Swiss Re as insurance partner of a heat insurance for income loss to extreme heat for 50,000 informal Indian women workers suffering severe health and income losses. We have Visala from CRA who is going to talk more in detail in upcoming discussion. So based on this experience, CRA now expand its work to India, Thailand, Sierra Leone, and Ghana. I, working as a senior coordinator at All India Disaster Mitigation Institute, it's established in 1988-89, repeated drought in Gujarat, and then so far responded 18 types of disaster across India. We are more and more working on promoting and strengthening convergence between humanitarian action, disaster risk reduction, and adaptation to climate change. Needless to say that extreme heat increasingly impacts health system, livelihoods, and vulnerable communities across the region, Asia Pacific. Today's discussion is offering an opportunity to explore practical solutions, inclusive solutions, and scalable financial solutions. As we discuss solution today, it's crucial to focus on evidence-based and gender-responsive approaches that protect health and income, build long-term resilience. And this panel discussion is shaped based on the practical program recently experienced on the ground level with this good partnership between these panel organizations, which reached out to hundreds of thousands of women from vulnerable areas in India. And that is not only about, protecting their finance, but it is also about their dignity and also about the preparedness for emerging risk. So we have very interesting speakers and very much required, synergy. We have Shakiben. Shakiben is a small landhold farmer from Patan district of Gujarat. She is leader and she is actively engaged in different actions related to women empowerment, health actions, and empowering vulnerable populations. We have Dr. Shahil. Dr. Shahil Haber is a physician and very long, rich experience on medical expertise and management education. In the current role, Dr. Haber remains committed to leveraging his skills and experiences to address the unique healthcare challenges faced by marginalized communities. He is a senior coordinator at SEWA. We have Sumit Gupta. He is with a strong background in risk management and reinsurance. He focuses on developing innovation solutions that strengthen resilience and sustainability for public sector clients across India. We have Visala Annamalai from Climate Resilience for All. She is having an experienced development professional specializing in humanitarian policy and technology and communications at the intersection of climate. Currently looking at early warning system and mitigating impacts of extreme heat through sustainable solutions at Climate Resilience for All. We all were involved in these practical solutions that we are going to share with you all. Before going to request speakers, I would also like to align that our focus area based on this summit objective. Requesting speakers to focus this. What are the most levers to scale climate shock insurance across the region? That is what this panel discussion going to share. What are the biggest implementation challenges and how do we overcome them? And the third is, how do we ensure dignity, agency, and equity in designing financial solutions for women workers? With this background and outline, I would like to request Shakiben, and I would also like to request Sahil Bhai to support in the translation process. Thank you so much. Shakiben, thank you for joining us. We are really have high interest that what recently in last few years where you are living is very much prone to extreme heat and also cascading effects of other climate challenges. May I request you to please share your experience with focus on how your work with women and vulnerable population taking shape. Thank you.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम सखी है, मेरा गांव का नाम धोकावाड़ा है। मैं पाटन ज़िले से सेवा में से आई हूँ और मैं 12 साल से सेवा के साथ जुड़ी हुई हूँ और मैं खेती में भी काम करती हूँ और जो हमारा भरत काम का धंधा है उसमें भी मैं काम करती हूँ। तो अभी पूरी दुनिया में अभी क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो असर हो रहा है, जो वातावरण अभी बार बार बदलता है, तो उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा जो असर होती है वो असंगठित क्षेत्र की जो हमारे जैसी कामदार बहनें हैं उनके पर सबसे ज़्यादा होती है। सबके ऊपर होती तो है, लेकिन जो हम मजदूर लोग हैं जो खेत में काम करते हैं, अगरिया में काम करते हैं, घर बैठे छोटे छोटे धंधे करते हैं, उसमें उनकी सबसे ज़्यादा असर होती है।
Good morning, Namaste. My name is Saki Hahir. I've been a member of SEWA for 12 years and I am a small marginal farmer and I'm also involved in stitching and garmenting. Over the last few years, the impacts of climate change have been really felt and it impacts small and marginal farmers like me much more so than others. So all of SEWA members are informal sector women workers and it's us who are most exposed to the extreme heat and hence the disproportionate burden is felt much more so by us.
એટલે કે જ્યારે કામદાર બેન હોય છે એમનું એવું હોય છે કે જ્યારે પોતે એમ કે જ્યારે એમનો ધંધો હોય છે કે જેમ કે અમારી જે બહેનો છે એમનું એવું કામ હોય છે કે જેમને દરરોજનું કમાવાનું ને દરરોજનું ખાવાનું. જ્યારે પોતે જો અતિશય ગરમી પડે અને પોતે કામ કરવા ના જાય તો સાંજે એને ખાવું શું, અને જો ગરમીમાં જાય તો એમને પોતાના આરોગ્યનું છે એ પણ નથી વિચાર શકતા, કેમ કે એમને ધંધો ના કરે તો ખાવું શું, અને જાય નહીં તો એના આરોગ્ય ઉપર અસર થાય. એટલે કે જ્યારે અમે ખેત મજૂર કરતા હોઈએ છીએ, જ્યારે મજૂરી કરવા જઈ તો મજૂરી ઉપર સીધી એને એમ કે ગરમી અતિશય પડે તો ગરમીના લીધે તરત જ એમના શરીર ઉપર અસર થાય, પણ એ પોતાનું આરોગ્યનું નથી વિચારતી, પણ એ પોતાની રોજગારીનું વિચારે છે.
So when we face extreme heat, we are forced to make a very tough choice. If we continue to work, then our health is impacted. But if we think about our health, then we are not able to earn the daily wage. And most of us are daily wage earners. So if we are not able to work, then that basically results in loss of livelihoods. And we always end up prioritizing livelihoods over health as a result.
અને જ્યારે અમે મજૂરી એમ કે જઈ ત્યારે અમે આખો દિવસ કામ કર્યું હોય અને જ્યારે ખાવાનો ટાઈમ આવે ત્યારે આખો દિવસ થાકેલી બેન હોય, પોતાનું ખાવાનું નથી વિચારતી કે ના મારે ખાવું છે, પણ એના આરોગ્ય ઉપર એની જ્યારે ખાવા જાય છે ત્યારે એવું નથી કે મારે આ પૌષ્ટિક ખાવું છે, પણ જે આવે એ ખાઈ લે છે ત્યારે એની સીધી અસર છે તે પોતાના આરોગ્ય ઉપર પડતી હોય છે.
And it's not just health and livelihoods, it's other facets of our lives that are also impacted because of the heat. Because we are not able to access nutritious food when there are periods of extreme heat. And it's just a question of putting some food on the table. So a lot of times the nutrition suffers, and as a result there's food insecurity among the informal sector workers.
અને જ્યારે જે અમારા બહેનો વેચનાર છે એ ગમે તેવી ગરમી હશે તો એમનો પોતાનો ધંધો લઈને એમને સિટી ઉપર વેચવા જવું જ પડશે, કેમ કે એ વેચશે નહીં તો એ પોતે સાંજે એમનું ઘર કેવી રીતે ચલાવશે.
So there are a lot of street vending members. They also went directly exposed to the sunlight, and even they have to face the same choices. So the difficulties that I'm right now saying is not just restricted to one or two trades, but is across all the informal sector trades.
અને જે આ ગરમીની અસર છે એ માત્ર બેનના આખા પૂરા જીવન ઉપર પડે છે, જેમ કે એમનું આરોગ્ય છે, એમનું ખાદ્ય સુરક્ષા છે, એમના બાળકો છે, એમના બાળકોનું શિક્ષણ છે, એ બધી જ વસ્તુઓ એની પ્રોસેસ છે, બધી જ બહેનોના જે કામદાર બહેનો છે એના ઉપર સીધી એની અસર પડતી હોય છે.
And in addition to the impacts faced by the women themselves, it also impacts their children. It impacts their children's health, it impacts their children's education. And therefore, extreme heat poses a multifaceted challenges.
Now, also, can you also share your experience, how you responded this challenging situation, the Sevas program, and with this woman population?
એટલે કે જ્યારે આ વાતાવરણ બદલાયું એની સામે અમે તો બહુ બધા એમ કે તકલીફોનો સામનો કરી રહ્યા છીએ, અને એ તકલીફોમાંથી અમે બહાર કેવી રીતે આવી એના માટે અમે છેલ્લા 3 વર્ષથી જે અમારા શ્રમજીવી બહેનો છે એના ઉપર એક આખું હીટવેના જે અમે અમારી ભાષામાં વીમો કહી છીએ કે અમારી જે ગરીબ બહેનો છે એનો વીમો છે, તો એનું અમે આખી શરૂઆત કરી છે.
So because of the increased incidence and frequency of these heat waves, SEVA has decided to take some action. And one of the key initiatives that we are currently working on is a parametric climate insurance program. We piloted this in 2023 with just parametric heat insurance, but this year we have scaled it up and we are covering multiple perils through the climate insurance program.
અને સૌપ્રથમ તો અમે જ્યારે એમ કે વીમા ગામડાની અંદર સૌપ્રથમ અમે બહેનો જોડે જઈ ત્યારે અમે વીમા વિશે વાત કરી તો બહેનો એવું કહેતા કે જે ભણેલા હોય, જે નોકરી કરતા હોય એવા બહેનોનો જ વીમો હોય, અમારો થોડો વીમો હોય. પણ જ્યારે અમે સેવા દ્વારા 2022ની અંદર સૌપ્રથમ અમે જ્યારે શરૂઆત કરી અને બહેનો જોડે સર્વે કરવા ગયા કે તમારો પણ આવો પોતાનો વીમો હોય તો તમે લઈ શકો, ત્યારે બહેનો માનવા જ તૈયાર નહોતા કે ના અમારો તો થોડો આવો વીમો હોય. પણ જ્યારે અમે શરૂઆત કરી અને બહેનોના ખાતામાં એમ કે જ્યારે પૈસા આવ્યા પહેલી વખત ત્યારે બહેનોને એવું થયું કે ના ખરેખર અમારો પોતાનો પણ શ્રમજીવી બહેનોનો પણ વીમો હોઈ શકે.
So when we first started socializing the product among our members, the first question they asked was, how can I get insurance? Isn't insurance a product that is restricted just to the rich? How can a person like me afford insurance? How can a person like me have access to insurance? And it is through that we started enrolling members and creating awareness that insurance is not only a product for the rich, but even the informal sector workers do have access to such insurance.
અને પહેલી વખત જ્યારે અમારી બહેનોને એમ કે જે શાકભાજી વેચનાર બહેનો હતા એમને પાણીના જગ ઠંડા મળ્યા હતા, જે અગરિયા બહેનો હતા એમને તાડપત્રી મળી હતી અને થોડા એમને પૈસા પણ મળ્યા હતા, તો એવી રીતે બહેનો અમારી જોડે જોડાવા લાગ્યા. અને બીજા વર્ષે જ્યારે અમે શરૂ કર્યું તો ત્યારે બહેનોને 2000થી એમ કે 2500 સુધીની રકમ એમના ખાતામાં આવી ત્યારે બહેનો બહુ ખુશ હતા કે ના ખરેખર એ પૈસો કે દર વખતે જે પૈસાનો વ્યવહાર હોય ભાઈઓ જ કરતા હોય પણ પહેલી વખત એ પૈસા હતા કે જે અમારા ખુદના ખાતામાં આવ્યા હતા અને અમે ખુદ એ પૈસાનો ઉપયોગ કરી શકતા હતા.
So in 2023, the product itself did not trigger, but all our members were happy because each one of them was given a climate adaptation technology. So in her particular district, a lot of the members got either an insulated water jug or a tarpaulin sheet. And those climate adaptation tools actually protected them not only against the extreme heat, but also the other climate shocks that occurred that year. In 2024, the product did trigger and many members received payouts anywhere between 500 rupees to 2000 rupees. And this was directly deposited in the women's bank account. Most of the financial dealings in the informal sector families are still done by the men in the family. But when women got access to the money, they were really happy that they had direct access and this became an asset for them.
અને જે પૈસા આવ્યા હતા ત્યારે એવું હતું કે ગરમી અતિશય પડતી હતી જે અમે બહાર કામ માટે નહોતા જઈ શકતા પરંતુ અમારા ખાતામાં પૈસા આવ્યા હતા ને એ જ સમયે અમારા જે બાળકો બહેનોના જે બાળકો હતા એમની સ્કૂલ પણ ખોલવાની હતી તો એ વખતે કોઈ મજૂરી નહોતી કરેલી કેમ કે અતિશય ગરમી હતી એટલે બહેનો બહાર નહોતી જઈ શકેલા પણ એમની ફી ભરવાની હતી તો એ જ પૈસામાંથી બહેનો એમના બાળકોની ફી ભરી અને ઘણા બહેનો એવા હતા કે એમને શાકભાજીનો ધંધો કરતા હતા પણ એમને પોતાને ખરીદવા માટે પૈસા નહોતા તો એ જ પૈસામાંથી એમને પોતાનો નવો ધંધો શરૂ કર્યો એટલે આ વીમાની રકમ એવી જ અમારી રકમ હતી કે જેનાથી અમે ખુદ બેન એનો નિર્ણય લઈ શકીએ અને એ જ પૈસા અમે વાપરીને આગળ કંઈક કામ કરી શકીએ.
So some women used the payout for their livelihood, some used it to pay the school fees and uniform for their children. So depending on the needs of the members, they have utilized the payout. But the key thing was that it was very timely and whatever need they had, they were able to address it immediately.
અને ઘણા બહેનો એવા પણ હતા કે જેમને પોતાની જોડે પૈસા નહોતા એટલે પોતાના આરોગ્ય વિશે કશું એ બહાર હોસ્પિટલ નહોતા જઈ શકતા પણ જેવા એમના ખાતામાં પૈસા આવ્યા તો તરત એ બેન પોતાની રીતે એમ કે દવાખાને પણ જઈ શકી અને પોતાને જે બીમારી હતી એનું નિદાન પણ કરાવી શકી.
So in a lot of cases, several members were sick, but they did not have money to spend out of pocket for medicines, for doctors' fees, for travel to the hospital. And once they got access to these monies, they were able to actually go to the hospital and get themselves treated.
અને આ વીમાથી માત્ર એમનું એવું નહીં કે જે પોતાની એમ કે કરી શકે પણ બેન જે પણ જગ્યાએ પોતાના પૈસા વાપરવા એ વાપરી શકે છે અને અત્યારે અમે પહેલી વખત જ્યારે 2 વર્ષ કર્યું ત્યારે અમને થોડી એમ કે બહેનોને એવું હતું કે અમને આ વીમો મળશે કે નહીં મળે પણ જ્યારે અમે ત્રીજા વર્ષે જ્યારે શરૂ કર્યું છે ત્યારે બહેનો અમારી જોડે સામેથી આવે છે અને બહેનો જે પોતે ડિજિટલ બેંકની અંદર કોઈ દિવસ જતા પણ નહોતા કે બેંક શું છે એ પણ નહોતા સમજતા પરંતુ જ્યારે આ વીમાના પૈસા એમના ખાતામાં આવ્યા તો બહેનો બેંક સુધી જતા થયા અને બેંકમાંથી પોતે જાતે પૈસા ઉપાડી અને બીજા બહેનોને પણ કહેતા થયા કે ના આપણે આ વીમો લેવો જોઈએ કે જ્યારે પણ આવી વાતાવરણ બદલાય છે અને એની અંદર આપણે ગમે ત્યારે એમાં ટકી રહેવું હશે તો આ વીમો આપણા માટે જરૂરી છે એટલે અમારા જોડે નવા બહેનો જોડાતા પણ જાય છે.
So in the initial couple of years, the first question that members would ask is, will the insurance pay out? Because we ask our members to contribute to the insurance as well. So their key concern was, will the insurance pay out? But once they saw that the money is being deposited, then there's some reassurance now. And then when people like Sakhiben, the grassroots leaders, go to the villages, members come, approach her, tell her that they very much want to be a part of the insurance. And the other thing that it has accomplished is that many women now have access to financial literacy.
So unless the data is rich,
they do have access to banking services. They go and open their bank accounts if they are dormant because the money is directly deposited in their bank. So increasingly this access to finance, this access to banking services is an added benefit from the program.
અને અત્યારે અમને એવું થાય કે અમે કોઈ દિવસ એવું સપનામાં નહોતું વિચાર્યું કે અમારો પોતાનો એમ કે વીમો હશે પણ આજે અમે પણ બીજા જે ભણેલા હોય જે નોકરી કરતા હોય અથવા તો બીજા કોઈ મોટા ધંધા કરતા હોય પોતે એવું કહે કે વીમો છે તો અમારી બહેનો પણ એમ ગર્વથી કહે કે અમારો પોતાનો પણ હવે અમારો વીમો છે અને અમે પણ એમ કે વીમા સાથે જોડાયેલા છીએ.
So now it's become a source of pride for women in the villages. When they meet each other, they promote this product and they say that they also have insurance. They have reached a stage in life where they can also procure insurance. So it's a source of pride and joy for them.
અને અમારી બહેનોનું એવું કેવું હોય છે કે આ પૈસા એવા છે કે જેનાથી અમે પોતે એવું કહી શકીએ કે અમે એક સ્વાવલંબન બની શક્યા છીએ અને આનો અમે સારી રીતે અમારા જે આરોગ્ય છે અમારું જે પોતાના ખાદ્ય સુરક્ષાને લગતા જે પણ કંઈ ખરીદવું હોય તો એ બધું અમે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
So it's an important initiative that's promoting self-reliance among the women. And that's something that Sakhiben is very happy about.
Thank you so much. In our culture, Ahir is representing bravery. And really, I can see the brave woman from Ahir community representing solution and experience. Thank you so much, Shakiben. Whenever, from the economy point of view, in Asia Pacific, many countries have around 30 to 45% of GDP contribution coming from the informal sector. And this is what, we really need this, how we can have protection measures. They are not only vulnerable, but they are contributor of our national GDP. And that is the reason why we have this solution that needs to upscale, wide scale. And there are organizations, in fact, also Government of India also taken initiative in this. We will talk more, but meanwhile, would like to request Dr. Sahil that please share your perspective, being physician as well as also leading this program, taking this on the ground level, what you see as health consequences as well as also success from this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal Bhai, and thank you to Climate Resilience for All for inviting Seva to the panel. So I think many of us are aware of what are the key health implications of extreme heat. Sakiben has already alluded to some of them, that there are several challenges and it's a multifaceted impact that heat has on informal sector women. But if we are talking just from a health standpoint, I think one is obviously exposure to heat causes heat exhaustion, heat stress, heat cramps, and then heat stroke. And there are several symptoms that are associated with each of these. The main ones are dehydration and low blood pressure, and those are the more serious ones. One of the key impacts that heat has is causing an increase in various kidney diseases. So there's something called chronic kidney disease of unknown origin that's increasingly being seen because of access to or because of exposure to heat. And the other one that we see, at least among our membership, is an increase in skin incidence. So it could be skin rashes, it could be boils, it could be more serious skin infections. Along with skin infections, we have also seen an increase in genitourinary infections among the Seva membership. And there are various causes that lead to the health impacts. Many of our members have said that they do not have access to water. So if there's a street vendor who's vending on the streets and is directly exposed to the heat, whatever limited water supply that they have becomes hot, and hence they are not able to consume it. Salt pan workers who work in the little run of Kutch, where there's absolutely nothing in the surrounding areas, are not able to access water. Many of them live in makeshift houses, and a lot of them have complained that when we drink water, we feel like we are drinking tea. Even for head loaders who are working in the head loading markets in Ahmedabad city, all of these women carry heavy bales of cloth on their shoulders and their neck. Sometimes it's as high as 40 kilograms, and they're basically transporting the bales of cloth from one shop to another shop. Now, in most of these markets, there is a urinal, but all of those urinals are controlled by the men who are traders there. In one of these big markets in Ahmedabad, there's a urinal for the women as well, but it's directly opposite the male urinal, and the male urinal is always open. So the women feel embarrassed to actually even access the urinal that's been provided to them. And because there's no sanitation measures, they avoid drinking water, and as a result suffer from various problems that we just discussed: dehydration, kidney diseases, kidney stones, and so on. So all of this is the impact that heat has on women. But as Sakiben said earlier, it's not just the women. Seva works in a very integrated manner. Under the women's leadership, we also look at the children, the husband, the in-laws, and so on. Heat is something that impacts all of these members within the household. In urban areas, a lot of our members lived in cramped chawls or cramped houses. So there are 10, 15 people living in extremely cramped conditions, and there's irritability that increases when you're exposed to heat. There's a lot of impact on sleep patterns that we have increasingly seen, and there's new medical literature that says that even additional couple of hours of sleep at night reduces the health impacts, and especially the mental health impacts that heat has. So because of the physical ailments that heat causes, because of the mental stress that it causes, because of all the livelihood challenges that it causes, because of the difficult choices it places on the women, whether they need to feed themselves, feed their families, feed their children, whether they should work or prioritize their health. What we have seen is that there's an increase in the mental health incidence. And unfortunately, the mental health incidence results in two things commonly. One is gender-based violence, and the other is substance abuse. So the last 5 years, a lot of the SEWA members have resorted to substance abuse, have been victims of gender-based violence. And it's reached a stage where a lot of them feed tobacco even to their children, because feeding tobacco to children ensures that they feel less hungry. And this is now pushing the next generation into addiction. So again, multiple impacts because of heat.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Sahil. Would also like that you shared about the SEWA experience, and really that is evidence, and also for many, useful, valuable insight for researcher or decision makers, and that. What can be done to take this to scale in public system?
In 2023, we started the heat insurance program, as Sakiben said, and we covered 21,000 members across 5 districts in Gujarat. So this was the first time a civil society organization was doing a parametric heat insurance product in India. And because our members were happy, and because SEWA is a very needs-based, demand-driven organization, our members said that they would like access to an insurance program that builds long-term climate resilience. It's not the only solution, but it is a very important solution for climate finance and for building long-term resilience. So in 2024, we scaled the product. We covered 50,000 members in 2024 with the help of Climate Resilience for All and in our partnership with Swiss Re. And we covered 22 districts in India. And this time the product did pay out, as Sakiben said, various benefits. And our target this year was to cover 250,000 SEWA members. So the program with Swiss Re has gone live, with CRA has gone live, and we are covering 225,000 members through that program. Long term, what we want to do is scale this product to all the 3.2 million members of SEWA. It could be done through multiple means. One is SEWA continues to generate donor funds, at least for the initial few years, because the donor funds are critical right now to generate demand in the organization, to generate demand in the informal sector. A lot of our members do not know what parametric climate insurance is. They do not even know what the causes of climate change are. Many of them attribute that to an act of God. So if we are able to slowly build climate literacy in the communities, if we are slowly be able to understand their challenges, if we are able to socialize these products, if we are able to build enough demand for climate insurance products, then I think slowly over a period of 5 to 10 years, we can cover a large majority of SEWA members and other informal sector workers through such programs. The other thing is, right now our focus is just on SEWA, but how can we scale it up through self-help groups across the country? And for this, we have been working very closely with the National Disaster Management Authority to see how this program can be scaled to other poor communities across the country. The other thing that we are currently looking at is how can we continue to increase the members' contribution towards the program, so that over a period of 5 to 7 years, the program is completely financially independent. So right now we are very thankful and grateful for the partnership that we have with CRA. But all programs within SEWA, we feel that if they are not financially sustainable within 5 to 7 years, then we really need to look hard at it and see if the program needs to be continued. So our goal is every year we'll increase the members' contribution. So right now, this year they are paying 300 rupees. Maybe next year we ask them to pay 400 rupees towards the product. But slowly we do want to build their contribution so that we wean away from donor capital. And then finally, there are several issues and challenges with standalone climate insurance products. And if we are able to continuously look at it, if we are able to continuously look at more holistic approaches. So insurance, as we said earlier, is one method for climate resilience, but it needn't be the only one. Sakiben said that in 2023, our members really liked the climate adaptation tool that was given. So we very much need to focus on climate adaptation tools as well. We need to focus on a climate health response. We need to focus on early warning systems. Can we focus on parametric loan products? There is an example that was done in Bangladesh in 2018, where instead of parametric climate insurance, they looked at parametric loan products. And that is something that we could look at even for low-income communities. So there are several strategies that are available. It's the question of how do we create awareness, how can we build a basket of products that improve climate resilience.
Thank you so much. Really valuable points that many times we heard that insurance is not standalone solution. True. On the other side, insurance is really providing very key input to this vulnerable population, and also SEWA's experience that yes, insurance is not alone, but insurance along with required awareness, required health support system, required facilitation process, that makes the complete result for these populations. Now, from the program ground level experience, I would like to request Sumit Gupta to share his perspective from Swiss Re that as we see the increasing role of insurance, what this parametric insurance model, how it works, and what are the important perspectives that we should consider while working on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishal. The topic is close to my heart because all the people who are sitting here made it happen. The heat insurance program in India, and believe me, it is being talked about not just in India. People have taken cues all over the globe on this parametric insurance. Here I would like to begin with mentioning the innovations in the insurance industry. Now, parametric insurance is one of the recent one. I remember in 2003, the parametric insurance came into vogue when there was a sort of crop insurance implemented in India. But since then, it has evolved a lot. I would say this kind of parametric insurance is the one which sort of, essentially covers the risk associated with the natural disaster and the extreme weather events. So unlike the traditional insurance, it essentially covers the one which, it is a data sort of driven solution which covers, so anything which can be have the data from the credible agency and can be modeled can get converted into a parametric insurance. Unlike the traditional insurance where it takes years, days, time to sort of clear the claims, in parametric insurance you can have the claims sort of getting paid within a month's time. You don't have to deploy the sort of surveyors and all of those people. It is the data is there in front of you. You calculate the claims. The best part is that you can have the pre-agreed payouts. You can have the pre-agreed sort of triggers. The parameters can be pre-agreed between the client and the insurers, and as soon as the trigger breaches that threshold, you can remit the claims. Now, coming back to the heat insurance index program, which we launched in year 2024. SEWA launched it in year 2023. We partnered with SEWA and CRA in year 2024. The challenge was that the perception of heat and its tolerance varies from different region to region. So challenge for us was that the product which we designed has to reflect the local climatology. So when you actually design the product, it has to capture the local heat variations within the design of the product. So what we did, we sort of took about 40 years data or even more, and believe me, there are credible data which are there, and IMD being one of the credible agencies. So this year we have used the IMD data. We took about 40 years data, and we sort of created the percentile for all participating districts in the heat insurance program. Then with the help of percentile, we sort of created the threshold. Now, when we actually created the threshold, it essentially sort of helped us in as against the fixed value. We created a variation in temperature in each district, which essentially helped us in sort of capturing the overview of heat variation which an individual perceives. Now the result of this which happened was that so So for example, a 43.5 degree temperature can be suitable for a landlocked area, but it may not be suitable for a coastal, area or for a hilly area. That's what this product did. It sort of, gave an equal opportunity of payout for each district, irrespective of climate, sort of variation. With this also, what we also achieved was that the payout was not just, based on the magnitude of the event. The payout was made on the intensity of the event. So the more intense is the heat, it actually takes the cognizance into the factor and then then makes the payout. The best part about parametric product is that once it is designed, it can be monitored by not just by the insurers, can be monitored by anyone, can be monitored by the end customer, it can be monitored by SEWA, it can be monitored by everyone. So that's what we did, and sort of, and I think, we've seen the result in 2024, almost 92% of the members got the benefited out of it. This year we have enhanced, like Sahil said, that we have enhanced from a 50,000 members to almost 2.25 lakh members, and the heat is ongoing, so we expect this year to sort of equal success of the product. One more thing, I think we've added tropical cyclone also as one of the peril in this 2025 product.
Thank you so much. This is really important. The extreme heat situation is, it is not about like since 5 years or last 10 years, but it is also keep changing and increasing in last 3-4 years very rapidly. Give you some example that earlier we talk about heat days, but now in many districts and many states in India, we are talking about, and in reality we are seeing and witnessing extreme heat weeks, which is like 8 to 10 days. And it is not only about daytime, it is also about the night time. So what we said and we hear from Dr. Shahil is really important, and we see this increasing role of insurance to protecting as well as also required early action into this. Shomitji, where are the biggest opportunity for insurers and also for governments to co-invest in such climate and health resilience effort?
Yeah, so another point I just wanted to add on to your point of, the heat week or a heat days. I think in this, so year 2024, we had a product where we had designed it in a way that if there are consecutive days of heat, we make the claims payment. This year we have also captured the heat streak, the one which you also mentioned. So if there is a dip in the heat days, we do not penalize. We would still sort of pay to the members so that the heat streak continues for making the payment of the insurance claims. On your point on the co-invest of insurance and the government, I would rather say that we would, and there's a classic case which is ongoing with the government of India focusing on the NatCat pool, which they call it as Bharat pool, in which heat has also been one of the perils. Where the insurers can come in is they sort of, we can, partner with them in sort of designing their risk transfer products. So there are physical risks which are arising currently. We can always, with our expertise, we can always assess the risk, we can price the risk. More importantly, we can have a public partnership pool where, in a pool, if there is a contribution between both the entities, there is always a benefit to the customers because then the premium gets subsidized. So, there is always a scope of partnering with government and moving forward. There is another point which I would like to mention here, that in Delhi, if there is a sort of air pollution, we've been approached by a lot of other entities to construct a product for the AQIs also. And we have what we have seen is that there is limited data, but the data still is good to sort of create a product for anybody who can, because there's a construction worker who gets impacted because the work, because of the pollution, gets stalled, and then the members, the construction workers, are not paid their daily wages. So things like these can be partnered with the government, with the state government, with the central government, and we can always provide our expertise in terms of connoting and sort of creating a new product in the parametric form.
Thank you. Here also would like to share that recently India also initiated some very good examples. For example, Nagaland state launched this insurance program at state level. And if we talk about like last 10 to 15 years difference is really big, case. Like during the response of 2001 earthquake, we first initiated pilot called disaster insurance with disaster affected, earthquake affected community, and then after replicated to other disaster affected area. And now we see the penetration of life insurance as well as health programs, initiated by government of India, is really making big difference in terms of overall number. Now we need to see that how it can be also cover up this heat as well as other climate shocks. Vishala, we are now very much curious to know more about CRS perspective, and especially with focus on women and how this women's climate shock insurance innovation, not only from the India but also from the Asia point that CRA is planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal. On behalf of Climate Resilience for All, I want to thank Sahil Bhai, Saki Ben, Sumit, and Vishal for being here for this important conversation. And I think it's a pleasure for me to be sharing this stage with such remarkable practitioners from the field. So I am Visala, and I work with Climate Resilience for All. We are a global NGO that is dedicated to strengthening the health and livelihoods of women and vulnerable communities in the face of extreme heat. Our focus is particularly on the around 750 million informal workers in heat-exposed regions across the world. We are active in Southern Asia, Southeastern Asia, West Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa. We are looking at women informal workers and vulnerable communities that are in heat-exposed sectors like agriculture, construction work, salt pan work, head loading, motorcycle riders, in all of these regions that we are in. We are an organization that is built by women. We deliver women-designed, women-led, women-centered solutions. And our pillars around acting now, to innovate now, to replicate success, and to build the field. And we're probably one of the only organizations that are focused on women and heat, particularly. One of our hallmark products is the Women's Climate Shock Insurance and Livelihoods Initiative. It's a pioneering product. It's a bundle of solutions, and I'll come to that in a bit. But in 2024, we reached around 50,000 women in partnership with SEVA, Swiss Re Public Sector Solutions, and ICICI Lombard. 92% of the participants received insurance payout. It was bundled with a lot of other solutions. And as Vishal and Sahil had earlier noted, insurance is not, for an insurance product to be successful, it has to be, there are a lot of other components that have to be in place. And so insurance is not the only solution. It has to be bundled with other solutions. And that is where the Women's Climate Shock Insurance and Livelihoods Initiative comes in. It is a bundled product. It's a blend of risk reduction and risk transfer mechanisms, which are both financial and non-financial. When it is financial, it's something like the heat parametric insurance that we've just spoken about. It could also be returnable grants, it could be loans, it could be a layer of social protection. So the insurance that we've been talking about insures the lost income or the daily wage of an informal worker, and it's anywhere between $3 to $5 in India. So it's anywhere between $3 to $5 in India. And there's another layer of cash that triggers at lower temperatures, but it's a layer of social protection, which is a risk reduction strategy. And that is something that is unique to the Women's Climate Shock Insurance and Livelihoods Initiative that we call the WCSI. There are other risk reduction strategies like early warning systems, community level investments, which can include anything like cool roofs, green spaces, protective equipment, wearables like cooling vests or cooling helmets, or anything that will help reduce risk. We have country programs that are in different stages of development, and in India we've seen that in 2024 it paid out. 2025 we're scaling to reach around 250,000 women. We've taken some of these lessons to other countries, but we're also aware that there's no straitjacket application of any of these solutions because they're very context specific. They have to be responsive to the needs of the communities, and the needs are very different in different countries. We recently have taken this program to Thailand, and we conducted a landscape assessment where we've come to know that the heat risks are severe, but the awareness around heat risks remain low. And this is also something that we've seen in India, we've seen in other countries. And what is very important is to understand what the specific impacts are on health and livelihoods, and to see what they perceive as most needed, and then to co-design and tailor solutions that are most needed or that are most context specific to that community that is in need. And so the Women's Climate Shock Insurance and Livelihood Initiative is essentially a very locally rooted initiative, in a sense that we work with our partners on the ground, we work with communities and women to design the solution itself, but it is globally connected in the sense that we're learning real time as to what works, what does not, or how it works. And we're applying those learnings in Asia and in our increasing footprint in Africa. And now I want to come back quickly to say why heat disproportionately impacts women. We recognize that it disproportionately impacts women. Women are almost 4 times more heat intolerant than men are, and 60% more women than men lack access to adequate cooling. Heat is not a short-term health shock. It is a chronic cumulative stress. It has long-term health impacts. It exacerbates underlying illnesses. We've heard this from many, many women across informal sectors and across trades in many, many countries in Asia, in Southeast Asia, in West Africa. And these impacts, these were well laid out by Sahil earlier. And we always think of heat as something that is uncomfortable, but not deadly. And that is why heat is more a silent killer or a silent disaster, because when you see a storm or a cyclone, it still has the same impact. Heat also causes death. There's economic losses, and there is everything that happens after any visible disaster, which is why heat is silent. So it's a health crisis, it's a livelihood crisis, it's a gender equality crisis, and it's everything that a disaster should have. But it's one of the most understood, underfunded disasters of all. And it's also important to know that heat is the climate hazard that kills more people than any other climate hazard. So it just reinforces the fact that heat is as deadly as any other disaster, and it disproportionately impacts women. And we've seen from the experience of Saki-Ben that the impacts are multifaceted. So what makes this program, our initiative, unique is that it's flexible. It blends in a combination of risk reduction and risk transfer mechanisms. And we partner with on-the-ground organizations. So I think I've covered most of it, but I just want to make one more point. When Vishal spoke about nighttime temperatures, we are so acutely aware of the 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in daytime temperatures, but what we don't look at or what we don't pay enough attention to is the nighttime temperatures. There's something called the air masses and the air above cities that have high urban heat island effects.
So the cooling does not happen as much. The temperature difference between the daytime and the nighttime is going up, and that is something that we're not looking at. It's as high as 6 degrees, meaning that if the temperature is 40 in the daytime, it does not cool down in the night, which is a problem, and that is something that we're not talking about. And that is, it's called a diurnal range. It's up by almost 6 degrees, and that is something that we should be paying attention to more and more in upcoming product designs and everything.
Thank you so much. Very much. Heat literacy is really, very much important aspect that you shared is important to address. While asking at ground level to this vulnerable population, among us, we many times see that what assets we have. So we may think about house, properties, vehicles, gold, investment, but think if the same question asked to any small business or from this informal workers, the reaction is my health, because they are daily earners. My health is my asset. And these efforts are strengthening the protection measures that require for this 30 to 45% in different percentages in among these Asia Pacific countries from informal sectors, how this can be built their resilience, towards resilience. Vishala, just curious to know that this is really in short time, really very big achievements that CRA is making on the ground. But on the other side, what is next for work in Thailand, and where else will CRA take this work?
Thanks, Vishal. So Climate Resilience for All was founded in 2023. We are over a year and a half old, and I think we've done a lot in this time. And by now we're also, it's probably also clear that heat affects women disproportionately. It's not just physiological, it is structural, and our motto is this: when women are climate resilient, we are all climate resilient. Women are disproportionately impacted, but they are disproportionately equipped because they are backbones of families and communities, and when you build women's resilience, they build the resilience of families and then their communities as well. So as I've said, we are learning real time, and we're taking some of these learnings to Thailand, and we're partnering with on-the-ground organizations in Thailand to understand the impacts of heat on health and livelihoods of informal workers in Thailand. It's important to understand impacts because designing a product or designing a solution needs a lot of information, starting from the daily wage, the amount of losses. For example, in Asia, women report losing up to 50% of their daily income on hottest days. And this is also because of increased time that they spend in unpaid care work during those hot days, because they also care for families in most of the Asia and the Pacific countries. So like I said, it's locally rooted, globally connected, learning real time, applying lessons, moving to work with our partners to learn more about what is happening, what are the impacts, to kind of design those interventions. We've launched the program. We're getting into these workshops with women in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're also building these programs in Sierra Leone, in Senegal, in Liberia, and in Ghana. And our vision is to build a world where women are the architects of resilience. And to do that, we listen, we partner, we design programs that kind of honor some of the lived life experiences of women that are coming from these communities.
Thank you. Here I also would like to add what Vishala said is, insurance is really very important. Access to insurance is important. Same way, now each and every country has made some investment and initiative around early warning of cyclone, early warning of flood, but also early warning of extreme heat. In the case of India, now we have this 5 to 7 days forecast available by IMD. Now, here, while working with this vulnerable population, it is really important to know the difference between access to early warning and understanding of early warning for them, for their sector, for their occupation. And in this, SEWA and CRA together, they are also working on, mobilizing manpower on the ground, not only after or during heat wave, but prior to that how they can be aware, what are the required training, where are the information that they can access, what are the existing platforms. So it is not just within the organization, but it is also the existing resources and existing platforms that needs to be utilized. With this discussion, I would like to open up a round of questions. If you have, let's start with covering 3 questions, and then after we can have another round if required and if time permit. Please. Please raise so I can remember. So let's have this first from here 3 and then after 2 this side.
Hi, I'm Priyanka. I am from Center for Social and Economic Progress. It's a policy think tank in New Delhi. Thank you for this wonderful discussion. My question to the panel is, so we all know that we want to scale such insurance products because as we were talking about that informal sector doesn't have access to the insurance and all these things. So what are some of the challenges that you see if you want to include government as a stakeholder and to create some buy-in? I would like to understand what kind of challenges you foresee. Thank you.
Is it okay to have 3 questions? And so on the back side, yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Manoj. I'm from an organization called KHPT in Bangalore. We work with urban marginalized communities and informal groups, particularly in the health sector, urban health, and particularly looking at maternal child health. So interesting panel and discussion. So my question is regarding climate literacy that you were mentioning and how particularly heat affecting disproportionately women. What about literacy? Because climate literacy itself is very poor, particularly in those communities. What about women literacy from a climate point of view? So how, like any efforts that we have made, or any from your experience that you could share? And the second question is really on funding for that matter. But informal groups, when we say climate, resilient efforts, is more often, facility based, not really communities side of the things, a perspective coming in. So when we say climate funding, so how about communities involved in terms of designing or seeing in implementing those kind of programs and also bringing funding to that part? So if you could throw insights, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one.
Hello everyone, my name is Arjita Rai. I've previously worked with the New York State Department of Health, and we did a similar study there where we used climatic data and also health data to look at what thresholds did health effects happen. So previously, advisories and thresholds were based on station data. And it was found that health effects were happening at much lower temperature thresholds that had been already set. And also that there's a lagged effect. So maybe heat stress happens on the same day that there's an extreme heat event, but you're seeing kidney function failure a couple days out. So maybe lag 4 or 5 or 6. So health data was key in finding when those effects were actually happening and at what thresholds. So if we're only looking at temperature data and looking at, say the 98th percentile, we're possibly missing a huge chunk of these effects where people might be having cardiovascular disease, heart attacks, exacerbated asthma attacks at much lower temperatures. So how do you think that would you consider incorporating that? Are you already considering incorporating that? Because I think it's a very important piece to what you are trying to do, especially when you're looking at insurance, especially. That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's have response from the panelists from these three questions, and then after we can also cover this line. Yes, very interesting question, especially the challenge around data is really important, not only from the insurance, but also from this informal sector and also from the heat data point of view. So request if from the organization point of view as well as insurance perspective.
Okay, thanks for the questions. I'll take your question first on the government piece. How can we engage with them? What are the challenges with them? So, when this program got launched, we also did a lot of, CRA, SEWA, everyone did a lot of, workshops. We did a lot of, I would say, marketing, so-called, so that people get to know about the product per se. And government also had put heat as one of the disasters. Now, the way it happens is that if you keep on popping up these small programs with trade unions, with NGOs, the government will see that and make it as a national program. I'm only talking about only with respect to insurance. Now, some of these national level insurance schemes, if I just take an example of health insurance, likes of Ayushman Bharat or a crop insurance, how did it all started? It was a very small scheme at one point of time. So, insurance in crop, say, for example, was piloted in a parametric form in year 2003 in Andhra Pradesh. And then sub-pilots happened, more pilots happened in different districts, different, states, different geographies. It became a national program in 2008. It became a full-blown PMFBY program in 2014. So what's important is that, you keep on piloting these small programs, taking these themes or perils, as an example, and launch it as an insurance program. Government is very keen, very interested in sort of partnering, on such programs, believe me. Currently, what we are actually doing with the government is a pool sort of a concept where, the uninsured assets of the nations, which are not insured, are sort of kept into that pool, so that during the disasters, the payment can be made in a jiffy. So that's your. On the other part, on the data piece, if you just see how was the program designed, it had a cash layer, and then it had an insurance layer, right? You'll have to fix sort of threshold to a certain level, right? I think with the help of SEWA and CRA, we at least got to know that what could be a ground sense, I would say, what could be a reasonable threshold level, which can, where we can have the insurance sort of a, program. You are actually right in saying that, people have other diseases, but that can be paid by a cash layer, right? So that's the way we have designed the program. But the current problem is that of the data sanity and a data credibility. Now, if you're able to provide me a data, which is a 20 years, 30 years old data, and you can tell me that, Sumit, you design not just, a program which shows that any threshold, say suppose 41 in, say, Gujarat, can affect somebody in their cardiovascular disease. You can just prove me in a credible data of 20, 30 years, I can run a statistical tool and create a model around that also. But, that data currently is at times becomes a challenge. So whatever data we have currently with IMD, thankfully IMD has a very good data set. Now if you have to correlate with the health department, you can provide it to us, we can run a algo and then probably design a product around that. So that's where the strength of parametric insurance lies.
Shahil bhai, if
Yes.
kind of-
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of things. So to your point about government's involvement, I think there is will to have climate resilience and climate finance solutions, but there are a couple of challenges as well. One, in our case, we are asking members to contribute 300. Now, what happens if the product doesn't trigger? For an organization like Seva, because there's implicit trust that members have developed over the last 5 decades, they'll still trust Seva to have the right product the next year. But in terms of governments, there is a political implication of the product not triggering, because you're asking really poor people to part away with 300 rupees, which is a huge sum of money. So I think that is probably one barrier that can impair the overall deployment. The other is, like, if there is no trigger, then the years subsequent to that, demand generation is going to be a massive challenge. So who's going to do that? In our case, we have our own networks of self-help groups, our grassroots leaders who go door to door to do that. Now, if the government has to do that for the entire country, that has huge logistical challenges. So I think those are some of the challenges that the government could potentially face. And then to your question about data, I'll just echo what Sumit said, but a couple of points. One, we feel that heat index is a much better determinant of the health impact than standalone temperatures. Now, there's a lot of literature from WHO that says that anything above 35 degrees in heat index is massively detrimental to the human life. So probably we don't set the trigger at 35. But is it 34? Is it 33? Is it 32? I think there's some more research that needs to be done on that. But that's definitely the direction in which parametric products will eventually move. We don't have the data right now, but we'll eventually get there, and that is how the product might change. The other thing that we were very keen on, and again the data doesn't enable us to do that right now, is to consider nighttime temperatures as a trigger instead of daytime temperatures. Because nighttime temperatures have a much bigger impact on subjective perception of heat and the physiological impacts on heat. So if we can progress towards that, then I think the product will be much more in line with the health impact that an individual goes through.
Thank you. Yes, Vishal, please.
Just very quickly, thanks, Sahil, and thanks, Sumit. So on mortality data, it's hard to access mortality data, and two, there's not uniform reporting. There can be underlying illnesses, and they're not really reported as heat deaths, and that is a challenge. The tolerance, 35 might be a threshold, but the tolerance of human body is different in different regions, and a hot event after a cool event is more detrimental than a hot event followed by a hot event. And so it is important, when we're talking about early warning systems, it's important to be able to rank them. And we've done this in partnership with our climatologists in Greece and Spain, where we rank heat waves based on both mortality and temperature data where available. And we've also done a pilot on naming heat waves to bring about behavioral change. And we've seen that people respond and people remember a heat wave, and they change behavior when you name it, just like naming a cyclone or anything. And the future of parametric insurance, just adding on to what Sahil and Sumit said, is also to be looking at forecast-based products. If the temperature is going to be 46 in the next 5 days, then the product triggers 6 days prior, so you already know what's happening much before, right? So yeah, those were, and on the awareness part of it, awareness and literacy are part of everything, because that is what ultimately makes you understand some of these products. Like all of the policyholders in Seva know what they're buying. They can look up at temperatures, they know it. And that also comes in with Climate 101. So awareness is a part of all of this.
Thank you. Let's move here.
Excuse me. I'm Ananya Dasgupta. Actually, while I was searching on your topic in the net, I found a point that heat index is a risk that triggers an automatic payment of members' bank accounts when extreme heat is reached, and it is unsafe for work. So any light you can throw on this? any coverage that can
Yes.
be done for this?
So ma'am, it's a parametric heat insurance product. So as soon as the temperature goes above a certain threshold, which is determined, the members automatically get a payout, a predefined payout into their bank account. So in our case, in our product's case, the temperature for different districts is based on 40 years of data that Sumit spoke about. And if the temperatures are elevated for 2 consecutive days, then members get a payout for 300 rupees per day. So if now you have 5 consecutive days, then there's no payout on day 1, but payout starts from day 2, and then it continues for each day in the heat wave.
Thank you.
So that's, I'm Dr. Neeti. I'm faculty from AIIMS Jodhpur, and AIIMS Jodhpur is in Rajasthan, and recently the Supreme Court and the High Court in Rajasthan took suo motu cognizance that it cannot be left alone that citizens are facing extreme heat waves and there's a difficulty in policy implementation. So I would like to understand from the panelists that how they look forward to partner with the academic partners, especially AIIMS and all, what specific evidence they would like to generate in this regard, because I think sitting in Jodhpur, Rajasthan, we can contribute huge, number one. Number two is that Rajasthan somehow have realized that citizens feel that high heat is just one of the things which they have experienced over the years. So that kind of which behavior change we look forward for them to be prepared and all is lacking huge. So any inputs in that how to bring out that kind of potential response from this segment of population.
Thank you. Let's take 3 questions, and please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm Catherine Rubais from the Health Diplomacy Alliance, a Geneva-based organization. I'm really glad that Mr. Hebbari mentioned about skin disease. As we know, countries are now negotiating a global action plan. They're going to be negotiating a global action plan on skin disease. And we see that the relationship between heat and skin disease is quite notable. But how, I have 2 questions. How you see that in terms of primary health care, because you mentioned women are manifesting this of the impact on skin disease. And then a little bit more to Mr. Gupta, how you see that we still see that there is a lot of out-of-pocket payments on skin disease, especially skin cancer, which is being exacerbated, and some other skins and neglected tropical disease that somehow have antimicrobial resistance and that are being exacerbated by the impact of heat. How you see that in terms of out-of-pocket payments that is quite heavy, especially in low settings. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Please continue.
Thank you everyone for your insights. I'm Sumair from the Clinton Health Access Initiative. I think everyone's alluded to this a bit, but I'm curious if everyone can provide more insights on the power of de-risking capital and where do you see it, especially from a scaling perspective, where it would be most beneficial. So thinking about philanthropic capital and development finance capital, especially from a government perspective as well, if we want to scale a program nationally.
Thank you. One more question in the middle. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Vincent Bretin from United, organization based in Geneva and working on access to health products in low and middle income countries, including for maternal health. Thank you, first of all, to the organizers and the panel. It's been really rich and insightful for me to listen to the session. And I wonder whether you could expand a little bit on pregnancy and whether the product, how the product has been used in the context of pregnancy. And from your broader work, what are some of the insights in terms of pregnancy and extreme heat? Thank you.
Yeah. Let's hold on, or we can have responses and then quick final round of questions.
Just on the last one, like I said, we are aware of the disproportionate impact on women and particularly pregnant women, and we have research that says a 1 degree increase in maternal heat exposure leads to around 27 to 42% of increased risk of miscarriages and stillbirth. And we've been looking at ways to include vulnerable populations and target trades, target pregnant women, target families that have pregnant women, adolescent women, and design solutions that are more effective to them. And we have science, we have data that says that they are more prone to heat illnesses during periods of extreme heat. And we are seeing how best we can design a solution to target that. And I think Sahil can speak more to any potential examples from SEVA members?
Yeah, so a lot of impacts of extreme heat on pregnant women. We are going to start a study soon, and my colleague Dr. Rajiv will speak more about it in the panel tomorrow on how there's very limited data on the impact of heat on pregnant women in the global south context, and especially in the informal sector context. So I think it starts with that on data collection, and then we proceed to potential initiatives that can help address the impact. On the question of philanthropic capital, I think that's a very good question. It's a very complex question as well. So the only way that we could do it is if the philanthropic funds are catalytic to start with. And one potential solution that SEVA has identified is having a climate welfare facility, which acts as a self-retention, self-insurance facility, where we pool donor capital, we pool contributions from members. The benefit of doing that is there are certain advantages given the current taxation system in the country, where you can save and retain some of the funds at the SEVA level, use it for reinvestment, slowly build a corpus, and then wean away from donor funds over a period of 5 to 7 years. Happy to speak about it offline because it's a more detailed discussion that we'll need to have on that. Sumit, if you want to take any.
On to your question, maybe. We act as a reinsurer, and we essentially work on two broad aspects, when it comes to, working together as an institution. We act as a structurer of the product, so we design the product. At the same time, we act as a risk transferer. So we put a capital also while providing the insurance to the client. I know the Rajasthan government was the High Court of the Rajasthan. I was actually reading in 2024 was the first one to announce heat as the national disaster, last year. I would say happy to sort of, engage with you in terms of data, which I've spoken, that that is something which is scarce. So any sort of product design which you want the insurer should do in a parametric form has to be backed up by a credible data agency, and with a credible data and with a long-term data where you can run some sort of time series on a statistical tool, right? We can always talk offline on that, right? Thank you.
Yes. Shakiben also want to respond, please.
એટલે કે જ્યારે અમારા કોઈ બહેનને કે સભ્ય બહેનોને જે સેવા સાથે જોડાયેલો અથવા તો ના પણ જોડાયેલો હોય તો એ બહેનોને કોઈ પણ એવો જે કે ચામડીને લગતો રોગ હોય તો અમારું સેવાનું એક ટેલિમેડિસિનનો આખો ફોન કોલ કરે બેન અને એના ઉપરથી જ અમે એમની આખી સારવાર પણ અપાવી છીએ અને સરકાર સાથે એમનું જે કેમ્પ હોય તો એના સાથે પણ અમે એમનું સંકલન કરાવી છીએ અને એમને જે દવાની જરૂર હોય એ દવા પણ અમારી જ પોતાની બહેનો હોય છે તેમના ઘર સુધી એમને દવા પહોંચાડવાનું પણ કામ કરે છે.
So to your question on the skin diseases, what Sakiben is saying is that we have several members who complain of this. There are several strategies that one could deploy. One is having medical camps that are done in hard to reach areas and at their doorstep. Because if you expect the poor communities to come to a clinic, that's a day's wage lost. So you have to take care to them. It could either be through medical camps that are conducted, or by linking them to local doctors, whether it is government doctors or private doctors, or through a telemedicine system. But one has to ensure that the medicines reach them at the earliest, and we have to improve access. Otherwise, it's tough to devise a strategy.
Thank you, Sakiben. Let's have a final round, one here and then there and then.
Thank you very much. I am Dr. Sudesh Agarwal. I am a gynecologist and I am working in Bikaner. Just like Dr. Nidhi, I am in the mid of the Thar Desert. I am staying there and I have been providing services for last 30 years. And as far as data we are talking about, I have got data of about 50,000 deliveries right now with me. And that is very eye-opener. I presented this data in the Indo-US workshop also. There also it was like appreciated a lot. Few more things like Dr. Vishala, she is saying, we cannot restrict ourselves to the particular, as you also said, that there is a crucial point. Like I am from Bikaner. Just nearby we have got a thermal unit, lignite thermal unit. There are the many other factors are coming into play. Then we have got the POP, means from region to region. India is such a diverse country. There are some mining units, some smelters are there, so many other things. Then pollutants are there. We really need, there should be something like comprehensive, some basic pollution. Should we restrict ourselves? Heat, of course, is one of the disasters, but it is compounded. And it is something like, please don't go by this thing. See, we say it is something like these days, their games are coming. You assign, like for cricket game, who is going to score 30 runs, and then you are being paid certain amount. Please excuse me. If I am a lay person, I will think they will, if the temperature goes above 35, about 300 rupees will come. But 300 is such a small sum. If somebody is really sick, what will they get out of 300? Though I am from Rajasthan, and that has the pride in saying that most of the services, I am from a government medical college, real busy one, and we provide all the services free. Right from the drugs, investigation, hospital care and everything. That is how we do take care of the patient. So, but it is real wonderful and eye-opening session, and thank you everyone. And if somebody really wants to collaborate from UNICEF and I am very much open and we can really help. We will get the guidance from you. We are rich in the data. India is like populous country, so many deliveries, pregnancy, childbirth, all are the very.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Please. Over there, please.
Thank you for the insightful session. I just had two comments. I am Sandeep from UNICEF India Country Office. From a health perspective and from a data perspective, what has been the experience so far? I think mortality data is available, but it is not available by gender. One challenge, I think, and how can that be addressed? And another is heat impact. Health data is mortality data. We don't have data on skin issues or CKD or heat syncope. Is there some way that SEWA through its telemedicine units or through other designs can this be addressed? I think the parametric insurance scheme will be, largest benefit will be on these milder impacts of heat related illness and not on the mortality. So your thoughts on that, please. Thank you.
One last question.
Yeah. My name is Adit Devanand. I work with Save the Children looking at their new financing mechanisms, including social protection. We work very extensively in disaster risk reduction and early warning systems in communities across Asia and Africa. And my question is, of course, to the SEWA team, but also partly to Swiss Re as well. As I understood, right now this product is being partly subsidized, and the pathways eventually to get it into a fully paid model. So one, basically two parts to it. From the community level, was there an initial resistance, and then how did you overcome it? And secondly, from even a private sector point of view, it needs to be attractive for them to also offer this at a scale, so to make it viable. So at what point of time do you see this, at what scale this will become fully sustainable? Is there a certain number in mind? Or with this, with the same level of 300? Because I assume that there will be multiple players or triggers which will happen over a year. So a single premium of 300, even if collected over a large number, it may not be viable. So how will that gap between what is the ideal premium you would like to charge and what is currently paid going to be met? Is it through scale, or do you kind of expect some other form of financing to cover that? So yeah, thanks.
I'll answer your second part. Yes, you're right, and it's a very apt question, whether it is viable or not for any private sector, for that matter, even government sector also. we are at a stage where we are sort of evolving. So year one, there was no claim. Year two, the claims were immense. And now we are at a scale which we are covering almost 4.5 times of year 2024. So we are now covering 2,24,500. When we actually design an insurance product, we sort of take into cognizance the long-term, sort of impact, right? We will not just trash the product on the basis of year one or year two experience. We'll at least see 5 years, 10 years experience. Yes, the experience has been very mixed, in terms of the claim outgo, but to evolve, I mean, it's an insurance product. It may trigger, it may not trigger, right? It's there is a threshold which is levied, and then if it doesn't trigger, there'll be no payout. And maybe that's the case. The program is designed in a manner that you also have another layer, which is a cash layer. So I can only say that, the product is evolving. If the payouts are within the ambit of, say, sub 100% or 80%, where it is a win-win situation for the public sector and a private sector, you will see the relaxation in premium in going forward. Plus, this year we have scaled the product from a 22 district to a 34 district. So you get a spread of risk. In that way, it is easier for any insurer to undertake the risk as well.
I know the question was to Sumit and Sahil, but I'm going to pitch in here. I think it's all about making the case to the private sector or to philanthropy or anybody to raise the funds for something like this and to try it out. It's very essential to test and show proof of concept to be able to garner interest, not just in India, but across the world as well. There are different approaches to look at viability and sustainability. In India's case, it has been bottom-up. We've worked with SEVA, we worked with reaching women, and then that reaching NDMA, the government interest, and all of that. But this can be very different in different countries, right? If you're looking at a country like Thailand, for example, we could be starting with corporates, we could be starting with supply chains, and that gives you, that opens you to another complete avenue of finance. It doesn't. It is private sector. It doesn't have to be the financial sector. It could be anybody, right? There are a lot of stakeholders in this space that need to understand that heat impacts productivity, heat impacts returns, heat causes economic losses, and the problem is there is no data available that quantifies and puts a value on the loss that extreme heat causes, and which is the thing, right? Unlocking investment in sustainable cooling or impacts of extreme heat is a very difficult thing because it sits in different places in different industries. It sits everywhere and anywhere, and it's just difficult to just put your finger on something and say, this is where it is. So I'm just saying there are different things, there are different ways of viability. There's always a way to keep it sustainable. And on the other question on gender disaggregated data, yes, there is, that is a well-known fact, and something very relevant that we did recently was a literature review on studying early warning systems across the world, and we've seen that not one looks at the physiology of a woman. It is all based on a man's physiology, which means that women are affected differently, but that does not come out when you receive an early warning. If I receive an early warning, it's not based on my physiology, it's based on somebody else. And the same goes to pregnant women, and the same goes to vulnerable communities. You're in different places, and that is very important, right? Receiving the right type of early warning for you to be prepared to endure and to recover from extreme heat or any other climate disaster, that's very, very essential. And that is also another message we're taking to stakeholders in the space as a way towards building the field, bringing about that systemic change, being a catalyst and bringing that change. Thank you.
Saiba, any final word?
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of points. I think the biggest challenge that Sakhiben and grassroots leaders like her face is actually asking members to commit that 300 rupees. Because it is tough and because they don't have access to 300 always. So one of the strategies that we are thinking about is how can we have them contribute 50 rupees a month that's saved in an account and that is a little more palatable and easier to accomplish. it also helps with the holy trinity of climate finance, which is savings, returnable grants, and insurance. So if we have a mechanism where the contributions are smaller amounts but regular, I think we start members on the journey of financial inclusion on savings while also being able to afford the climate insurance premiums. On the question of climate data, I'll just add one point. I think it's very difficult. I don't think as a country we are in a place where we have those data and we can use it in an actionable way. The mortality data has its own challenges because it's tough to attribute the event to a heat event. What can be done and what others have suggested that countries like India do is compare the all-cause mortality and see if there's a spike during the summer months, and that to some extent over a decent period of time can then help us understand if it's because of heat or because of any other reason. But I don't think there's a good mechanism or a good way of doing it right now. In terms of morbidity, that's next to impossible, honestly, because the same symptoms can come because of hundreds of other conditions, right? So I think morbidity would be very tough to accomplish. I think mortality we can still do if we start aggregating data. Right now, it's only the government centers that are reporting these data. So till the private sector step up, start contributing to the mortality data, I think it would be tough to have a holistic picture.
Great, thank you. Looking at time, let's wrap up. But while having this question answer, I have very small 2 points. One is, announcement of extreme heat as a disaster that's make big difference in terms of data, in terms of, also heat literacy and that. So slowly, gradually, that change taking place in Asia Pacific. In the case of India, recently, few months back, Madhya Pradesh announced extreme heat as a local disaster. So this is really important, and that other states should also see and start this agenda. Tamil Nadu also announced in 2024 or 3 as a extreme heat as a disaster, which resulted into, I know it is not enough, but it is an initial step which trigger many more. For example, heat action plan in many cities. In the case of India now, we have 37 or 41 cities have heat action plan. Now, plan is not enough, but plan is fundamental requirement to move ahead, to cover up many more challenges that already we had discussion. So after hearing all this interesting cases, solution and question answer, would like to share 4 points, key 4 points. Of course, we can have more, but 4 key points. One is government are integrating insurance into health and social protection programs. In India, we have number of such. Now, how these efforts further strengthened by integrating heat insurance aspect is very important. So that is the 1 point. Second is, from Sakhiben's experience, that financial inclusion is critical for climate resilience, especially among this vulnerable population. For them, it is health is asset. Third is scalable public-private models must be replicated to ensure broader impact and sustainability. Thank you to Swisri and CRA for pointing out this point. Fourth, we all agree that evidence-based approaches are essential, building a future where no one is left behind in the fight against this extreme heat is very much important. With this, would like to thanks to CRA, Swisri and SEWA for their efforts, and also to you all for this very interesting question, answer, and participation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello. Deputy Director, Infectious Disease and Vaccine Delivery at the Gates Foundation. He leads the Foundation's infectious disease and vaccine delivery efforts in India, working towards the elimination of these diseases. And finally, we have Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh, a renowned public health expert and senior advisor to the Public Health Foundation of India. He's worked at all levels, from planning and implementation at the very grassroots level to advocating for effective policy at the national and regional level. I welcome you all and would like to start off this panel by trying to address the scope of neglected diseases and the challenges in controlling and eliminating these diseases. So please give a round of applause for our panelists here. Okay, so that works. So I would like to start off with Dr. Velavan. Can you outline sort of the scope of entities in terms of the disease focus that we have? Which diseases should we work on, should we focus on? Which ones may or may not be ignored? And the vulnerable populations that are affected by these diseases.
Thank you. I just try my best to get from my flow of my mind, as I do. Well, we are talking about these 21 different neglected tropical diseases. Many of them are parasitic, which means 14 of them are parasitic. 2 of them are viruses. 3 to 4 of them are bacterial induced, a couple of those with mycotic. So what is the target population we are talking about? The target population here is more or less Asia, Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, as well as the South America. So assuming we have a world population of 8 billion people as we speak today, 4.8 billion comes only from Asia. And another 1.5 billion comes from Africa. So what does this mean? Like, we are having more than 60 to 70% of the population are bearing this burden. And why this is sometimes neglected is you don't have a lot of cases of case fatality rates or mortality, which means it induces a lot of morbidity, which is valued in a way of, we call this as DALYs, disability adjusted life years, which is a small formula of years of life lost plus years of lives lived with the disability, which does mean that many of these people who are infected mostly are young children who are undergoing school-going age, which means they have a very high burden to miss schools, which will also have an impact for their parents to be there at home as well. And equally, and this population is the more vulnerable population per se, because they always have the ability of having a chronic infection over a longer period of time because of their recurrence of this infection, irrespective of being treated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'd like to continue the discussion on the scope of entities in terms of who's affected. And I'll move on to Dr. Ghosh, because you've worked at the grassroots level in India. Who are the vulnerable people? What is the socioeconomic impact and the socioeconomic disparities in NDs and how they affect people?
Thank you. So first of all, I think that, when we define vulnerability of any population, it needs to be seen in the right context. And it needs to be seen in the light of evolving evidences that we have. So when I started working in neglected tropical diseases about 20 years back, the issue of one of the major public health problems of today, which is climate change, was not into consideration. Today, climate change is a major kind of contributor to any vulnerability dialogue that we have. So what does climate change result in? One is obviously the diseases that happen because of climate change. But then there are 3 other Ds that happen, which is about the whole issue about their disasters that happen. For example, in Bihar, we have seen the various kinds of natural disasters that are increasing. In Uttarakhand, we are seeing the natural disasters that are increasing, resulting in the increasing vulnerability of the population. The second is around the whole dislocation of the population from one area to the other. And just imagine the vulnerable population, those who are already vulnerable, adding to their vulnerability because of this. The third is the disruption of the livelihoods. But the most important thing that happens is the disproportionately how it affects. And who does it affect more? Across the extremes of age group, across the various socioeconomic indicators, across the various kinds of gender issues, particularly the women and the transgender population. And then finally, there are those who are already living with disabilities who are impacted by various kinds of diseases, including the neglected tropical diseases. We have seen cases of Japanese encephalitis, the visceral leishmaniasis happening in people living with disabilities. The impact of them on them is much more than on the general population.
Great, thank you so much. And Dr. Rahi, we discussed this briefly over lunch as well about climate change and migration and displacement and so on, and how that affects populations. So, given who it affects, and given that you've worked in the past on the National One Health Mission and so on, what is the scope of neglected diseases within the National One Health Mission of India, and in terms of whether there's earmarked funding, specific goals and strategies that are there, and what's going on in that space?
Thank you for inviting me here and raising up very pertinent questions. Not only just entities, but in One Health space. Because in One Health, there'll be so many multiple sectors expected to work together, and you can't address human health in isolation. It has to be the environment, the animal health, all together. And when all the sectors have to come together to address a particular issue, definitely there are funding crunches, there are requirements not only of material, manpower, resources. The perspective is totally different, and it takes a different scale altogether. So when I'm coming from ICMR headquarters, and when we were discussing National One Health Mission, I was working in this zone from past 15 years. And now I'm seeing the scaling up and the government of India's commitment also, especially after COVID. Everything has changed. People are looking, and countries are looking at it from a different perspective. The way things need to be addressed, disease need to be addressed very holistically. So Government of India is pitching for more funding, more commitment is there from our side, and I think the scenario is similar for global perspective as well. From National Health Mission, when we are talking National One Health Mission, a lot of funding is coming from World Bank. PM Abhi mission is there, which Government of India is taking advantage of, and this is being launched at the highest level of the leadership. So these new programs will be dedicated in the field to the people. Commitment of opening up new organizations, new institute also is there to address the challenge of One Health diseases. Coming back to the entities and the financing part of the entities, which are today, before this there was a panel on lymphatic filariasis, and they are so, and truly what you said as a joke earlier, if the participation is neglected, the diseases are truly neglected. Now I'm hearing the buzz about lymphatic filariasis or about funding or other entities. I've also worked extensively in rabies, and that's also an entity. Dr. Tripathi was mentioning scabies is a rabies. Earlier there was a disease only 17. Now the WHO has expanded the panel of One Health, expanded the panel of entities. See, the more and more diseases we take into the ambit of entity, the more we are recognizing that we require more partnership from pharmaceutical companies, R&D companies, NGOs, donors, other countries' donors, intersectoral coming together. It has to be all on one platform, and there has to be a real commitment from all the sectors. Otherwise, just the national governments and developing countries, again, entities' peculiar feature, they will happen in most of the impoverished nations, developing countries, or further poorer countries. This is the population which gets affected, and they never get a face or a voice to speak about themselves. They suffer. Any war happening or any, countries are withdrawing support, it's been talked about all in open. African countries will suffer the most, and they are. So they are truly neglected in that sense. It's all of our duties to come together and pitch our commitment towards overcoming these challenges for entities and for One Health infections as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really insightful and very passionate as well on your part, on how passionately you spoke about it. Dr. Tripathi, I would like to ask you, you are from the Gates Foundation. I would like to know, and I think the audience would be interested in knowing as well, what is the Gates Foundation's take in neglected diseases? Are there specific diseases they are focusing on, specific diseases they are funding? Because we also observe a lot of funding inequity from public sources, but also from philanthropies in terms of which diseases they focus on. So how does the Gates Foundation think about funding neglected diseases?
Let me start by thanking you for organizing this nice session. There are 3 topics in your topic itself, like beyond borders, which means cross, then financing entities, and third is global health equity. So I think these are very important topics, and as part of Foundation's strategy, and as rightly spoken by the first speaker, there are 21 entities which WHO has currently targeted. And obviously for any organization which is non-government, it's very challenging to work in every place. So Gates Foundation has chosen the ones which we felt were having maximum DALYs or mortality, and we decided, okay, fine, let's pick 8 of them. So as a couple of you must be aware that in 2012, there was a London Declaration which happened, and there were few diseases which were prioritized among these 21 as well. So that is one. The second is that through the foundation and through other groups, people from these companies, pharma companies, they also came together. So CEOs Roundtable was a mechanism which was brought in, and where the commitments about donation of drugs or other type of things were brought in. Foundation chose those diseases which were very much prevalent in the sub-Saharan Africa and some part of Southeast Asia. So for India, if we talk about, we had visceral leishmaniasis is one of the areas where Gates Foundation started working, like more than 1.5 decades past, and now lymphatic filariasis is the second one. Having said that, there are more diseases which we are working, so onchocerciasis, schistosomiasis, trachoma, guinea worm. So we have 8 diseases which we are working in other geographies. Now in terms of what exactly is to be done for a specific disease, financing is one mechanism, but what is to be done? That is a big question. So for example, if you don't have surveillance, how do you know what is the burden of disease? And for the surveillance system, you need to have something to measure, whether it's a diagnostics, which type of diagnostics are we talking about? Is it a rapid diagnostic? Is it a point of care diagnostic? Or is it a diagnostic only kept at the higher level? So we started funding the part on diagnostics, where we feel that we don't have optimal diagnostics. So that was one part. Sometimes diagnostics are, led by one manufacturer globally. So what happens? That manufacturer can control everything, whether it's price, whether it's the number of items they produce. So we diversified to bring in more players that can we develop more diagnostics, and especially countries like India, where the cost also comes down. So one was developing as well as making the cost less. So that is one. Second, there are diseases which are meant for eradication, like guinea worm. So guinea worm, overall the world, more or less it's gone. But there are few areas where it was really there. Like one place in Africa, it was there. And beyond human, it was found in dogs. Then it was found in baboons. So the whole science had to be invested. That okay, if humans we are taking care of, but if dogs are happy, they will come back. Dogs were also taken care of. These baboons are having, again it will come back. So we invested in science to figure out that. Third is about vector. So for example, there are diseases like, human African trypanosomiasis, onchocerciasis, like where vectors are there and they are having their presence. So some algorithm-based AI has been developed, because you cannot send entomologists in all part of the world. But if you develop algorithm and if you can figure out, okay, this geography, this climate, this presence, you will have disease. So that we invested. Next was about the therapies. So for example, for lymphatic filariasis, we had double drug therapy in the past. Then science was brought in, ivermectin was added, and it was found that it is more effective as compared to 2-drug therapy. So we invested in that as well. Finally, we are also investing in implementation in few places, like not in every place. So in India, we are working on lymphatic filariasis and visceral leishmaniasis to ensure it reaches to the desired goal. And we are also trying to work very closely with ICMR and the national program so that it is sustained by the government. I'll stop here.
Great, thank you very much. This was sort of the first theme that we wanted to cover in this panel, to talk about the scope of NTDs. And at this point, I'd like to take maybe a question or two from the audience if you have one. Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aziza. I am from Yemen. I am a WHO scholar. I just wanted to ask something related to drug donations, as you mentioned, some of the drug donations. Yemen is suffering from leishmaniasis. And when I came to do some research recently, to do a research proposal, I came into a point that is like an ending point that there is no one supporting leishmaniasis drugs availability in Yemen. They are not available and they are very expensive to handle. And my country has been going through a conflict for 10 years now. So it's very hard for them to provide normal medicines, imagine leishmaniasis medicines. So what interventions can be done regarding this situation? Thank you.
So that's actually, it links very well to what we were going to discuss next, which was about innovative strategies for control and access.
Can I answer this question?
Sure, so please go ahead.
So thank you, madam. Thank you for asking this important question. In fact, there was a meeting which happened like one and a half year back. So East Africa has visceral leishmaniasis, 7 countries are there, and Yemen on this part. So these 8 make a like cluster of countries where visceral leishmaniasis is present. Now, in terms of the issues what you raised, actually because of the conflict, supply of drugs got hampered. So what happened, WHO headquarters and the WHO EMRO office, they actually came together, and there was a meeting which happened in Kenya. And in that meeting, it was decided that those organizations which can work in such scenarios, like for example, MSF at places they are allowed. They can come and they can have clinics, etc. So MSF was brought in. Then other organizations like End Fund, they also said we also have local partners. So that discussion is happening, and WHO headquarter happens to be a receiver of the drugs or diagnostics, and it will be flown through WHO channel through to MSF and other NGOs. So that is the planning which is happening as of now.
Yeah. I just want to quickly add some points to you. I mean, of course, cutaneous leishmaniasis is also one of the major causes. Leishmania tropica and Leishmania major, especially in Yemen, Syria, and in the Middle East per se. A lot of morbidity with a lot of scars which takes years to heal. Then the scars you get from an accident will heal in 6 months, whereas it takes like more than 2 years. The reason being is that the macrophages, which has the parasite because of the pro-mastigotes to amastigotes, so this is in circulation per se. Of course, those drugs what are being used at this stage are completely old for more than decades, toxic very much, and miltefosine is being used. But there is also a new drug which is right now in pipeline with phase 2A, 3B, which we are working on. It is called olylpaspocolin. So this is a new drug which is being tested in patients as a phase 1A trial in Burkina Faso and Madagascar per se. Thank you.
Great. So, as I said, this links well to what we were going to discuss in terms of innovative therapies, drugs, vaccines, and what's happening in that space. And I would now like to sort of talk a bit about the challenges in dealing with NTDs. So, of course, one is, we're aware why they're neglected. Pharmaceutical R&D is very low. As you mentioned, the drugs are really, really old, and there's no innovation happening in that space. So that's one challenge. But given that that's the situation and companies are not willing to invest in R&D for neglected diseases, what other strategies do we have? For example, vector control strategies, other preventive strategies that we have. And Dr. Rahi, you can speak from your experience in India in what's going on there.
So you raised 2 points. What are the challenges in entities besides poor funding? And what are the strategies which we are using for control and elimination of the entities? So the challenges are several. We can have a whole day meeting on the challenges, what we have in controlling these diseases. Again, they are neglected because they're happening in the developing countries and the poorer nations. And the people who are getting affected in those countries also are the poorer ones, the most vulnerable and the marginalized people from the society. So when I say these are not the cliche sentences, but they are the reality, they won't have the money to get medical care in time, get diagnosis, and they will be the people who will not be able to afford even, they are daily wages or people who just do some labor work. They will not be able to afford to take out time from their everyday livelihood exercise to spend on their health. Health is a luxury for the people who are really truly affected by these diseases, especially what like we are now the 3 diseases are in elimination mode in India. Malaria is not counted as NTD, but again it affects poor people very disproportionately. Visceral leishmaniasis and lymphatic filariasis. So the challenges for this kind of a society and this people is extremely very different from what, dengue also is an NTD. But dengue has a different challenge being concentrated in urban areas. Dengue is kind of an equalizer. It will affect anybody, rich or poor. No disease will see rich and poor. But if you see the way other entities are, the spread by vectors, leishmaniasis typically happens with bite of a sandfly. Where is sandfly? Where there is a poor housing, where there is organic matter like, all these sandflies are breeding. Where is lymphatic filariasis happening? It is happening where Culex mosquito is biting. And that mosquito is biting because it's breeding in dirty water. So these are typically shanties or the places which they don't have good surrounding or good housing. So environmentally also, disproportionately, it is affecting the people who are the most impoverished ones. They will not have access to the healthcare. They won't have access to the expensive medicines or expensive diagnostic. They won't even have understanding or knowledge about the disease. So they'll be attacked on multiple fronts from their own ignorance, from lack of access and everything. Challenges for the government is because it's such a huge population, especially a country like India, where the baseline population is 1.4 billion, and these huge populous states get affected. The challenge for the national program is to reach out to these people, to make the diagnostic available at that scale. So the countries like India, the scale of the issue is problem in itself. And then vector control, as you said, what are the strategies to overcome? Strategies for any public health program is like early diagnosis and prompt treatment. For that, you should have a good surveillance mechanism, a good surveillance system in place. But are we keeping up the surveillance system modern and digital to deal with the problems? There are efforts. National program, Dr. Rinko is here with me. So their national program is making the platforms digital. They have brought in a program called IHIP, Integrated Health Disease Platform. So all the diseases are on the national database. They're trying to onboard maximum diseases. And there is also a talk about real-time transfer of the data, real-time monitoring and analysis. So this will inform about the new places or where the disease is happening in real time. And the data will be transferred in real time so that action and decision making also can be done based on the data-driven evidence. So modernization of the surveillance mechanism, vector control tools need to be in place. Innovation is required in vector control tools also. We keep on harping on indoor residual spray and long-lasting insecticide nets for malaria. What about lymphatic filariasis? There is no specific tool. Now we are talking about vector control in LF. We are talking about IVM. We are talking about bringing in larval source management of environmental conditions, modifications. It's going to be a long game to bring truly the vector control in the conversation for LF. For dengue is an NTD. It's being talked about a lot because dengue is everywhere globally. It's affecting the European countries and the developed nations also. Just now today's report is there, Oxitec genetically modified mosquitoes have been released in US because it is affecting dengue. I mean, dengue is affecting the developed countries also. Of course, developing countries, again, disproportionately, if you see the mortality, it's going to be higher in the developing countries. So, I mean, I love the word equity. Is this really happening? And all of us need to make efforts to bring that equitable distribution to the core of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just talking about, who the vulnerable people are and the nature of the disease, I remember, Dr. Ghosh, you mentioned on one of our previous calls that there's a stigma associated as well with NDs and because of the recurring nature of the disease. And could you talk a bit more about the socioeconomic sort of inequity in how neglected diseases affect people?
Yes. First of all, I think that, once again, I would like to reiterate what I said. And I think Dr. Manjurahi really very brilliantly summarized the challenges. But one of the things that we will have to remember is that all of these evidences that we talk about, they're evolving. So we will have to put in a very strong research in order to understand the evolving challenges and based on that find the solutions. Now, when we talk about the socioeconomic patterns that we see, there is a lot of shift that is happening there too. India is truly moving towards Vikshit Bharat. There are lots of interventions that the governments are taking in order for upliftment of certain sections of the people who are lagging behind. So therefore, we really need to look at the whole issue about the growing urbanization that is happening, the different kinds of livelihoods that are being taken up, and based on that, the various kinds of socioeconomic changes that are happening, the various kinds of socio-behavioral practices that are cropping up from a shift to a very strong rural kind of livelihood to an urban, semi-urban livelihood, the disruptions in the whole social fabric that is happening. And therefore, I think, when we talk about this, and we know this, that this is a very vicious cycle about disease, the poverty, and the spending that goes with it, resulting in extreme poverty. And therefore, I think one of the things that we will have to look at is that the various kinds of schemes that are there today in order to support the vulnerable population, the socioeconomically weaker population, those need to be fully utilized. There is a lot of underutilization of those because of the awareness issue, because of the access issues to them. So there is one thing that we will have to work on is to ensure that there is good utilization of the various kinds of initiatives that are there in the public sector. There are various kinds of novel financing mechanisms that are today available in order for supporting some of the socioeconomically weaker sections. So what I wanted to say is that the vulnerability now needs to be really defined in terms of the newer context and the newer evidences that are coming up.
Great. Thank you so much. I would pose that question to you, to both of you as well. So, Dr. Veeravan, what are the specific challenges and innovative strategies, control strategies that you can think of?
I was listening to Dr. Manju Rahi. She was mentioning very clearly. So we are in a state, as we put it now, as like there is a lot of motion without movement, which does mean, in a sense, that there is a lot of bureaucratic and political pledges are happening, which in turn reflects in terms of multiple activities and strategic activities, but has a very little or no tangible impact back in the community, which means what are the indicators we are talking about? As you have rightly said, unless you don't test, we do not know. Unless we don't test, we cannot know whether we can control or eliminate or eradicate. So we have systematic approach per se. And also in terms of financing, India in GDP is like $2.7 trillion, spending 3.3% of the GDP for healthcare, compared to Germany, which has like 4.7 trillion GDP per year, spending 12.6% for healthcare. US 14 trillion, spending, no, 20 trillion, spending 14.76%. China, which is like 8 trillion, spending more than 7.16% of GDP in healthcare. So which means there is a problem which everyone acknowledge here, but rather these local problems should have local solutions, which also means that we need local leadership. So this is one particular channel. We have to break down, or we have to stop the, what we call this as the donor role, donor recipient role. Yeah? So we need to take a scientific leadership in this landscape because we have shared ecosystems. Yeah? We have shared countries, similar climate system, climate perspective, it's the same, Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, we are all in the tropics. So we have the similar problem. So we need a South-South collaboration or a global South collaboration. And this challenge, this will be by far, it's a challenge. And I would say this is like indispensable and inevitable. Either we do it now or this will happen. Thank you.
So, I think colleagues have really spoken about very nicely in terms of challenges. I would like to divide into supply side challenges and demand side challenges. So entities are like multiple diseases, although they are clubbed under one umbrella. But when we see the global health, plan, the WHO plan for entities, we have eradication, elimination as a public health problem, and control. So we have 4 sections. Now, if we see eradication, I think many countries have done good job, whether it is Guinea worm or yours. They have actually achieved eradication. On elimination, if we go, there are countries which have reached a lot of good progress, like leprosy. Leprosy in most of the areas has gone down. Even India reached elimination target, which was a national target, which was a blunder, I would call it. But I'm glad to say that Government of India is actually working on that, because we are getting a lot of adults and new leprosy patients. So that is second. On elimination as a public health problem, I think we need to understand what the meaning of this indicator is. When we say elimination as a public health problem, we are agreeing that this number is there, which will definitely happen. If the number goes beyond that threshold, then we say there is a problem. Why I am raising this point? That we have not solved for interruption of transmission. We have only solved for control at a level where we say it's not a public health problem. Therefore, thinking has to continue. Visceral leishmaniasis, lymphatic filariasis, scabies, rabies, we call all these things, we all are elimination as a public health problem. That control, soil transmitted health means dengue, etc. So supply side challenges, maybe starting from financing, but I will keep financing later. I will take what point was that advocacy. Do our leaders really know what is the burden of disease of any NTD? Point number 1. Point number 2, how often are we showing that into equity angle? NTDs are mostly focal diseases. As rightly mentioned by colleagues, socioeconomically poorer population, having housing which is not good, having sanitation which is not good, drinking water not, all WASH parameters. So immediately if we want to target, we can do a mapping, a wonderful exercise, and we will know the pockets. So are we discussing that at the right level? Second point is, if it is there, why? Is it just because of the people who are poor, or is it because there are climatic factors, water table is high, lot of rain happens, there is a high probability, or are there some third factors which are causing that? For example, health system is providing the services and there is a sort of lack of awareness or refusal in accepting the services. One very good example is lymphatic filariasis. Mass drug administration means the local healthcare worker is reaching to the household, providing free of cost, world-class medicines. But community is not fully aware, therefore they are refusing of taking that. Vector control. Everybody understands mosquitoes are breeding in stagnant water. How many people are ensuring that I will not throw polythene which will block the drain, which will create stagnation? So that knowledge part is equally not happening. The second part of the knowledge is, who else is talking about it? Is it only the science people, the program people, or is media also talking about it? Is film industry also talking about it? Are the serials also talking about it? Unless it entered into that normal discussion, it won't happen. How much is our youth aware about it? Youth has no clue about this, what it's all about. So therefore I would say, the second part, which is demand generation and awareness sharing, it may not require a lot of money, but it requires a strategy, it requires intention, and it requires a follow-up on that. So I think many of these things have been taken care of. We have promising examples. Sri Lanka, neither LF is there, not VL is there, even malaria has been taken care of. Bangladesh, they have taken care of VL, LF also they have reached to the level. Nepal, they have reduced a lot. So even in South Asia, there are countries. Malaysia has taken care of, Thailand has taken care of. So point here is, if political leadership from supply side is there, and good awareness is in the community, I think NTDs can also be taken care of in a better way. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Those were excellent points. And that brings me to sort of the next part of this session, the next theme, which is, again, as you mentioned financing the last, and I'd like to touch on that. So just to give you some key stats on this, we recently wrote a chapter, so we were doing some analysis on this. Between 2015 to 2018, spending in R&D for neglected diseases amounted to about $17.9 billion US. which looks like it's a lot, but it's actually only 2.7% of global pharmaceutical R&D spending. And remember, the burden of neglected disease is about 19%, right? So in proportion to the burden, the spending on R&D is very, very low. And the three most common sources of funding for NDs come from the industry, philanthropy, so like the Gates Foundation, for instance, and a large amount comes from public sources. So between 2007 to 2019, public and philanthropic sources accounted for more than 70% and 20% of total expenditure on NDs, and the industry accounted only for 10%. The reasons why the industry spends so little on R&D for NDs is very obvious. It's to do with market forces, it's to do with profitability. So investing in R&Ds, in financing of NDs is challenging itself. And what I would like to know from the panelists over here is, do you see a lot of duplication of efforts, not just within a country, so different organizations within the country trying to do the same thing and there's no collaboration, but also across borders where there are multiple institutes across countries trying to do the same thing and there's no discussion, there's no collaboration, there's no knowledge sharing happening at all? And Dr. Rahi, maybe you can start.
Very pertinent points, and I have thought about and discussed, and we have held many discourses on the same issue at ICMR. I'll just quickly come to those. But first, you mentioned about GDP India is spending upon, and that's, again, it comes all out to money. That's true. I have also written in my multiple papers, India is spending a little less fraction than desired, but there is always 5-year plans. We plan to increase the funding from the government health system as well. I'll just give a quick figure to it. India invested 26 million per year from 2008 to 2015, and that was actually increased to $72 million per year in 2017. India became the 4th largest public funder globally to invest in NTDs. So we are taking our baby steps, or whatever steps we call them. And I just got stats from ICMR, National One Health Mission. There's an investment of $46 million for 5 years. So these are substantial investments, and they go a long way in developing these R&D tools and vector control tools and other things. Coming back to your question of, is there duplication, or the efforts are not being, communicated to one country to another to prevent, or there is a total disconnect between pharma sector and, let's say, academics. Couple of years ago at ICMR, I was at the helm of affairs at that time, we did an effort to bring together academic institutes and pharmaceutical companies. What happens, a professor or a hardcore scientist is developing a diagnostic or some drug molecule in his lab. He's very happy with the work he's doing, publishing it, and it finishes off. Okay, R&D company, their primary work, pharmaceutical company have a strong R&D, they don't know what the scientist is doing in the lab. So we made a platform for their crosstalk. R&D company and academic institute should come together and discuss. A scientist from ICMR or from CDRI, we don't have the bandwidth to commercialize the product. And that's not our job also. So there has to be a crosstalk on same platform of these multiple such kind of partners. So we, from ICMR, we made these efforts, and there are now several platforms from Department of Health Research, DHR, Tech Mitra is there one, Patent Mitra is there one. So you can see everything online now. So things are being taken up from that light. Again, coming to your point of duplication and of not sharing things, I think it's a very valid point, and that discourse also is changing, at least in government circle. I'm a big proponent of it, that if anybody anywhere in the world is developing an effective tool, let's get that to India and use it. Rather than becoming, of course we can do on our own some stuff. We may not have the technology, we may not have that kind of advanced technology, advanced tools, or money for that. If somebody is developing it, let's test it in India and let's get it. And I think COVID again is the best example. Most of the India was using Covishield as a vaccine. We had our own indigenous vaccine also, which was also being used. We didn't shy away from using those vaccines. I think it's all, now globally we should see ourselves as one. Wherever any tool is being developed, let's bring it to the other country. But again, the pharma companies and R&D companies should also think about rationalizing the price of the technology or the product. I mean, countries which are suffering from NTDs are not the richer nations. we will not be able to afford that kind of a price. So that kind of a philanthropic view or that kind of a noble view has to be taken by these companies. And here comes the role of the agencies which acts as bridges. I would say Gates Foundation is that bridge. There would be other agencies. Global Fund is another bridge, which brings out the advanced technologies or products to the developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but you mentioned an AI tool that you've developed, so I hope you have plans to share that with everyone for this. I'll come back to that. But Dr. Ghosh, as in your role as a senior advisor to the Public Health Foundation of India and other organizations, do you come across this issue of translating research into policy action, which is what Dr. Rahi alluded to? So we have sometimes the evidence, but we aren't able to get that across in terms of policy action.
Absolutely. But I think, one of the things that we really need to focus on is about the institutionalization part. How do we institutionalize the knowledge, the resources within countries, within regions? We have had wonderful examples in the past from other much bigger public health problems that we have had to deal. For example, for the smallpox eradication, for the polio eradication initiatives, where we had to work cross-border in order to address this issue. So I think that evidence to policy happens only when the evidence is relevant, when we back it up with relevant data. And I just want to keep the theme of my conversation in this relevant by saying again and again what I said, is that we will have to look at the emerging challenges that we have. We really need to ensure that we institutionalize the resources, the learnings that we have that can be shared. And I think a very important point that Dr. Manju Rahi brought up, that we will have to ensure that regional and domestic kind of funding and resources available in order for the countries to take up. We did see during the COVID, because we just now discussed about COVID, one of the obvious challenges was that this was a unique challenge that we had. There was an urgent solution that we had to find. This was a universal problem. But the biggest frustration that was there was how we certainly left out certain vulnerable populations from acquiring that resources in time. Yesterday we had a long conversation on this, and in fact, the principal scientific advisor, Professor Sood, was there in one of the meetings, and he was speaking about it, that it is very, very important for us to ensure that there is equitable distribution of resources. Otherwise, all the interventions that we do will ultimately end up benefiting a certain section of the population. We will have to ensure, and this can only happen if the countries collectively step up and ensure that their domestic priorities are addressed with domestic resources. Africa is learning it. India has learnt it very well. Today, in terms of any vaccine-preventable diseases, India is the leader. We supply 70% of the global vaccines. And therefore, and when COVID happened, India stepped up not only to fulfill its own country's demands, but for other countries which were being neglected. Our Vaccine Maitri program was such a successful program. I just wanted to again and again state that for our diseases, for our priorities, we will have to stand up as a country, as a region, and ensure that the resources are available, they're institutionalized, and we are working on emerging evidences in order to fuel the policy that we would like to make.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Since we're talking about collaboration and knowledge sharing, and the title is Beyond Borders, we would also like to touch upon cross-border partnerships and improving regional capacity, global capacity to deal with NTDs. So, as you mentioned, dengue also occurs in Germany. We've seen cases over there as well, sometimes brought in by tourists, for example, right? So this is not a problem that is exclusively a problem for the global south or low-income countries. It can affect HICs, given climate change, migration patterns, and so on. This can become a problem eventually in those high-income countries as well. So isn't it necessary that they should participate equally in dealing with NDs, besides just funding, not just funding, but also in sharing tools, for example, if they've got sharing capacity and so on. So Dr. Velavan, you work in Germany as well. I'm there as well. And, you know, we talk about Indo-German partnership, India-German partnerships all the time. So can you share examples of where this has happened in the ND space, or the best practices and the pros and cons of these collaborations?
Thank you. I just also want to touch on the previous topic a bit from my perspective. I mean, we are talking more about India. We need unity of purpose. So this is what is lacking. Every country has its own unique domain in terms of capacities. Obviously, that's absolutely right that we need to bring inter and multidisciplinary capacities, because everyone has the capacity, but how best to bring these capacities together in the framework of a regulation. As you know from COVID, the vaccines are there, but getting an EMA, the European Medicine Agencies, and FDA approval, it takes a lot of dossier and things to do. You know, like we can use it in India, but we cannot sell it outside India to Europe or so. You know, this is also a problem that we need some local governance or regional governance or regional leadership to tackle these regional issues per se. As rightly said, like the Mekong Malaria Control Elimination Program is one good example of Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam working together in harmony for now the elimination of malaria is there. There's just less than 200 cases in Vietnam for last year. So these collaborative pathways are very, very important in terms of any kind of elimination programs per se. And in terms of, as you have asked, the collaborative pathways, but also equally in Germany, of course, we know that the neglected tropical diseases, some of the vector-borne diseases, or even causing autochthonous cases, which means homegrown cases. As I could say, we have recently put up a review article as well in this. We can clearly indicate from ECDC, European Clinical Diagnostic Control, we can clearly see from this data that it has dengue cases has rise tenfold high from 2018 to 2023. There were only Italian or the Mediterranean basis was more in terms of vectors, but also possible cases. But now we have France, Spain, and Italy because of what? Climate change. Because the rising temperatures is happening, which increases the breeding capacities of these vectors, which means you have this burden of dengue. Earlier, it used to be only cases we treat at the travelers hospital, like in our clinics downstairs, who go and come back from Thailand, come back with dengue, serotype 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then there's no treatment. As we speak for dengue, there's no treatment. There is vaccines available. There are most prioritized for travelers, because we have a lot of secondary infections in our country. And also, the burden of hospitals, because as Germany, we also work in Asia, especially in Vietnam. We have this Vietnamese German Center for Medical Research. We are plentiful of dengue cases during an outbreak season. We don't have enough beds even to treat these patients. Whereas the burden is also from the hospital side, from the patient perspective, from the insurance perspective, from the population perspective. And we are doing a couple of studies to see which patient has to be admitted, which patient has not to be admitted, irrespective of age, time of presentation of the disease, days of fever, primary or secondary infection based on biochemical parameters, and so on and so forth. Because we also need to learn all these things for the global north, because this will come up sooner or later at some time point. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tripathi, would you like to add something in terms of international collaborations that the foundation is trying to forge?
So I think this is the need of the hour, collaboration. Because unless we have platforms which are agnostic of countries, agnostic of, bodies, whether it's pharma body or academic institutions, we have to bring, and the most important thing to share is knowledge. Knowledge can be in the form of, even the burden of disease. Like if we know in a global meeting that, okay, this is a pocket where the problem is, very much, there will be people sitting in the audience who will come up and ask, can I do something for you guys? So knowledge of first burden of disease. The second, knowledge about availability of solutions. It can be diagnostics, as you rightly mentioned. It can be drugs. It can be vaccines. So if the supply and demand gets bridged properly by knowledge, at least people will be aware that, okay, something like that is happening over there. And one good example I will give you between Germany and Indian government partnership. So we have Dr. Mithali Chatterjee sitting here. She is professor and head from Postgraduate Medical College from Kolkata. She is in partnership with University of Leipzig. And University of Leipzig, they had developed a small mobile suitcase lab, which was used for last mile diagnostics. And they had an assay which both Government of India and Government of Germany jointly developed for visceral leishmaniasis diagnosis. Now, it came up as a partnership between the government. Now, it was like proof of concept was done, but we wanted to have more patients to be brought in. And then Gates Foundation joins hand, and we worked with both Dr. Mithali and Dr. Ahmed there. And now we have more patients where we have tested this. Tomorrow, program may and ICMR may validate it, and it will be in the program. So that partnership is important. Similarly, partnership for futuristic vision. Like if an academic institution professor comes up with a solution, okay, I have developed this particular model or molecule. Immediately, we have to bring in the right pharma partners that see this is available. Would you like to try this? So we have done in diagnostics. So one way of making this is like grand challenges. So what happens? We have international grand challenges. We also have country-specific grand challenges. One example of India is that we work with Department of Biotechnology, and we have brought up grand challenges for lymphatic fibrosis diagnosis and other things as well. In that, we have program people, we have ICMR people who review the proposals, and the people who are submitting are academic institutions, ICMR bodies, pharma companies. So that's also very helpful. The next thing is about providing resources. So at a global level, places like World Bank, ADBs, Global Fund, some part of money is placed there, Gavi is for vaccines, which can be utilized by respective academic or pharma companies to come up with a mechanism. The only bottom line is that any pharma company, when they sign up and they accept anything available, there has to be a cost consultation. That this should not be something which is too highly priced, that the equity angle is not taken care of. So partnerships between academic institutions is most important. Partnership between the research institutions is second most important. And partnership between the implementing partners is equally important. Because if India and Nepal are doing MDAs, assuming one country does, second country doesn't do it, what happens? The transmission will go to other place. It will come back. So visceral leishmaniasis has been a very nice example where Bangladesh, Nepal, India, the ministers signed up a joint memorandum of understanding, even Bhutan and Thailand. And they work together, and today we are reaching towards that angle. Now, knowledge sharing can be of multiple types. One can be we have a platform, website where everybody uploads the content. Second can be, we have many meetings like ASTM, which happens in US, Canada. We have consultation which is happening today here. If we can send and do some sort of support the scientists to those meetings, like some fellowships, some travel support, if we can provide that, those people can represent, they can learn and they can come back, or they can also share over there. So all these things are something which we are doing. We had a very nice fellowship for female scientists in Africa. So foundation announced with WHO that we will select 12 scientists per year, and those scientists will be sent to US or UK for higher education, and they will come back and they will work. So I think there are multiple avenues and examples available, and this is the time for collaboration, obviously. Yeah, thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. We have about 20 minutes left, and I want to open up the floor to the audience as well. But we have one last theme remaining, and I'd like to cover that because that's important. There are lots of emerging challenges. The global landscape is changing. So think about the recent funding cuts announced, for the US AAID. The US consistently ranked as the top funder, funding on average 65% of the total spending between 2007 and 2019 for NDs. European Union funds about 3% as well. Now, given these announcements and funding cuts, what does that mean for ND financing, for ND research, and how is that going to affect neglected diseases, the landscape itself? And I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. So, which also brings in, the topic of collaborations. Will we be able to collaborate with these global entities going forward? So what does that mean? Dr. Ghosh, I'd like to take your view on that first.
Thank you. I'll be very, very brief on this. I'm just back from a conference in Africa where various agencies who are working in Africa have come together in order to build their resilience in the face of this crisis that has suddenly, erupted. One of the message was very, very clear that there is a perception like agencies are being impacted, the employees are being, laid off and all of that. But the ones who are most affected are the vulnerable communities because of this. We really need to understand that this is not about organizations' viability. It is not about the people losing their job or, grants going away. It is that the treatment which was being provided at the last mile, at the last house to the most vulnerable population, that is being disrupted. The sufferer is ultimately the community. So if we do not understand that, then I believe all the exercises that we'll do will remain futile. But what I do want to say, I come back very hopeful from Africa, because in Africa the agencies have understood that this is a problem that might go away actually in a couple of years, but may come back. So therefore it is very, very important to not only build resilient health systems, but also develop resilient financing mechanisms where countries can stand up and do things on their own based on their own priorities.
Dr. Rahi.
I think very rightly said, sir. We have to build up resilient financing systems in each country. And the current crisis, yes, it will impact many of the countries and especially the research landscape, because the funding agencies were like majorly funding entities for research in US, which have affected the research, the resource scenario here in India also. But as you rightly said, the most vulnerable will be the most badly hit. There's another thought that no country should feel that they are isolated from the world. If diseases or infections bounce back or come back in Africa or other poorer nations, it's going to affect everybody in the world. Monkeypox, doesn't it go from Africa, from those countries to America or to other developed countries? It will go. So it's a narrow view if you think that only that particular country will be badly hit. It's going to affect sooner or later other countries also. That is why there is very much need to have alternatives, to have some parallel system to continue the support of these countries, these organizations, which were working primarily for the good of the world, good of those people, and to work towards these diseases. And resilient systems to overcome these challenges would be needed in the long run. There needs much more conversation and thought on that, and I think the efforts have already started. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tripathi, I asked you the same question because, funding cuts by major donors, the Gates Foundation also funds these activities. Is the foundation going to step up its role, or how is the foundation thinking about this?
So I think, any family foundation has limitations, and nobody can match the funding what a big country like, US had been doing in the past. The problem is not only one country stopping. The problem is that many countries are following that. That's a bigger problem for like us, all of us. Like Europe, many countries have taken back. They are not funding on NTDs or even other diseases as well. So a problem is there. We understand, and I think everybody has now understood that countries, societies, people will have to stand up and they will have to think, what can I contribute locally? At the same time, there is opportunity for more countries which can perhaps step up and say, okay, I may not be able to pay too much money in dollars, but I can provide you human resource, I can provide you technical knowledge, I can provide you low-cost diagnostics, drugs, vaccines. That opportunity is coming up. And I think countries like India are stepping up and should step up. There are many countries which are also coming in, like Middle East countries. Middle East is coming up, UAE is coming up, Abu Dhabi, they are signing up, they are adding money in Gavi and etc. There are countries like Japan. They are also ready. They are saying, okay, fine, if the problem is there, we are going. Because this problem as of now is grave because it happened suddenly. There was no reaction time available and it was cut. But this particular time is for reflection. This is the time for measurement. This is the time to identify, okay, what is required moving forward. And perhaps this is a time when people and the countries are going to develop their own plans. They may be slow in achieving the target. They may not follow WHO or global targets of next through 2030 or etc. But perhaps they will develop systems which will ensure that even if they reach by 2035 or 2040, it will be more stable, more domestically driven. So that opportunity is coming up. I think the local philanthropic sector is something which we should think about. And India is one of the exemplars where they have a rule of 2% of CSR profit you have to spend on these type of topics. Now, the problem is that if there are, say, 5 companies sitting here, they have, say, 100, a million profit, they have money to put, but they don't talk to anybody. Then what happens? That money is available and that may go in an area which is not strategic, which is not impactful. Their tick box is there that yes, we have spent money on the philanthropic cause. I think there is a need to align and bring them and educate them. If we can tell them that, well, friends, this is the country, this is the region, this is the world, these are the key problems we are encountering, and these are the low-hanging fruits, these are the upstream challenges we are having. Can you guys come up and join hands? I think that partnership has potential. And we as Gates Foundation do work on philanthropic pledge, and we have found most of the organizations or individuals do want to come up. We have developed platforms where philanthropies have signed up, but it is still like very small as compared to the whole, scope and the ecosystem. If we all try to develop that model, and if we start sharing the challenges with the right decision makers, there is no reason why we will not be able to manage some things. But moving forward, I think domestic and individual countries will definitely step up, and we need to support wherever we should do that, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Velavan. Has that affected your research in any way?
Well, I'll keep it, try to be short, of course. So the best thing is we have to get rid of this donor-recipient mode, because we are primed in a way to receive, and spend. Each country has foreign offices. Each of the foreign offices has different target for different countries where I should invest, so which means foreign funds. So these foreign funds are the money which are dedicatedly used for financing in different perspectives. Let's say Europe wants to invest mostly in sub-Saharan Africa. US wants to do mostly in Asia because they have their strategic role in terms of this. Because of the current ongoing crisis in Ukraine, and so many of these funds are touched, or basically these funds from the foreign funds. And as we speak, for WHO, the first largest giver is BMGF 2023. Germany is the second largest giver in 2023 as well. And equally, many of the programs, such as the HIV programs for treatment and so, were all being compromised because of the current scenario, what's happening in the US aid policies. And equally, other new stakeholders are also equally emerging from the ASEAN member states. Equally, the Gulf countries, GCC Council, I'll be in next month in another meeting, GCC, along with China. China is also putting a lot of, I'm sorry, I mean, this is the problem, because China is a success story which the West fails to accept. But this is, new players are emerging, new players are coming in there. So these are possible potential places where we could count on and utilize and use their experiences and expertises, not only to bring global funding for the region, for the people in a local context. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We have about 10 minutes now, and I think I'd like to open up the floor to the audience to ask questions, or if you have any comments on what has been discussed so far in this panel, please raise your hands. The lady at the back in the green.
We did have a wonderful success story of bringing together what started as an academic collaboration. The Department of Science and Technology funded us, and on the other end, DARD funded the University of Leipzig, and that's where we made a humble beginning, and we are continuing to work forward. But I think what we also need to, when we talk about global equity, we also need to understand the psychology of the academician and the psychology of the pharmaceutical industry. We as academicians, we're very inhibited, and we need to, we need to have ways and means by which we can actually be supported. We often don't understand the value of our work. We just do a research project, we get 3 good publications, you get 2 good PhDs, and you say, wow, I've done a wonderful job. But we need to have ways by which working on a disease which is relevant to us, it's not neglected as far as we are concerned, at least as far as priority in terms of the number of people. So we need to have a mechanism by which, we need to sort of make people understand that working on neglected tropical diseases is actually something we should feel very fortunate about, because we have the technology and we have the clinical access that we have. People who are working in the West have the technology and they come to us. So we need to, join hands or realize what are our strengths. The other comment that I wanted to make, which Dr. Bhupendra brought up very rightly, is sharing of knowledge, is, building up repositories. So neglected tropical diseases, if you work on something like mycetoma, you work on something like post-Kala-azar dermal leishmaniasis, the numbers are coming down. So can we have ways by which, there are repositories where the clinical material can be kept? So if you want to know what are the number of cases, what did they come up with, because then we can develop digital apps based on, the clinical material that we get. We can think of, new diagnostics based on the thing. So this is something that I'll tell you, academicians think that, just having a data repository, there's no rocket science in it. But if people get funded for it, then people will say, okay, I will do it. Whether ICMR does it, I'm looking at Dr. Manju for this, is that, if ICMR also made a policy decision that the clinical material, it's done in the West, the National Institute of Health maintains all the clinical trials that are done, which are funded by the NIH. All their material is available. So, if we could have something like this for neglected tropical diseases. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. That was a great point. And I'd like to add, this is often what we observe in pharmaceutical R&D for NDs. IP appropriability is a major issue in terms of how knowledge is being shared across pharmaceutical firms, and they don't really do that. Obviously, again, for market reasons. But excellent points. Do we have another question here? We have two, and we'll come back to you.
Okay, my name is Rifka. I am a TDR scholar from Yemen. TDR is tropical disease research, belongs to WHO. This is we have more than 8 countries. Main topic for us is tropical diseases, especially neglected tropical diseases besides TB and HIV. So the idea of this is to do an implementation research as an innovative approach to. There is an existing programs for this all the countries for these neglected tropical diseases, but there is many gaps and challenges. So the implementation research approach is to find these gaps, barriers, and to find resources and to find solutions to cover these gaps. What we noticed is that, okay, we have these programs. For the funds, the shortage of funds is everywhere now because of the recent US decisions. What I want to ask about, there is a research gap in my country. It is not only applying the knowledge. We have basic research is not well covered. Research needs funding, and because Yemen is a low resource funding country and still under conflict since 10 years. So I want if I can get an information if there is any funding agencies for researches, because if you don't have evidence-based knowledge, how come that we are going to apply this in the ground? This is my question.
Thank you so much. Who would like to address? I remember Dr. Ghosh, you mentioned in our conversation earlier that evidence is what we need. We don't have enough of it.
Absolutely. So one of the things that I would say is that neglected tropical diseases or any infectious disease, it's not limited within the borders of one country. So one of the things that would be is that this is a cross-border problem. So therefore, I think governments surrounding Yemen, if Yemen does not have the resource, it is also a priority for the countries which are bordering, and therefore, an advocacy with those countries to make the investment in order to understand. And you are very right, if we do not get the evidence, we cannot act. So therefore, to generate this evidence in order for action would be one way that we could look at it. And obviously, there is a global funding crunch because of the certain, funding restrictions from USA and some other countries, as Dr. Bhupendra was mentioning. But the only solution can come probably from the countries which will be affected, and they have to prioritize this problem.
Thank you. Dr. Tripathi, would you like to?
So I would say that, especially for Yemen, I would call it, so what happens globally, it's a geopolitics also, that I am friend with him, I am not friend with him, it happens. And it also evolves, it changes depending upon leaders and environment. The first step should be to figure out, okay, government A, which are the, close allies of government A. And then try to approach government B that, okay, what do you have? Can we have academic partnership? You take my scientists, train them, send us back. We will manage. Or we have something as a problem. Can you come and see and help us in that? The third thing is that there will be multi-country studies also proposed by, platforms. And you can propose your problem to that forum. That, we would like to be part of this multi-country study. It can be surveillance problem searching, or it can be implementation and solving the problem. Like if a new drug and a vaccine comes in, or diagnostics comes in, they are searching for countries where they want to implement and try to see whether it works or not. You can say, can you please come to my place? We are happy to provide you the population to test and, treat. So that's the second way. The third way is to try to understand historically how other countries have tried to solve this problem. Because it may be new for the new officers, but there will be people in other parts of the country who would have faced the same problem and they would have solved the problem or perhaps tried to solve the problem. So that learning has to be brought in. And because globally, I would say, at least for NTDs I can say, wherever solutions have worked in country A, more or less they are also available for country B, except for some vectors are different and all. So I would say that you need to prioritize and categorize your problem. And because of this, you will find solutions differently. Even pharma sector may come up. They may say, okay, we have a solution, but we have not tested this solution till now. We can try that. So I would say you can have a side, discussion and we can provide you more options. But I can assure you, you will have options. Okay.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll take a last question over here then.
Sorry, this is not a question, but it's a comment. So my name is Aya. I'm the regional advisor on NTD in the WHO CRO. So maybe there are so many suggestions we can raise, but maybe one thing I want to maybe also add is that we all talk about advocacy needs for NTD in the last many years, but usually among the NTD community. So I think we have to go more outside the NTD community to sell ourselves. And we have a strength of NTD because we have so many diseases. And let's say, vaccine preventive immunization, they also have many diseases. But the difference between us and them is that their intervention is one, immunization. But us, we are so comprehensive, right? We do MDA, we do surveillance, we do case detection, we do vector control, we do One Health, even we do mental health. We are related to every function of the health system. Maybe we are the only one who touch upon every function of the health system. And there's more opportunity, now not only NTD, communicable disease is no longer attractive. We are all struggling, TB program, malaria program, HIV program. We are all struggling to get the funding. But more opportunities there outside for now pandemic fund, One Health, and health system, PHC. We need to sell ourselves how our work is contributing to strengthening pandemic preparedness, health system strengthening, PHC. We are all there, but then everybody talk as if NTD or communicable disease is outside the PHC, outside the health system. So I think we have to also diversify our advocacy message on NTD.
Great, fantastic closing point, I'd say. I think we don't just need to look within the NTD community, but reach out outside, foster meaningful collaborations with other stakeholders that may not directly be linked with NTDs, but nevertheless share the same resources in dealing with these issues. I'd like to close by quickly saying that, there's the current global order is very fragile, there are rising geopolitical tensions everywhere, human rights is under strain everywhere. We need to seriously think about how we can get together as society, how we can foster such collaborations, where NTDs have space within this, and how we can reach out to other stakeholders that are also interested in or dealing with similar issues like that. We need to think about new strategies, innovate more meaningfully, and develop partnerships and solidarity to address the NTD challenge, eventually to have an NTD-free society. So with that, I'd like to thank all the participants and the panelists. Please give them a big round of applause. I think this was a very, very insightful panel. Dr. Rai, just one second.
Wonderful discussion. I mean, I'll never talk about financing.
You did a great job. Absolutely.
Yes.
Pleasure.
Keeping the whole thing
Yes,
together.
yes, yes. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, good morning. Let me start by apologizing.
My session, next session, I have a session, one more session. Yes, yes. Group number 20. So if you want to come in,
Yeah, just really
Good afternoon.
Santino Severoni is only online, so we can remove this. We don't need it. It's only online. So we can move Poonam here. Okay. And then Rosen is also online only. So these are the only people for only 50, 70. Two people are only online. So basically, what we can use here, we can use these chairs. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Or maybe we can move one. So we do like this. Or we can do that. Basically, Stephen and so we stay in the middle, okay, and then we ask okay, and Nampi, okay, or the opposite actually. She's the last one, okay. This is the best. So I will be moderating and so it's in the middle.
sir, who is moderator?
I will be the moderator.
Okay, sir, your name?
For this session, these people are then remote, Santino remote, this is remote. So the others are here. So it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then for the other session, we are at 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. We are 4 there.
Okay, sir. One is online, 4 are present here.
Pardon?
One is online, 4 is present. Okay, okay.
It's okay like this.
It is okay,
These
no?
are the, these are the people in person. The others are only video.
Okay.
I will ask technical support to screen.
Yeah.
So at some point I will ask someone to the screen.
Yeah.
I already gave the video here. And then I will ask Tatya to screen.
The screen.
But they have the video.
Yes.
I gave it.
Yes.
Hello,
I'm
Bella.
here.
Hello.
Have we checked whether the things are all there? The presentations?
The presentation are there. I
Yeah.
think I checked the 2 videos.
Okay.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Wonderful.
So we have one now. Let's hope for the people to come.
Come. Yeah, yeah.
They
I've
say
tried
that
to.
the afternoon is always a bit more tricky.
And let me see if I can catch some more people.
Hello, Shabir. You're living now.
Dear colleagues, good morning.
Okay, where are we sitting? Okay, because I think we sit. I mean, I'm not going there, no? We sit from here.
Well, when I present,
okay.
oh yeah,
because so happy birthday. Okay, yes, why not? Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. I'm Luciano Saso. I'm a professor at Sapienza, University of Rome in Italy, and I've been involved for many years in the World Health Summit Academic Alliance, which has been called until last year M8 Alliance. So some of you maybe know the M8 Alliance is the backbone of the World Health Summit. So the World Health Summit is organized twice every year. There is one event always in Berlin in October, and then there is the so-called regional meeting. So this meeting here in Delhi is the first one in India, and is the meeting that is called again Regional World Health Summit. There were others in the past organized in different continents, in North America, in Europe, in Iran. I was among the organizers of the event in 2022 in Rome, in Italy, and really I've been really enjoying being member of this alliance, and I've been also in executive committee of the World Health Summit Academic Alliance for a few years. So today we have a session on a very important topic, the impact of climate change on migration and health. The World Health Summit Academic Alliance has been really dealing with migration and health for several years. We organize a number of events, both in person and also online, since 2017. So we have a really good tradition on this topic. For me, has been really very important, and I've been passionate about this topic because as Italian, I felt really that migration has been always neglected, especially now in Europe and in other areas of the world. Politically, is a very neglected topic, and so it's very important to continue to focus on it, to find solutions, to share possible ideas about this. And climate change, of course, is a very important topic. So last year we started to, put together the two things and see, one of the reasons of course, migration is also climate change, and it's important to talk about this. And I've been working for many years with Professor Stephen Matlin. It's been a pleasure to work with him today. And now we co-chair the commission on this topic, on the impact of climate change on migration and health. And for that, I also would like to thank very much Dr. Pooja Jha, the editor-in-chief of Lancet Regional Health Europe, for accepting our proposal. We started last year to work on this commission. We plan to actually publish this commission next year in October. You will hear later from her and from Professor Matlin more details about this, and we are very excited. We work with really a number of experts from different countries. I want to thank all of them. Some of them will be speakers in these two sessions. We have another session after this one, PD80, so I hope some of you will stay for the next session to continue to hear from us. So again, thank you to all of you for participating in this session. Also want to thank again the World Health Summit Academic Alliance for the support, also for the financial support to make this possible. And again, we're looking forward to continue to collaborating also with some of you. Please come forward if some of you is interested in this topic. We are always very open, to co-organize activities, publications together, etc. So without further ado, it's a pleasure now to leave the floor to Professor Stephen Matlin from Imperial College London, who is the co-chair of the commission, the Lancet Commission. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Luciano, and let me add my words of welcome to all of you, and thank you for coming to this, the first of two back-to-back sessions on the subject of migration and health and the impact of climate change. And when we talk about these three subjects, climate, migration and health, we're considering three systems which are individually each very complex, and the interactions between them are, of course, also extremely complex. And so it's worthwhile to ask, to what extent can some of the tools and approaches of system science help us to make sense of what's going on in each of these complex systems and in the interactions between them? And so I want to give you a very quick tour of some of the key features of each of these three systems to set the scene for today. Of course, the climate system is basically a system that involves interactions between the atmosphere, land and oceans of our planet, and which together produce local and global events in the climate. And these are influenced by a whole range of natural phenomena, progressions and cycles in the Earth's physical and biological systems influence the climate, and radiation from the sun is another big factor. And then, of course, in more recent times, we've also seen massive and increasing effects of human activities on the climate, and in particular, in terms of climate change, the production of greenhouse and other gases and pollutants in the atmosphere, and also, to a degree, pollutants of other forms on both land and sea, which can influence local, regional, and global climates. And they do so through a range of effects which lead to global warming, eutrophication, and ocean acidification, amongst other things. And all of those have their impact on what's seen locally to globally in the climate area. And over recent times, what we've particularly seen is that the pressures caused by these anthropogenic effects are producing climate change marked by rising average global temperatures and increases in the severity and frequency of extreme weather events and a whole range of other things, meltings, thawings, desertification, deforestation, and so on. And many of these effects have a feedback loop which increases the effects on the climate. And these all form elements of some complex Earth systems, and in the last 20 years or so, a lot of work's been done on identification of some of the critical Earth systems, and 9 have been identified which are particularly considered to be sensitive to anthropogenic effects. And in each of these areas, control variables have now been identified as markers and that we can actually follow what's going on. And what typically happens is that as one of these control variables increases in magnitude, initially the Earth has a resilience which enables it to not change much or at all. It's able to absorb that increase, but when we move out of a safe operating zone into zones of increasing uncertainty and high risk, what we typically see is eventually a major shift is caused in the status of some Earth system. And that may be a shift which, even though it's caused in relatively short time, years or decades, can have effects that last for thousands to hundreds of thousands of years. So these are particularly sensitive systems. And the bad news is that in the last assessment of the state of these 9 Earth systems, which was published in 2023, 6 of the 9 Earth systems were well out of the safe operating zones and well into the zones of uncertainty and increasing risk of meeting tipping points, undergoing long-term changes. And all of these systems are, of course, interactive with one another, and they can reinforce one another and produce domino effects. So understanding these systems is very critical if we're interested in knowing what will the world look like in just a few decades' time, and how can we prepare for what may be inevitable changes unless we can limit the climate forcing effects that are currently going on. So it's useful to think in terms of how these systems interact with one another. And one significant element of systems thinking that's relevant here is the question of resilience. And we can ask not only how resilient are these Earth systems to these climatic changes and other changes in the physical and biological background, but also how resilient are our human systems, the systems that regulate or affect migration and that affect health, and how resilient are they to these changes that are in the pipeline now. So the migration system has a number of pull factors and push factors which lead people overall to be on the move. And some of those moves are initially internal, but in some cases they go on to become external, international movements. They may be for reasons immediately connected to do with work or study opportunities. They may be to do with people seeking refugee status or asylum status. And they may be through channels that are considered to be regular, where people have documentation, invitations, approvals, etc., or the so-called irregular ones where people move without those and where they may come into conflict with local laws and regulations. And there are a number of enablers which help people to move, including offers of work and places to study, the operation of an international asylum system, which is supposed to guarantee degrees of safety and proper and decent treatment of people. And there are also enablers in terms of offers of security and freedom of different kinds. There are also barriers to move, and that includes the restricted nature of many offers, the number of quotas for place of work, study, asylum, and so on. And one of the features that we've seen increasingly in recent years has also been the appearance of a variety of different kinds of walls and barriers to movement. They may be physical in nature. For example, if you look over the last century, three-quarters of a century rather, since the middle of the 20th century, there was a fairly small and rather static number of walls built or being built throughout the last half of the 20th century. But in the 21st century, we've seen this rapid rise, and it's still continuing now, in the number of new walls and barriers being built. And there are also soft barriers. Some of them are technological and some of them are legal. An example of an interesting and very challenging technological advance that's impacting now on people on the move is the advent of artificial intelligence and its use in many ways. In the health sector, AI is being hailed as a great new tool which can help people to access information, sort information, manage patient records, identify disease patterns, etc. Lots of good things can be done with it. But AI is something that has dual uses, and among those other uses is in the management of migration and the management of border controls. And the cross-links between the two mean that a lot of people are frightened to use health services because they are frightened that that information may be passed sideways or leaked sideways into areas of border control and migration management. If they don't feel secure in their status, they may be very reluctant to use these kinds of devices. So when we come to the health field, of course, one aspect of health is that there are health systems, health services that are designed to help people to manage their health and to address illnesses and risks of illness. WHO identifies 6 key building blocks of the health system, which have been well studied and a lot from the systems point of view. There are also, of course, very important social determinants of health, and the word social here is usually understood to mean not only social but also economic, environment and political aspects which affect people's health. And so the health of the individual is made up or influenced strongly by a lot of these different things. The ideal is that health is a state of complete physical, mental and social well-being and not merely the absence of disease. The reality is often, though, that people's health is less than that ideal. And in the case of migrant health, it's strongly influenced by all these factors, and also by an additional factor. It's now well recognized that migration itself is a determinant of health, and that many of the processes that happen during the whole pathway from before a person moves along the transit route and at their transit points and destinations, there are a whole variety of different risks that may impact on a person's individual state of health and well-being. And all of these together are a reflection both of the biological status of health, but also the impact of a whole variety of social, economic and other factors, and the migration route itself as a strong determinant of health. So when we bring these three systems together, we're dealing with some very complex sets of interactions with all kinds of feedback loops and regulations and so on. And our particular focus in this commission is on where these three systems intersect, but quite clearly in order to be able to understand what's going on there, and if we want to make not only useful predictions of what might happen, but also generate ideas about what kinds of policies and processes and machineries might help to improve the health of people who are migrating, then we need to take account of the whole of each system and the way that they work together. And of course, those systems themselves are not the end of the story, because all of this is happening within a much larger global system in which a whole variety of planetary effects in the economic, political, social and technological spheres, as examples, can impact on what's happening. We've seen many examples just in the last few months of how, for example, certain political or economic decisions or policies can have a very strong influence on how people move and where they move and how comfortable they feel where they are, and ultimately on their health status. So that's the picture that we're trying to understand and deal with. And in the Commission, to do that, we've set up 4 working groups. And we're going to hear about 2 of these in detail now from presenters in this first session, and we hope you can also stay for the second session where we'll be dealing with the 3rd and 4th working groups. The first one for this session now is concerned with the global context of health, migration and climate change, and following that we'll be hearing about the impacts of climate change on patterns of migration to and within Europe. So thank you for your attention in that introduction, and I'd like... It's my pleasure now to introduce Dr. Pooja Jha, who is the Editor-in-Chief of the Lancet Regional Health Europe and our very important and close partner in this Commission enterprise, to give her introductory remarks.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Stephen, for the nice introduction about the science and biology of climate, health, and migration. And what I will talk about today is why we are doing this commission and what is a commission. So for those of you who do not know Lancet, Lancet is one of the oldest publishing journals, started in 1823, and now we are a family of 27 journals. We publish the most cutting-edge clinical research and research on public and global health. Now, Lancet is more than just a medical publishing journal. Lancet engages in a lot of activities that advocate for equity, diversity, and inclusion in health, and advocates for change in policy in clinical practice and policies in global and public health. And one of the forums we do these activities is via a commission that's called a Lancet Commission. So what is a Lancet Commission? A Lancet Commission is a science-driven, forward-thinking white paper. It is typically 25,000 words, and it's the work of it takes 2 to 3 years typically to do a Lancet commission, because it's a collaboration of not only academic researchers, but also institutions, governments, non-governmental organizations, because we want the nexus of researchers as well as different governmental and non-governmental organizations to come on board and bring together what needs to change on a particular topic. So the topic we usually choose for a commission is the most pressing issue of the time or a neglected issue of the time. So it can be a clinical topic, a global health topic, or a public health topic. And the ultimate goal of the Lancet Commission is to have actionable recommendations that can change public policy or change clinical practice. And a lot of our commissions have done that, and a successful commission is that inspires change to the politicians or policymakers. And I'll just give you an example of the commission we've published earlier this year from Lancet Diabetes and Endocrinology. And this was a 3-year commission on clinical obesity. And this commission has changed the way the field of obesity is seen and defined. And in simple terms, the field of obesity can be divided into 2 eras, an era before this commission and an era after this commission. And this is because this commission brought together how actually obesity should be defined, because the way we define obesity in just simple terms of BMI is not a proper term or not even a proper clinical way to diagnose obesity. So this is just an example of the impact Lancet commissions have. So now coming to why we are doing this commission on migration and climate change and health. And there are 4 main reasons for this. And I'd like to start by saying that this commission is not only timely, it's a very essential commission. And from a European perspective, even though Europe is a developed country, it's the fastest warming continent in the world. And in 2022, we saw over 60 to 70,000 premature deaths in Europe. And you wouldn't expect this from a developed country. Now, when we come to migration, again, Europe is lagging behind in taking care of its migrant population. Now, globally, 1 in 30 individual is a migrant. But when you look at Europe as a continent, 1 in 8 is a migrant. So despite 36% of the European population being a migrant population, less than half of European countries have data on migrant health. And this is just not acceptable from a country that is developed and has resources. Definitely Europe can do much more to at least provide data on migrants. So these 2 are really the structural failures in Europe that we want to address through this commission. So this commission would demand urgent action on these 2 aspects. And then the next most important point about this commission being very timely is the geopolitical situation we are in today. In January, we had a new Trump administration. The world order has changed. Trump administration has cut funding for equity, diversity, inclusion studies, sex and gender studies, climate studies. US has withdrawn from Paris Agreement and has rolled over 100 environmental regulations. Now no one would have thought that this would happen, but this has happened, and this is a new reality, which means that the rest of the world needs to now fill the gap that US has created and will create in the coming years. And Europe, being a leader in the climate actions, is a natural partner for the rest of the world because it has the responsibility to fill the gap that the US has created. And Europe needs to partner with the rest of the world to take charge of climate actions and also equity, diversity, and inclusion studies. So institutions really need to come together and work together in this new geopolitical era. And that is why this commission is even more important, because if we don't focus on climate action, we will lose all the progress that has been made so far in the last so many years. So when it comes to Lancet and the work Lancet has done in the past, we have done different works in climate and health and migration and health. So when we talk about climate and health, since 2015, Lancet has been publishing Climate Countdown every year, where we track progress towards the Paris Agreement, which was made in 2015 at COP21, where the goal was to limit the rise in temperature to below 2 degrees Celsius at the pre-industrial levels. Now, we also publish every year, we track 53 climate indicators, and we've been tracking this since 2015. So we have a very good track record of tracking climate progress. And with a separate project, in 2018, Lancet published the first Migration and Health Commission. And this commission was really a landmark commission because this has put migrant health on the map. Now, after this commission, more people in academia, policymakers are taking migrant health more seriously. And before this, of course, research was being done, but it wasn't being taken that seriously. And last year, the Lancet Regional Health Europe published a series on addressing climate and health inequity in Europe. And this series was launched at the World Health Assembly last year and has now been integrated in Geneva Center for Humanitarian Studies for their curriculum. So we have been doing a lot of activities in the climate space, in the migrant health space, and now we are bringing both these spaces together to address climate, migrant, and health together in one project. Now, for a partnership, of course, we are very happy to partner with the World Health Summit Academic Alliance, and they are a very natural partners for us because of the shared values of the World Health Summit Academic Alliance in the migrant health space. And the Lancet Regional Health Europe and the World Health Academic Alliance, we have a lot of shared values in both these areas that we will leverage in this commission. And what we also gain is the expertise the World Health Summit Academic Alliance has in low and middle income countries, especially in the global south. And we are very happy that Professor Luciano Sasso and Stephen Matlin is the chair of this commission. And we hope to publish this commission next year at the World Health Summit in Berlin in 2026. So as Stephen briefly mentioned, in this commission, since it's a big body of work, we've divided the commission work into 4 different working groups. And you will hear about the 2 working groups later in the second session today. So the first working group is tasked to work on the global context of health, migration, and climate change. The second working group will work on the impact of climate change on patterns of migration to and within Europe. The third working group will work on the health needs of migrants in Europe. And finally, the last working group will work on the European responses, a social determinant of health approach, and you will hear about this later in the second session. Now, with all these working groups, our ultimate goal is to deliver actionable recommendations to guide policymakers in implementing effective responses to intersecting challenges of climate change, migration, and health. And we hope that this work also inspires the Southeast Asian regions, the African region, the Eastern Mediterranean region, the American region, also to focus on health and migration in their continent. So with that, thank you for listening to me, and you will hear about the different ongoing working groups in the later sessions, and we'll be happy to take questions at the end. Thank you.
So many thanks to Dr. Pooja Jha for the very nice presentation, and again for the support for this commission. It's a great pleasure to work with you. And now, unfortunately, the next speaker will not be with us today, but he was so kind to prepare a video for our session. Is Dr. Santino Severoni. Is a director of the Health and Migration Department of the World Health Organization in Geneva. And I kindly ask our technical assistants to screen the video of Dr. Severoni, please.
Dear colleagues, good morning. Let me start by apologizing for not being able to join you in Delhi for this important meeting. I thank you for the opportunity to join you today and share WHO health and migration perspective on the important topic of promoting and protecting the health of people who migrate or who are displaced in the context of climate change. The impact of climate change are already reshaping patterns of human mobility. Increasingly frequent and severe droughts, floods, extreme weather events, and rising sea levels combined with other underlying social and environmental stressors are contributing to internal and cross-border climate-related migration and displacement. Those shifts expose affected population to a range of direct and indirect health risks, impacting mental health and overall well-being. Projections suggest that up to 1.2 billion people could face climate-related displacement. Dear colleagues, good morning. Let me start by apologizing for not being able to join you in Delhi for this important meeting.
Can you
I thank you for the opportunity to join.
Yeah, no, we are not going to do it twice. It's
Dear
an interesting
colleagues,
video, but can you resume from the point? Okay, just a moment of patience. This is typical Murphy's Law. If something can go wrong, will go wrong. And we will start again. If you can please resume exactly from the point where we stopped. It doesn't work. Okay, what we can do, you can try to fix and then we move to the second video. Okay, sorry, so there is a technical problem, so we need to move to the next speaker. We apologize about that.
So it's my pleasure to introduce now Professor Amir Hossein Takian, who is Director of the Center of Excellence for Global Health at Tehran University of Medical Sciences. And he is one of the co-coordinators of our Working Group 2, which is on migration patterns within Europe, to and within Europe. Amir Hossein was not able to be with us today in person, unfortunately, but he is online and we have his presentation. So I'll hand over to the technical team at the back and hopefully to Amir, who I hope will, fingers crossed, that he will join us now.
Good afternoon. I'm so delighted to be with you virtually this afternoon in the very important panel on the Lancet Commission for Migration and Climate Change. And I'm so thankful to my colleagues, Professor Luciano Sasso and Professor Stephen Macklin, for putting us together in this very exciting and important initiative. And my apologies that despite my efforts, I couldn't be with you in Delhi because of the visa issues. And I hope we will live in a very interconnected world without borders for global health. My name is Amir Hossein Takian. I am the Professor of Global Health Policy and the President, Founding Director of the Center of Excellence for Global Health at Tehran University of Medical Sciences in Tehran in Iran, and the Executive Committee member of the World Health Summit. I'm so privileged, along with my other colleagues, specifically Mikhail Told, to be the co-organizer of Work Package 2, Working Group 2, which looks at the patterns of migration within and to and from Europe because of the climate change. This is a very interesting section we are working on. Interestingly, in the very few sessions, we were discussing about where is Europe? Is it the continent? Is it the European Union? Is it how the World Health Organization defines Europe? And is it the Europe as a kind of socio-political economy to which and from which migration happens? I'm sure that Santino, my colleague in Working Group 1, which is responsible for having a clear picture of the global context of migration, have informed you that migration used to be a kind of socio-economic or political phenomenon. People migrated or got refugees because of war, because of the worsening economic situations, and because of some other political things. But nowadays, as climate change becoming one of the greatest challenges of humanity, migration happens because of climate change. Climate-induced migration has emerged as a critical component of global population mobility. Fragile ecological and socio-political contexts, particularly in the Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia, are experiencing worsening environmental degradation, undermining agricultural sustainability and economic security. Migration towards some countries in Europe is one of the most challenging things that we have been facing in the last few decades. And discussing about migration and climate change is just not a matter of discussing about climate change among the policy experts. It is a discussion among experts in practice, experiencing climate change and its impact in the daily living of individuals and communities. Discussants from Africa and other parts of the world are reporting the efforts on health and migration on their professional practice. In their experiences, climate change aggravates issues of health and migrations by fueling forced migration and displacement, increasing healthcare needs and deteriorating access to healthcare. Specific health challenges were identified for mental health problems caused by effects of climate change-induced migration, which remains widely undiagnosed and untreated. And the special unaffectedness of women and girls and other vulnerables with their mental, sexual, and reproductive health severely deteriorated in insecure environments. So, my colleagues and I, coming from Turkey, Iran, Austria, Netherlands, and other parts of the world, in this working group, are putting together something to somehow shed light on how different patterns, in addition to economic and political, and induced by climate change, are affecting migration. And then, by having this definition and shedding light on Europe as a particular context, we decided to have some very practical examples and case studies from these countries which I mentioned. For instance, we will have the case study of Turkey. We will have the case study of Austria. And specifically, we will be focusing on some the most vulnerable population: women, girls, elderly, and people with disability who are somehow forced for migration due to climate change and who are paying the biggest price of the consequences of climate change. So in this work package, we hope to contribute to the whole Lancet Commission in order to understand the intersection of climate change, vulnerability, and the factors which affect migration due to climate change to, from, and within Europe. Remember, Europe is one of the continents geographically and economically and historically which has been affected by the consequence of climate change. When it comes to health, then the health consequences of climate change is huge on the population of any country and in Europe. And when it comes to migrants and refugees, it's more severe because the traditional barriers for seeking healthcare, reaching to the population, and reaching and access to the services adds to the burden of tackling the country with the climate change and specifically in a very fragmented and divided world that we are living at. And because of the new policies on migration and somehow tightening the issues on migrants and refugees, we will be facing some more humanitarian consequences. So my hope, along with my lovely colleagues in this working group, is contributing to the whole Lancet Commission to understand how Europe and the patterns of migration due to climate change affects Europe, and specifically by shedding light on some practical examples and case studies, we aim to answer some policy questions based on our findings. How we can tackle the issue of climate change and reduce the consequences of migration because of climate change. Of course, migration has been a phenomenon, a social phenomenon from the beginning of the history. Of course, because of climate change, the migration is increasing. There is no doubt. But the question is how we can actually reach out to the population, and specifically the vulnerable population, to understand how climate change affects these refugees and how the health consequences of that can be tackled. I hope we, within this commission, can answer to this question, and I'm looking forward to our main products in a year to come, which somehow is a kind of breakthrough publication, scientific publication for this intersection. I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I wish you all the best. I wish that you enjoy Delhi and the World Health Summit meeting, and hope to see you in person in a future time. All the best. Bye-bye.
Many thanks to Professor Takian for finding the time to prepare this video for us. It's a pity that he could not join us today. So now it's a great pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Poonam Dhawan. She's the Director of Migration Health Division of the International Organization for Migration in Geneva. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luciano. Thank you everyone for being here. I just arrived very, very early morning today, and I'm so impressed to see everybody here go on from session to session, and not one room or corridor for that matter have I seen that is not full of interested delegates. So that is also proving to be the caffeine I need without drugging myself to stay awake. So thank you very much for being here. Along the same note of gratitude, I'd like to start with, of course, thanking the World Health Summit organizers. It's my first time attending a regional summit, so very pleased as the International Organization for Migration's Health Division to be here. A big, big thank you to Luciano and Stephen in their role in the academic alliance, but also personally, because I've seen firsthand now and also heard through colleagues who work closely with them how much of a drive and passion and hard work it takes to corral, academic partners from different parts of the world, to involve stakeholders like WHO, sorry that Santino couldn't be here, like IOM and others. A big acknowledgement to the Lancet. I had the pleasure of being part of the conceptualization and then execution of the very first Lancet Commission, as she shared, on migration and health. So very grateful for that global commission, and quite humbled actually to be part of this one. Because as most of us know, whether we work in public health at the global level or at regional and national level, this topic of bringing together climate change and health with migration and health is rather a complex one. And it has many academics scratching their heads. It has many of us who work in multilateral platforms trying to figure out the most efficient and effective ways of bringing together various stakeholders. So over the course of the next 15 minutes or so, as I have been requested by the organizers, I will reflect a bit upon the ongoing work within these two working groups in both of which IOM is working with the working group leads to contribute and also hopefully be a segue into the next two speakers who will share more about working groups 3 and 4. And a big thanks to the technical team, because clearly the slides for my talk made it well and are here in a seamless way. So why IOM, and what are we doing, and what is our responsibility in an important seminal work like this one? So the International Organization for Migration, for those of you who may not know, is the UN agency dedicated to work on migration. And health is a very, very critical sector in all that we do. At IOM, we consider health as a cross-cutting topic, as it should be. That is very important, whether you think of migration in the context of development, or whether you think of it in the context of conflict, forced displacement, as well as displacement related to climate change, which is what we are looking at. In doing so, we pride ourselves in being close to where the needs are, close to the communities, to migrants, to migration-affected border areas, and are present in around 130 countries around the world, including, of course, very important work in Europe. So this gives us sort of a dual vantage point. One that is policy aware, and another that is operationally driven. And this is indeed the value that we hope to add to the work of this very critical regional commission that is looking at the triple nexus within Europe. Hopefully, with this, based on actual operational experience, we can also bring insights from the ground that can help inform and complement the work that many of my colleagues here and those who could not be present here for the Commission hope to advance. In addition, we also hope that we can support, through this very important platform that the Lancet provides, further dissemination on data from the ground. For example, work on population mobility mapping, as well as displacement tracking, both of which can contribute to advancing the public health responses in terms of climate change. So I'd like to share a bit about some information that comes from a recent report. This comes from towards the end of last year that IOM put together, focusing on Europe, called The Impacts of Environmental Changes on Mixed Migration to Europe. So here is a reality that we see in our daily operations. Climate change is no longer a distant or a future threat. It is already a daily driver of migration and displacement, internally, but also across borders. In Europe, for instance, whether it is the wildfires in Portugal, acute floods in Spain or Germany, or the intensifying urban heat waves across European cities that a previous speaker mentioned, people are likely to move in response both to sudden onset disasters, but also slow onset degradation of land and livelihoods. Data was consolidated from flow monitoring surveys, which is primarily looking at how people move along various migration pathways in countries including Italy, Malta, and Spain. And the researchers here looked at various routes, the central Mediterranean, the Italy, Western Balkan, the Western African route towards Europe, as well as the Western Mediterranean route. All of these data, the respondents that participated, enumerated slow environmental changes as one of the main reasons they were migrating to Europe. So here we see that this starts to emerge as among the top reasons as an environmental phenomenon linked to migration. For example, migrants traveling the Western Mediterranean route towards Europe reported experiencing displacement related to water scarcity more often than other migratory pathways. So information such as this shows us how the phenomenon of climate change linked with migration and health is extremely complex. Even if we think of a region like Europe, we need to factor in both migration towards the European region and then also look at how it interplays with the environmental and climate change impacts within Europe itself. And one question to consider would be, in certain geographical areas, are these now simply areas of destination, or are we anticipating, in the spirit of preparedness, also that these will continue to be changing migration patterns, relocation within Europe, for example? The impact on livelihoods because of climate change is another factor outside of our usual typical approach to looking at public health that becomes very important in this triple nexus. So sector-specific environmental impacts wherein we see migration and displacement happening can also then have subsequent actions required from the public health sector. For example, migrants previously employed in the agricultural and forestry sectors reported more often being influenced to move because of various climate change impacts. And then any public health response will, of course, need to be cognizant of the health profiles of these groups at origin and also the unique social and other challenges they may come with in terms of accessing healthcare. I believe Stephen already referred to the various factors that influence health along migration pathways. Migration itself does not cause disease, and this is an important message that we as public health advocates need to further formalize. But migration does shape health outcomes. It is the various experiences and also the various risk factors that emerge along the migration journey that can influence health outcomes. And this becomes extremely important to look at in the context of climate change related migration. So just to dig in a bit into some of the barriers we have seen from the field. At the pre-departure phase, this can be events and also trauma, for example, conflict, human rights violations, climate change, especially those types that result in forced migration flows. The epidemiological profile, or who the people are that are on the move, is very important because that will determine whether or not the health systems at destination are prepared to receive them. And of course, the usual linguistic, cultural, and other geographical barriers. During the transit phase, of course, it is important to be cognizant of whether this is a chronic or an acute displacement, as well as the conditions in which these migration pathways present themselves to migrants and host communities. At the arrival, stay, and integration phases, then it becomes important to see whether or not there are migrant inclusive policies. I know there is a lot of talk here at the summit about the need to advance equity, but really achieving equity in health outcomes is nearly impossible unless we have policies or simple operational procedures that allow for inclusion of all, for example, in primary health care. And this is what we mean by looking at avoiding social exclusion or discrimination, where certain vulnerable populations, including migrants, become the other and hence are not naturally included in social services, including health. There is also an important element of return and reintegration. We did look at some of these circular migration pathways even in the first Lancet Commission that globally looked at migration health. And in the context of climate change, this can be important to consider, especially when people are displaced internally within borders after acute climate events. In the response, are we including health systems building in terms of addressing a response to natural disasters? That can be a key question to consider because that can influence the return and reintegration of displaced communities. Just to note that all of these factors, as well as the cross-cutting variables, these are not just vulnerabilities that impact migrants. These can also be factors that play a role on health outcomes within those migration-affected communities themselves. And these then translate into policy gaps. Pretty much every variable mentioned here merits research or merits data gathering in of itself, as well as a review of what measures can work to address them if we are to come up with policy recommendations. So in the context of climate change, if there is one message I would like for all of us to take from looking at the migration pathway, it is that these kind of barriers and gaps are only going to widen unless we start preparing and acting now. So when we think of this triple nexus, a complicated one, as I said, in terms of climate change and disaster, health, and then human mobility, it is important to also bear in mind that there are existing global, as well as in some cases regional frameworks, whether on migration and displacement or on health, that can provide us with that very foundation or framework in order to articulate research findings, in order to articulate the policy recommendations based on evidence. So in case of climate change, as several of you may know, we have the UN Framework Convention on Climate, the subsequent and more recent in the last decade Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, in my opinion, an extremely crucial piece of work in order to ensure inclusion of health in a cross-cutting manner, as well as the Glasgow Climate Impact. And the opportunity here is, although this work rests outside of the global health and national health systems, it does convene governments. There is a certain level of political will and regional cooperation on some of these frameworks. And many governments and other stakeholders are also generating reports on these frameworks periodically. So this can be a fascinating entry point for some of us who are looking into research in this triple nexus as to how to use them in order to convey health-related findings and to advocate that health measures should be included, for example, in any disaster risk reduction plans. In the case of human mobility, of course, there is the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. There is also the Global Compact for refugees. And these mechanisms also have certain multi-stakeholder mechanisms. So outside of just the governments, there are civil society groups, migrants' rights groups, for example, especially well organized in the area of labor migration. And these can then provide those existing platforms so the health community does not have to reinvent the wheel, but rather we can feed, again, evidence-based recommendations through these kind of migration mechanisms. And then most importantly, of course, in health, with the Global Action Plan for Healthy Lives and Well-being, focusing on SDG 3, but also the WHO Global Action Plan for Promoting Health of Refugees and Migrants, in which IOM, but also UNHCR, the Commission for Refugees, are proud partners, and all three agencies are obliged to serve governments and other stakeholders in advancing various health measures for refugees and migrants. So as IOM, we would hope that as the work of this commission in Europe progresses, some of the findings and some of the power of the process, because we will bring together various actors in different countries. We heard from Professor Amir just the richness of Working Group 2 with the representation across different countries. So I would hope that some of this work will also feed into the UN system, further strengthening how we operationalize the action plan for the health of refugees and migrants. And here on the slide to the left, and my colleagues and I would be happy to share links with those of you who are interested in the report, but also the position paper that at IOM, the Migration Health Division and Climate Action Division have worked together to produce, to sort of lay a very simple, pragmatic framework on how we can address this triple nexus. So in terms of what we mean by back to realities here is essentially along those lines. So one framing we have done in order to address climate action in the context of human mobility is that really all of us who work in this area need to be able to support the people. In the end, this is about those who are impacted directly as well as indirectly by climate change, acute or chronic. People may need to move. People may already be on the move. And in some instances, people may need to or have no option other than to stay. And I would encourage us to look at all of these three areas, if you will, in terms of addressing climate change and migration when it comes to health. There can be some very practical solutions, but do we have the evidence to be able to promote it to policymakers? For instance, do we shift towards more mobile or modular health services when it comes to climate change impacted displacement? How do we ensure that migration is explicitly mentioned in any national strategy related to climate change? Many countries are working on disaster risk reduction, or what is called DRR plans. Do these plans address, for example, disease outbreaks that we tend to see in disaster impacted communities? Do they look at preparedness and response and how to train health workforce, how to have epidemiologists incorporate climate change and mobility when they think of pandemic preparedness and response? How do we develop data systems already in the field of migration health? And this is what the first Lancet Commission had also flagged. There are some very seemingly unsurmountable barriers when it comes to have reporting on health disaggregated by migration. It may be because national health surveillance systems do not routinely include migration as a variable, but in some cases where it is included as a variable, there may be hesitation from communities to come forward and self-identify as such. So this problem becomes even more compounded when we speak about migration in the context of climate change. So just a few practical public health measures, if you will, that work in the context of migration for the different kinds of impact we can see through climate change. And a commission like this one will hopefully generate more evidence and also review what works and what does not along these different aspects. So in conclusion, I would simply like to sum up that from the IOM perspective, we hope that this commission will not only share what is happening, but its results will also help define what works and what should be further included in policy recommendations. How do we recognize the importance of climate mobility, not only in emergency response, not only when there is an acute disaster, but also in long-term health system strengthening? How do we advocate for inclusion of migrants with some practical evidence on funding eligibility and social and health protection schemes? How do we establish stronger cooperation for regional protocols for migration, health, and climate crisis? For example, working with the European Commission, working with European CDC and other stakeholders. How do we reach them? Because they are the ones in the end sitting at the table with ministries of health and influencing health systems. So the intersection of climate, migration, and health, as I said, is not just a policy challenge, but increasingly a defining issue of our times to come. I see a lot of young and bright delegates here at this summit, and I do hope that some of you, some of those who are not in this session, would be interested and take up this topic, and that is also the role of a commission like ours to encourage future research in this area. We cannot treat these dimensions in silos, and our responses must be well integrated, inclusive, and informed also by those on the move, so working with communities. So I remain committed to working with all of you on behalf of all my migration health teams and also others working in various migration areas, including climate action. And we hope that this commission and the report and publication will be another significant contribution to remind us all that migration is not simply a risk to be managed. It is a reality that we can plan for. In public health, it is a key determinant of health that we can address by strengthening our health systems. I thank you very much again for your kind attention and look forward to the rest of the session. Thank you.
So many thanks to Dr. Dhawan for the very interesting presentation. And now we would like to open the floor for questions. We have about 20 minutes. We also would like to leave maybe a few minutes at the end for a wrap-up. So if you have any questions for the panel, please, you just introduce yourself. You tell your name and affiliation, and then I think we only have, okay, we don't have, assistance, and then there is another question here.
Hi, my name's Davina, and I'm a physician and a doctoral candidate at the University of Oslo and Ashoka University. Thank you for this wonderful panel, really, really interesting topic, and I teach medical students about this, so I'm really excited that there'll be a commission. I just have a couple of questions. The first is, if you could maybe be a little bit more precise about who are the climate refugees to Europe, because we know that the category of climate refugee is not recognized in the Refugee Convention, so that's something that I'm wondering, will you take up in your commission? And we know that the majority of climate displaced people are internally displaced people, and that climate change and disasters can also lead to immobility, or that people move into even riskier areas where they're more exposed to climate change. So who exactly are you talking about? And then the other question is, we also know from the IPCC reports, for example, that conflict is a very important mediating factor in climate change and migration. And from my own case study in Punjab in North India, land degradation and an agrarian crisis, as well as climate change, and particular agreements, say for example with Italy, where there are 36,000 Punjabi farmers working in the dairy industry, create there's a lot of climate change intersects with many other social and political determinants of health to mediate migration, often where there are these openings such as in India, Italy contract. What we know is that in the case of Punjabi farmers, they come on contracts which don't materialize when they arrive. So I'm just wondering if you'll also take up these mediating factors, because my concern would be that with, if we say it's just climate change, well, it's climate change in tandem with conflict or rising inputs of pesticides and fertilizers and agri-food systems and these sorts of things. So just wanted to hear your thoughts about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Davina, for those insights and also for sharing some of the interesting work you're undertaking. You mentioned you're teaching medical students climate change, so you're a stronger person than most of us, Gangadhan, as they would say, because it is really important to begin to sensitize healthcare workers on these diverse factors that actually influence health and disease outcomes, and not just look at specific disease etiology. So thank you for that. Very good questions, and as you know, the work of the Commission is just starting, so hopefully some of these research questions can be factored into the reviews, in particular by Working Group 2 that is going to look at the migration patterns too, and then within Europe. I'm not joined here by my colleagues from UNHCR, so on your question around terminology, if you allow me, we will park that in terms of whether climate impact results in recognition under the Refugee Convention or not. From our perspective, as I shared a bit, when we look at population mobility mapping or we look at flow monitoring in terms of displacement tracking, you're very right. There is this intersectionality of reasons to move, or the factors that result in people being forced to move. It is very rarely just a unilateral cause and effect. So as you said, it would be interesting, for example, if our review can look at where people report having moved or having undertaken some of these migration pathways or routes, let's say across the Mediterranean towards Europe, where they report it being caused by natural disasters or influenced by climate change. What is the overlap with them also being residents of conflict-affected communities? If we think of the Sahel, if we think of some other such regions where we have an interplay between chronic conflict and displacement, now being compounded, let's say, by drought or by climate change impact that has not been addressed at all because of weak systems. So I would say that those are still research questions that need and that merit further review. The challenge is these cannot be addressed in a systematic review or a desk review, because what this needs is resources being allocated to operational research. So even where we may be present on the ground providing health or wash or other services to some of these people on the move, our ability to do operational research is also stymied in the absence of resource allocation. So let this be an open call, as I said, to the young and bright researchers of today and tomorrow, to also reach out to organizations like ours, even in countries where you work, to see how you could factor in some of this operational work within your own grants, within your teaching, within your project plans, because that is where we need to marry the good research capacity you have with the operational realities. So I don't know if my fellow speakers have anything to add, but thank you for your questions.
Maybe Stephen. Thanks. Yes, I'd maybe just add a tiny bit of colour to a very clear answer there. to say that it is, of course, like everything else in this whole area, very complex. And there are really, I think, two sets of things that happen and that have different kind of terminological outcomes. It's fairly clear when somebody is displaced by an extreme weather event that that is what caused it. And you can say this is a result of climate change, or that it's one of those cyclic natural events that happens anyway. So even there, it's quite difficult to say this is a climate change related event as opposed to hurricanes that happen seasonally and have done since time immemorial. But the slower changes caused by climate changing, gradual loss of water tables, of forests, of arable lands and so on, are much more complex. And there is a temporal aspect to this as well, which adds to the complications, because if the lands dry up and are no longer suitable for agriculture, people may move to an adjacent area, they may move to a nearby urban situation in their own country where they seek different forms of employment. They may find that that's not working well for them because they don't have the right skills. They may eventually move on to another country in the hope of doing better. They may somewhere or another enter the pipeline of people who don't move with legal documentation but choose to try and make it somewhere else anyway. And along that pathway, the immediate reason for moving may have become an economic one or a social one, or a political one because of the way they're being treated locally. They may eventually fall into the hands of the people smugglers and human traffickers and so on and become victims of some other kinds of situations. And at what point they stop being, therefore, a climate migrant, in inverted commas, and an economic or political or violence-related migrant is not always very clear. But by the time they arrive, what they're described as is very complex. It is intersectional. So there's no agreement on how to label people as climate migrants, and I doubt if there can be when you consider that complexity. And maybe it's not the most useful way to think about people. Climate change is undoubtedly causing migration, but that's not the same as labeling people as something which could then have political consequences as well. And say, this is a climate migrant, that's an economic migrant, and this is a religious migrant.
Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, of course.
So you've raised a very important question, and that is why we have the commission, because there is no clear definition. And what our aim will be in the commission, at least in the commission, we will have a clarity on what we mean by climate migrants and what are the conditions and scenarios we are referring to in the commission. Thank you.
No, just to add, and to thank Stephen for his last remark, and we would also encourage all of us to look at what needs doing in terms of solutions for health, rather than getting lost in this maze of terminology.
Perfect. Thank you. We have another question here.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Dr. O.P. Kansal. I work in World Bank in Delhi office here in India. So just an academic, why did you prioritize Europe as a geography for this climate change and migration? Or in other words, when is Asia coming to being studied?
I prioritized it because I'm the editor-in-chief of the Lancet Regional Health Europe. So even though I'm Indian, I work for the Europe region, so my region is Europe. So, that's why I've prioritized that. But as I said, I hope this work leads to, inspires work in other regions.
Thank you. I think there was another question here. Please, short questions and short answers.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for that presentation. Very insightful. My name is Vanshika Kant, and I work with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And I was previously with ADB as part of the team that actually brought climate mainstreaming into the human and social development focus on the sector office there. And AIB is a new multilateral bank which is increasingly looking at I would say more social infrastructure, including health as well. And planetary health is coming up in a big way. So I have two questions. One is, one is a more macro question because the work that the Lancet Commission did on climate and health was very, very critical for informing our work, and I think the push that the MDBs have tried to do towards climate health. So I wanted to know, does the Commission actually track like how evidence that's brought out, how that's linking to more mid and downstream efforts in terms of projects? Because I think that would be very valuable. And I don't know what is the structure and how the Commission works there. So that's one question. And the second question is with regard to, even particularly IOM and other bodies, that look at migration, particularly in the intersections. I was thinking of it from a more project point of view, and I'm from the investment operations team, and I think for a lot of multilateral institutions and platforms, the challenge is that there's sometimes very forward-looking agenda setting that happens, but how does that translate into interventions and on-ground, action? But as a bank, projects are key. And I was thinking that I couldn't actually think of any project which looks at, say, migration, like, say, climate health, migration. We are now looking at One Health is becoming huge. So there's a lot of that regional connectivity and movement around that. Would love to know from your experience, what kind of projects do you have, and have you collaborated with MDBs on such projects? And if not, what scope would be there? Thank you.
So to your first question regarding follow-up of the commissions, we do have follow-ups. We publish follow-up of commissions typically in 2 to 3 years. But in the meantime, we also publish papers that have been done after the commission. So we do that. And actually, this is a good metric for Lancet to evaluate the outcomes of a commission. So we say a good commission is a commission that has an afterlife. So we want all our commissions to have a good afterlife, and it shouldn't end at the commission. So we believe the commission should be a starting point for more work to be done. Thank you.
I'm wondering what that beep is.
But we still have time until 45. So as Italian, I'm very careful about time, and I will be very precise.
You cannot be any more careful about time than the Indians. So please. Very quickly to your question directed at me, I have a 2-word answer. Let's talk. Projects are very important to IOM as well because we are like let's say, the operational bottom-heavy sibling of WHO when it comes to migration and displacement and health. We do have, interestingly, we've had some success, not with MDBs, so would love to also speak to you coming from the bank, although here in India. But with the Migration Multi-Partner Trust Fund, which is linked with actually the Global Compact on Migration, where different donors have pooled in funding, there is a new program on this triple nexus in North Africa. So looking at the migratory routes through North Africa, where those of you who follow migration know that there's, of course, the origins coming from sub-Saharan Africa. So the idea within this is to bring together communities, representatives, but also some of the policy makers to precisely start to have those conversations about where the gaps are. It's in early stages, but I should be able to share with you, my colleague and I, if you are interested. But we would also be interested in hearing more from you. Of course, we work also closely with the ADB, and try to look at where, for instance, infrastructure-related work results in migratory patterns. So you see, as Stephen said, it's such a complex phenomenon, and there can never be just the one reason why a particular individual or community find themselves vulnerable due to migration. So just starting up in terms of projects, but very keen to look into more such operations. So maybe we can have a quick chat after. Thank you.
Thank you. There were some other hands, but there is no time to ask the questions now. But the solution is that you come back to this room after the break, because we have a second session actually on the same topic with other panelists, but still, you can ask the same questions. And again, this is an invitation to everyone. Please come back. We will continue to talk about this commission with two other working groups of the commission and some other very distinguished speakers. And I would like to leave the floor to Professor Matlin for the final wrap-up.
Thank you. Could I have the last slide, please? So, just to come back to the last picture I presented, what we've seen from the speakers so far is some illustrations of different aspects of this complex and interlocking set of systems to do with where the migrants come from, why they move, how they can be labelled and described, what happens to them along the way, how they're treated when they get where they're going, or how they're not treated, and so on. Something that I think is worth noting in that big global context, that outer rim, and which I referred to very briefly at the beginning, is the extent to which economic, political, social, and technological factors happening in the big world influence all these systems. And I think it's worth reminding ourselves here that about a quarter of a century ago, the European sociologist and philosopher Zygmunt Bauman was thinking and writing about the extremely rapid pace and increasingly rapid pace at which change was happening in the world. And he coined the term liquid modernity to describe this phenomenon, that things are now happening so quickly that we don't have the capacity of institutions to keep up with these changes. And very often by the time an institutional arrangement, which we've traditionally relied upon, has actually come up with a solution, the whole picture has changed and that solution may no longer be relevant. And I think this is a very big challenge to all of us. We've seen that in a very short period of time, a political decision can completely transform a landscape. How do we deal with that at the same time as trying to build new policies, new programs, new machineries that are going to be able to keep up with an increasingly rapid change in the world's climate, in the health of people, and in the migratory approaches that people have to trying to deal with the threats that they're under. And I think that one of the things that the Commission needs to address is that, that structural issue. What kinds of new machineries, as well as new policies, do we need that are sufficiently effective but also sufficiently flexible to be able to continually change? If we have to build things from scratch every 5 years, we'll never get there. But if we can design policies and principles and machineries to support them that are actually built to be flexible and can change very rapidly in response to need, we have a better chance of dealing with this problem. So I think that's part of the big challenge that we all face. So in the next session, when you come back, I hope all of you in about 15 minutes' time, we'll be looking at the work of the third and fourth working groups, one dealing with asking the question, what are the needs of migrants in terms of the health in the European region? And secondly, what are the kinds of European responses that are happening and that can happen and that should happen? And what are the kinds of policies and machineries that can support a really effective approach? there's been reference to some of the big ambitions that the world has had in terms of sustainable development goals and the health aspects and the migration aspects and so on. And a lot of that seems now very idealistic when at the same time the current world is fragmenting so rapidly and we seem to be going in the opposite direction. It's often been argued that migration and the way that migrants' health is treated are kind of symbols and indicators of the extent to which we're achieving the goals in, for example, universal health coverage and equality and freedom for all. The way that the world seems to be going at the moment is sometimes in the opposite direction. I think these are the big challenges that we have to wrestle with in this commission. See you all, I hope, in 15 minutes' time. Thank you.
Everyone for joining us, and please come back after 15 minutes if you wish. Thank you.
I can have that. Sorry. Okay, I can use this for the moment, maybe. Shall I? Or is it connected to the... No. See? آره لطفاً. Sorry?
You're doing a mic check.
So, no, I want to charge my computer.
Oh.
So,
This socket.
yeah, there is a socket over there.
Yeah.
Where?
The climate thing.
And I want to make place for my computer because I have
You will use it for the presentation?
no, for reading my notes.
Aha.
but I don't want to look
Yeah,
there.
it is showing exactly what's on the screen.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's good. Then I don't have to use this one.
Yeah. You can have this down. But who's moving the slides? Are you the one? You have the pointer?
Yeah.
Yeah, then you're good to go. You don't need.
Mike, where is it? Yes. Hello. Is it okay? Yes.
So good afternoon again. Thank you to the colleagues who came back to this second session. We are actually, we know that this is not such a good time before the performance and the dinner tonight. So I'm Luciano Saso. I'm a professor at Sapienza, University of Rome in Italy. And it's a pleasure to welcome all of you here on behalf of all the panelists. So this session, as you know, is related to climate change and migration and health, and in particular on a Lancet Commission that we are running together with Professor Matlin and many other colleagues also with us here. First of all, I would like to thank the World Health Summit Academic Alliance for the support for this session and for many other events that we organized in the last few years. Migration and health has been an important topic for the Alliance, which has been known as M8 Alliance until last year. So some of you may know it with the old name. And really, it's been a pleasure for me as Italian. I mean, I felt already when I started about 10 years ago to work in this organization, really to bring the topic of migration and health, to the attention of, all colleagues. This, unfortunately, is a neglected topic, especially in Europe, for political reasons. But on the contrary, it's important to really to focus even more on this important topic. And again, today we have a distinguished panelist with us to talk about the Commission. Already in the first session, we focused on the first two groups of the Commission, and now in this second session on the other two. So I will keep it short because maybe some of you already attended the previous session, and it is a pleasure to leave the floor to Professor Matlin, please.
Thank you, Luciano. And can I just ask, is there anybody here who wasn't in the last session? Please put your hand up. Oh, there are a few. Okay. Then I'm going to do a very quick 1-minute summary of some things that were said in the first session, just to bring everyone up to speed. We talked in the first session about various aspects of what are really three intersecting systems of climate, migration and health, and some of the complexities that arise when these systems interact. And the particular focus of this commission, as you've just heard, is on this nexus, the intersection of climate change, migration and health. But while our focus is down at where those three intersect, we're aware that each of these separate systems is complex, and we need to be aware of everything else that happens in those systems if we want to be able to make changes that are predictable and don't produce unwanted consequences. And all of these three systems are happening in a much larger global context, which can be very strongly influenced by a range of things happening in the economic, political, social, and technological, as well as other spheres. So in the first session, we talked about work that's been started in 2 of the 4 working groups that we've set up for this commission. One looking at global contexts of health, migration and climate change. One looking at patterns of migration within Europe and what's going on there. And in this second session now, we're going to focus more on some of the health aspects within Europe. What are the health needs of migrants in Europe, and how does climate change impact on those health needs? And so part of it is starting from the migrants' perspective, and then in Working Group 4, what are the institutions that are involved? How are the health systems and sectors and other relevant institutions that impact on health? How do they respond? How could or should they respond? What kinds of policies and practices, institutions and arrangements can be recommended that could help us to deal with what is a growing phenomenon of climate change, growing phenomenon of migration, some of which results from that, and whether or not you're a migrant, the impacts on your health of climate change, and then how can migrants be included in the health system responses. So all of that is in the mix, and it's my pleasure now to introduce the first of our speakers in this second session, Shervin Shahnavaz, who is at the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm. Shervin.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for coming and listening to this. So as you see in the slide, I'm not alone in this group. Several very experienced and knowledgeable people are part of our subgroup in this commission. So I am a researcher in the field of migration and health, and clinical psychologist, and also vice chairperson for Council of Environment and Sustainable Development at KI. So I'm so happy to be part of this commission, to be able to bring together different part of my work and experience. So I migrated from Sweden, from Iran to Sweden in 1987, and because of that, I hope to be able to contribute with some lived experience to the commission too. I'm so happy to attend this VHS conference, be in Delhi, my first time. And it's truly inspiring and fantastic. At the same time, there is a number that is stuck on my head, in my mind, and that number is this one. No, what's happening? It's 2,622. That is my emission by traveling to Delhi from Sweden and back. So I have been trying to have reduced my emission, and that is the emission for people in average in India for a year. In Sweden, it's about 8. So I have used more than average in India for being here. And I sincerely hope that health benefits of our efforts here are greater than the harm our emissions cause to people's health. So the main aim of this commission working group is to bridge the knowledge gap regarding the climate change related health needs of migrant population, as emphasized in the Lancet Europe Countdown report, as it is said in many, many other reports too. And we are going to do that by reviewing peer-reviewed and grey literature and focusing on country and region-based studies of migrant groups in those parts of Europe that are worst impacted by climate change. We will use climate change indicators from the Europe Lancet Countdown, and if we get funding, we have some plans to interview key informants at this intersection of health, migration, and climate change. So these are the indicators in the Europe report, a Lancet Countdown report. And to be able to have our connection to the climate change, we will try to have these 5 first indicators related to climate change impacts. So in this presentation, I'm going to have some examples about the examples of studies interesting for our work review that we haven't conducted yet. The first example is from Italy, related to EU Horizon 22 heat shield project that compare heat stress perception among native and migrant workers in Italian industries. Some of the needs listed in this article are linguistically and culturally adapted health and safety training needs, needs of personal equipment, protective equipment against the heat, and promoting good hydration practices, especially during the heat wave. So I'm focusing the heat part of the indicators. Another study of interest is migrant framework and acceptability of health services in Spain and the barriers and facilitators identified by professionals there. And some of the needs they list there is the need of cultural mediators and translators, need for educational interventions, both for migrants about the host country, Spain, and the healthcare system there, but also for the migrants about, for the healthcare workers about the cultural competence and educational programs for the healthcare personnel. And they also write about the structural factors such as improving living and working conditions and reduces social exclusion and discrimination. So this study is really interesting in different ways. It's a scoping review, a lot of work, and done by Van Selms and her co-authors that are conducting a lot of projects in Europe, interesting for our commission work. And interestingly, there is very few studies from Europe in this scoping review. Maybe 2 or 3 only from Italy. And there is a study from India, which is beautifully conducted, about a very painful conditions for the brick kilns workers in India. But the beauty of this report is that study is that it is truly transdisciplinary, transnational, solutions-based, and demonstrates the connection of health migration and climate change and the vicious circles that are there. And they find the needs for technical solution, the use of sun-dried mud bricks methods instead of using coal. And this would reduce the heat, that is a huge problem in these facilities, reduce the pollution and reduce the emissions. And the need for socio-cultural solution, empowering the people who work at the brick kilns, including participatory approaches such as open relocalization, and also need for human rights protection. And lastly, I wish to highlight this study from Lancet also about the impact of parental immigration on left behind children and adolescents. This is also a systematic review. And parental migration has a determinantal effect on the left behind children, and there is a need to improve the health or to mitigate the adverse effect of this phenomenon. There is need for community actions, laws and regulations that make reunion easier, need for technology, improve the technology to increase the connectedness of families, and also promote resilience and enable young people to overcome the negative aspects of parental absence due to migration. And I would like to add the left behind parents to this too, and siblings, and need to take care of the people that are your primary attachment figures, a psychological, psychosocial need to do that, which is disturbed by the very restrictive regulations of reunion, and also visa regulations that make it very difficult for family members to meet each other and take care of each other. So I think the ADAPT model is a good example of models for psychosocial needs that could be used in this context. This is created by Derek Silo, who is a psychiatrist and researcher in the field of post-migration stress, and have studied how exposure to detention centers as a refugee creates a lot of stress for migrants, and how it is related to PTSD. So the left behind children phenomena is related to attachment bonding problems that create grief, separation, and anxiety, and safety issues is very related to PTSD, anxiety, paranoia. Lack of justice can give a lot of emotional reactions, and lack of job, position, status in the society can create identity problems that have many consequences, and the need for coherence and meaning in your life. Without that, you feel alienation, existential crisis. So when some of European politicians are confronted with all these needs, they may say that Europe can close its doors for migrants. That would be a solution. But as this article in The Economist highlight, Europe is really stuck in a need-hate relationship with migrants. And maybe, again, the systems thinking can open doors here. So we talked about psychosocial needs, and there are many climate change impact the mental health in many ways. And directly extreme weather could create PTSD, but there are many other pathways to the mental health problems. And in our report, since I'm a psychologist and we have several other people working with mental health, we are going to try to highlight mental health, but also dental health. Both of these were highlighted in the WHO report from 2021 about common health needs of migrants. So there are many pathways of climate change to dental health problems that should be considered. And in our group, we have Anna Corte Real, who is oral health researcher and expert in this area. And Portugal is really interesting country that has this kind of universal healthcare system that include even migrants and even undocumented migrants. And more impressive is it because even dentistry is part of this universal healthcare. Which need more recognition and encouragement from other countries, and interest the result and effect of being so inclusive. So thank you for listening. Please contact me if you have any ideas, projects, research that you think that we should include in our report. And in the capacity of researcher in the mental health and migration, we have ongoing Farsi research study for Farsi Dari-speaking migrants that you could share the link with the potential participants in this study. You have the link there. Thank you.
Many thanks, Sharvin. Now we proceed with Dr. Bernadette Kumar. She's a special advisor of the Division for Health Services of the Norwegian Institute of Public Health in Oslo, in Norway. Please, Bernadette.
Thank you very much, Professor Luciano. I'd like to thank the organizers for this invitation. I'd also like to thank The Lancet for being here. And unlike Sherwin, I don't have any guilt about being here because this is home. I'm from Delhi, I'm a Delhi girl, so it's always good to be home, and there's nothing like home. It's very difficult. I have at least two challenges. One, this is the graveyard shift, so I have to keep all of you awake. And the second thing is that a lot has already been said, so I'll try not to repeat, but some of the important things I am going to repeat. So I think that when we talk about whatever we've been talking about, it deals with human beings and diversity. And the important thing about diversity is it's not our differences that divide us, it's our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. And I think we're seeing that more than ever now. And as you can see, the planet Earth is multicultural, and if you don't like that, you might need to move to another planet, and we might need to do that anyway because we're not looking after this planet. So what am I going to talk about? I'm going to talk about wicked problems. I'm going to talk about the aims and rationale of Working Group 4. I'm going to talk about some of our approaches, expected outcomes, and lastly, something that you have to come back, you can come back and question me about is why we must walk and chew gum at the same time. Okay, so wicked problems. We've talked about, and Stephen mentioned that, and I think all my other colleagues in the Commission also talk about the complexities. But the complexity is like this fox. And these are what we call wicked problems because the data that we see are contradictory, inadequate, there's no end or timeline, there's multiple stakeholders, the solutions are costly or difficult to define, socially complex, issues are interconnected, solutions may cause new problems, and solutions can't be tested without implementing. And the other thing is that these wicked problems never occur in isolation. And I'm sure many of you recognize many of these. Climate change, conflict, pandemics, poverty, racial inequality, food insecurity, urbanization, etc., data privacy. So one of the things is that we see that this nexus is really a wicked problem. But just because it's a wicked problem doesn't mean that we have to shy away from it and do nothing. The other thing I'd like to flag is, we haven't talked about that a lot today, but this is something I'm extremely passionate about. We're not going to do this just because, it's important and everybody's talking about it, but also because of the injustice. And Dr. Jha mentioned the Lancet series that we had last year, and one of the things that was underpinning our work then was the moral reckoning. It's not right. Geographical injustice, settler colonialism and indigenous exploitation, gender inequality, intergenerational climate injustice, economic inequality, racism, language literacy barriers and immigration status, discrimination against the disabled, chronically ill, elderly, and other forms of societal inequality, inequality of resources beyond climate mitigation. And in 50 to 100 years, maybe those who come after us will be talking about climate injustice the way we talk about slave trade today. So it is very much defining. And a lot of colleagues have talked about why this is important, and I think what is really important is to look at it both globally, but look at solutions locally, and look at what's happening at the country level. I happen to be very privileged to have been not only a commissioner for the initial Lancet Commission, but as, again, Dr. Jha mentioned, that the Lancet Commissions have an afterlife, but to date, there are only 2 standing commissions. And the 2 standing commissions are the Climate Change and Lancet Migration. I happen to be the co-chair of that. And what is it? It's really a global collaboration for migration and health, recognizing the importance of this subject. And as you can see, this is what we're trying to do, transform evidence into action. And the way we do it is through multidisciplinary research, evidence-based advocacy, public engagement, and policy impact. And through the first Commission report, we also, and the work that has been done subsequently, this is what has come out as one of the big challenges, and I think all the colleagues today have alluded to it, but I'm going to say that it is the tale of two cities. And this is like the silos. We work in silos, and the silos are migrant health and climate health. And it is largely conducted in these silos, and there's reasons for it. It's not because people don't recognize that. It's because it's a different group of practitioners, different group of researchers and policymakers. And I hope it's not going to be never the twain shall meet, because this is what we're trying to do. And then people often say, okay, let's break down the silos. But breaking down silos is very hard. So we're going to try and bridge these silos. And that's one of the things that this commission really is trying to do, and looking at how we can bridge the silos despite the long histories, diverse scientific disciplines. And then the question that, Davina, you asked about climate migrants as a new and identifiable group. It's a dilemma, because we might be walking into a conceptual trap, and I think Stephen mentioned that can lead to duplication and false solutions. So I think that we have to recognize that it's not identifiable. At the same time, we have to recognize both the advantages, but also the disadvantages of doing that. And one of the other things that I think that is not really discussed is why it hasn't happened until now. And we do get caught in the measurement trap, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So I think that the important thing for our commission is to define it. And the reason why this is tricky is we've seen, particularly for policymakers, and since I'm an academic, I can talk about things that are politically incorrect. And that is, we see that the right wing is just waiting to pit one group in a vulnerable situation against another, whereas what the UN agrees is leaving no one behind. And unfortunately, what we see is leaving no one behind has become a rhetoric, as migrant inclusive systems are largely theoretical, even in Europe. And if you look at the unmet needs of migrants, they're huge. And also it's the same with people who move because of climate impacts. So I think that what we have to have is some unity with all the groups that are in vulnerable situations. Personally, I don't think people are vulnerable. It's the situation that makes them vulnerable, and the situation that makes them disadvantaged. But we have all these labels that are there, and in a way, by saying that people are vulnerable, it's really their fault, really, isn't it? Okay. The next thing that we have in our working group as a rationale is really looking at this Margaret Whitehead and Dahlgren's, social determinants of health, but also this action spectrum. So normally what we do as good scientists is measure, and after the measurement, we hope that there's recognition and awareness raising. And we're waiting for the policymakers, for the practitioners to take that. Often we see there's a denial and indifference, and with migration and health, there's been a denial and indifference. With climate change, there's been concern, but at the same time, there's a mental block. What do we do with that? But only when one moves, when one has the concern and moves beyond that, there's the will to take action. And then you have isolated initiatives and more structured developments, and then finally you get comprehensive, coordinated policies. And an example of this in terms of migration health is, for example, we have, and I'm very glad that Shervin talked about it, we have so much of data on mental health. But in most countries, we don't have a comprehensive, coordinated policy. And in Norway, for example, we had absolutely no data on female genital mutilation. But because it was an issue which caused concern, we have a comprehensive, coordinated policy. So it's not to, throw the baby out with the bathwater and say policymakers are not doing anything. So this is the other rationale for how we're going to be looking at responses in Working Group 4. And then the last but not the least, in terms of what is the rationale for the work that we're going to do, is the gaps and existing challenges. And one of the issues has been no data, no problem. So there are a few studies, as well as the limitation and accuracies of the available data sets. And Working Group 1, 2, and 3 are going to do exactly this. For our working group, what we're going to look at is that it's not just, having the data, but but there are differential health risks and outcomes to climate change. And that is what must be recognized. Because, and we saw that in COVID, that there were differential outcomes for people of different ethnic backgrounds, of different racial backgrounds. And that is what is needed to be flagged. We also know that this is determined by many of the social determinants of health, the location, residence, occupation, urban development processes that lead to risks such as failure to provide access to critical infrastructure and services, and then social characteristics that influence resources for adaptation. And of course, we're all very familiar with institution and governmental governance weaknesses such as ineffective planning and absence of community engagement. So, do we have a hypothesis? Very simple hypothesis is that we don't think that we have adequate policies, but we're going to look into it. We know that we have responses, but do we know that these responses work? But I think what we're going to have to do is come back to some of those hypotheses. So what our working group is trying to do is to identify policies, but also practices and innovations that can meet the challenges, as well as identify policies that will need to be developed. So it's really building as we sail. It's not just saying, okay, this is what we will need to do, but having a clear critical reflection. And our vision is really to develop a framework and models for European responses that recommend interventions and actions based on what has already been done. So our research questions are going to be the following. What are the existing policies for climate adaptation and health in Europe? Do these policies include these vulnerable groups? Do they recognize and address the health needs of migrants? What are the existing policies for migration and health in Europe? Do these policies include climate mitigation strategies? And we haven't talked about that today, but we know that climate adaptation policies do exist to a great extent, but climate mitigation don't, because it's much harder to do that. So do they recognize that? And do we recognize and address the climate adaptation? And this is again something that another colleague was talking about earlier in the earlier session, is looking at the approaches. So what we have done already, which has been part of the Joint Action for Health Equity project in Europe, is looking at how to address these responses in terms of migration and health. And we'll have to apply the same. And here you can see there's upstream and there's downstream. So the downstream is much easier to do, which is access to healthcare, quality of healthcare, and attention to the groups. The upstream, which is the data and research, and we already talked about the gaps there. Governance, which is a whole Pandora's box, because what does governance mean? And when we talk about governance, we think immediately that it should be government, and it's not true, because governance is at all levels and all sections of society. And then the real big challenge, which is the intersectoral action for the social determinants of health. So we had a quick look, and this is an article that we published last year where we looked at Northern Europe, and we found that there were definitely, these were the groups that were identified as vulnerable groups, and we looked at some of the adaptation challenges that you can see, that this household and working conditions, income and education levels, access to resources, awareness and perception of climate change. And some of this work comes from Norway, where, as you know, people have had to move because of the changes in the Arctic region. And then access and inclusion in adaptation. And some of the people who move from those regions are actually indigenous people. And what are the solutions? The solutions are not rocket science. They're actually quite simple, yet very difficult, because it's better integration of health and climate change adaptation plans, it's building climate resilient communities, it's integrated surveillance and health systems. So, what do we plan to do? We actually plan to do policy review research, which always gets left to the last, and that is actually go into the nitty-gritty of the policies, because we have all these wonderful policies, but do they get implemented? Have they been implemented? Have these policies had any response? So we have to look at, oversight, agenda, priority setting, both decision-making, regulation, where legislation comes in, and coalition building. So we're going to do a review regionally in Europe, but we're also going to do case studies, Norway, Finland, and identify what are the policy gaps. We're going to look at it's not possible to do everything that is required for the 6 building blocks of health systems, but look at health financing and see if there are good examples, both at national level and local level, and do case studies in different parts of Europe where we can pick up this and say, what are the sustainable and equitable financing mechanisms to ensure access to health. And so we come back to the entitlements issue and who gets in, who's included, who's left out, and why are they left out. So our case studies will identify and highlight good practices, and we know they exist. And then, of course, service delivery, which is really the absolute, as I say, core of health systems, ensuring that the health services are accessible, equitable, and appropriate. And of course, we always look for quality. So this is just a sneak preview of the work that is already started. And that is a review of the climate adaptation policies and health among the groups in the EU. And, it's really looking to analyze if there are evidence on the inclusion of health in the climate adaptation policies in the EU, and some of the search terms and what we're doing, and we're several people. And I can just tell you that already we've run into a problem. And the problem is of terminology. Because if you look at all these policies, the word migrant or migration doesn't appear at all. And instead you see what appears is many, many different groups who are all there, displaced and elderly, disabled, etc. So we're going to have to, say that how do we really begin to identify and also advise on that in terms of policy making, but also in terms of analysis, because sometimes we know that what doesn't get measured doesn't get done, what is not visible is not seen. And when they're not even seen in any of the policies, then you can just forget about anything happening. So what are the outcomes that we expect? We expect to provide evidence in order to facilitate the building of climate resilient and environmentally sustainable health systems through a migration lens. And then we hope to add a climate lens to addressing the needs of migrants, refugees, and displaced population. So this is the bridging of the two silos. And we hope that our policies review will help us to identify how it has been done, if it has been done, what has worked, what has not worked. There is a need for synergy across policies, guidance, and monitoring frameworks. And we know that everybody is working on the same thing and not even talking to each other, which all play a role in supporting implementation of appropriate and accessible health services. We hope to enable the integration of research findings into regional and national plans related to climate change, mitigation, and adaptation, but also to look at policy monitoring, and look at the political determinants and see if any of those have been addressed. We're going to have some, focus group interviews as well as key interviews with stakeholder, because stakeholder dialogue and consensus to strengthen capacity at regional and national health authority level is very important. And our recommendations will really aim to ensure synergies across policies, guidance, and monitoring in these two fields. So hopefully, in another few years, you won't see everybody sitting in their own ivory towers. And I like to, since I'm here, to say that all of us are part of the problem and we're also part of the solution. And you really have to be the change that you want to see in this world, is what Gandhi said. And of all the forms of inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most shocking and inhumane. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Bernadette. And I'd now like to introduce our third speaker for this session, Lukoy Atwole. He's Dean of the Medical College of East Africa and Deputy Director of the Brain and Mind Institute at the Aga Khan University in Kenya. Lukoy.
Thank you. Did I explode something? Yeah, that was pretty incendiary, I would say. Thank you very much. So my task is very simple, and I am in work group 2, and one of the things that we had to think about was where do migrants come from? And the reason why we have to think about this is that at the end of the day, some of the solutions that are going to be identified by the Commission will include efforts to address the need for migration as a result of climate change. And this might include figuring out where people are coming from and what's happening there, and what the role of Europe is in causing those problems, but also in finding solutions for them. And so I will just highlight some of the things that we are thinking about, especially in the context of Africa. So there's a widely held conception that a lot of the migrants coming into Europe come from Africa, and that many Africans are coming into Europe, especially because of the things that happen around the Mediterranean and the unfortunate incidents around that area. But the truth is that only 3% of the African population lives outside of their home country. And a lot of the people who are affected by climate change and who need to migrate within their own countries, and interventions have to be targeted in those areas. And the other thing is that less than a third of all African migrants live in Europe. So they go elsewhere as well. And many, many of them live within the African continent. And so as we think about solutions targeting people who have been affected by climate change, we have to also think about where they come from. And I'll give you a few examples in the interest of time. North Africa, which directly borders Europe, is one of the most vulnerable areas to the impacts of climate change, and has been affected by both slow onset and rapid onset events, resulting in significant displacements, especially in recent years. If you look at places Libya, Algeria, Morocco, countries in that region, water access to safe drinking water is one of the biggest risks. It's one of the most water-stressed areas in the world, and climate change has been exacerbating this effect over the years. And as a result of this, the access to water has become part of conflict. Partly people getting into conflict because of limited access to water, and where there is political conflict, different groups controlling access to safe drinking water as a form of conflict engagement. And another risk in the same areas in the north of Africa include risks around wildfires that are both affecting human dwellings but also affecting access to arable land and food production. So this is yet another impact of climate change in that area that is resulting in people deciding to move from Africa to other African countries, but also into Europe. In East Africa, Eastern and Southern Africa, a lot of the climate change risks involve droughts, hurricanes, and floods. So there are seasonal floods, but then when it's not flooding, sometimes it gets unseasonably hot, and food production drops, and a lot of the people, millions of people living in the Horn of Africa, especially in countries like Ethiopia and Somalia, are food insecure. And it is expected that this will continue to get worse. So displacement due to drought is common in this part of the world, in Eastern and Southern Africa. So Ethiopia and Somalia living in drought-affected areas, millions of people in those areas and in the contiguous areas in what is called the IGAD region live in places that are prone to drought. In Southern Africa, disasters are mainly around cyclones, which the frequency and severity has been increasing in the recent years. Recently, I think 2 years ago in Malawi, Mozambique, Madagascar, they had one of the longest lasting tropical cyclones ever recorded, and it claimed hundreds of lives and displaced hundreds of thousands of people. And finally, looking at West Africa and Central Africa, there's an interplay of many other factors, including food insecurity as a result of climate change. And again, if you go to the Sahel region, it's mostly dry. Rainfall has decreased over the past few years, over the past 40 years by more than 20% in the Sahel region, which is already a dry region. And because of climate change, food insecurity is a problem. And in Nigeria, for instance, there is internal displacement due to disasters. And I think more than 2.4 million Nigerians were displaced in 2022 as a result of these kinds of disasters. And it's the highest figure recorded in Nigeria in 10 years at the time, and largely due to flooding during unseasonably heavy rain seasons. And so we look at migration as one of the things. In Africa, we look at migration as one of the methods that populations use to adapt to climate change impacts. And a lot of that migration traditionally has been within the African continent, but again into neighboring countries, including into Europe. And what we are thinking is that migrants' access to healthcare, I think, has been tackled very well by my colleagues, is to a large extent determined by availability, accessibility, acceptability, appropriateness, all the important considerations in delivering health systems to the populations. However, in thinking about migrant health needs and migrant access to healthcare, I think it is more useful for countries that receive migrants to think about health, access to health for populations, rather than segments of the population or segmenting the population into migrants and non-migrants. And this is because of the increasing diversity across Europe and across the world. So if you design a health system that is responsive to the needs of a diverse population, you will definitely then have to include the needs of migrants who are different from the host population. So at the end of the day, governments receiving climate migrants need to design health systems that take into consideration the health needs of whole populations whenever they're doing needs assessments, whenever they're collecting data on health systems and health system design, and in health service delivery, in health research, and in the reports that are produced. As we have seen, a lot of those reports leave out migrants for one reason or another. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olukoye. So now we would like to open the floor for questions. Please introduce yourself and give you also the microphone, otherwise it will be difficult.
Thank you so much to all the speakers for such a wonderful presentation. My name is Dr. Riya Rajkumar. I'm from the Medical Students Association of India and also the Student Surgical Societies Network. Basically a young doctor trying to understand climate change and health. And my question is, you've talked a lot about climate change and migration health especially. Is access to safe surgery being prioritized? Because when it comes to primary healthcare, we often just talk about point of care, primary healthcare, medication, etc. But surgery also is a kind of modality of treatment that cannot be ignored. There are a lot of diseases where you need to do surgery and not just do with medication. And as you had mentioned about effects of heat wave on health, heat wave, heat stress is one of the leading causes of increased surgical site infections. So I would like to ask the speakers if surgical access is a priority or is it something that can be considered? Thank you.
Please, Bernadette.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Very important question, and I think what I can say is that in Europe, emergency care, I haven't talked a lot about MIPEX, which is the Migration Integration Policy Index, and that tells you about access to healthcare. So in most countries in Europe, you have access to healthcare and also surgical. The only thing is that for migrants, there are two things. One is entitlements, and the other thing is that emergency care you get. But if you are, for example, what is called an undocumented migrant, that means you don't have the paperwork in order, not illegal, but undocumented, then you may not be able to get all the surgical interventions that you need. But, and that's a slide, unfortunately, I didn't have time to show, but it's about the unmet needs of migrant groups and migrants. The other issue which always comes up is in conflict situations. When you have a conflict situation, then a lot of the provision of this is done by, for example, the non-governmental sector. For example, in the Ukraine, a lot of the services are provided by the Red Cross or other non-governmental organizations. And then you have issues of sustainability that become a problem. So I think conflict situations and immediate emergency situations, that is a big challenge, as well as those who don't have access to healthcare because of not having entitlements. So in principle, yes, it is there and it's available.
Thank you, Bernadette. If anyone else speaker would like to intervene, otherwise we. Yeah, please.
I think it's an important question, as Bernadette says, and the key thing is, if the health systems were to be responsive, if the health systems in areas that receive migrants are responsive to a diverse population, then they ought to make sure that they also have access to all those services, including safe surgery and all the health needs that they have. But as you have heard, most of the countries do not have health systems that are responsive to diverse populations. Even within their own countries, access to health care is differentiated based on a multiplicity of factors, and migrants get caught up in that differentiation. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, we move to another question. I see several hands. We will try to give space to everyone.
Hello, my name is Klaus Wendt. I'm a health sociologist. I do comparative health policy research, also inequality and so forth. So, well, I was wondering a bit that you focus so much on Northern Europe, so on the real welfare states, where the problems are maybe not as great as in other parts of Europe, but certainly they are interesting test cases. So, you were a bit vague about the possible hypothesis in this kind of research, and I was all the time here thinking about possible hypotheses, or which would be an interesting focus. So the undocumented migrants, certainly this might be an issue, but this is a very small group in rich Norway and also in Finland. So I'm not so sure if this should be the main topic. But I think one of the huge problems in the long run might be the transfer from the healthcare system to the long-term care system, because now more and more migrant populations stay there for a longer time, and in particular when they enter not only the healthcare system, not only the hospital, but then the transfer to long-term care, there are also other cultural issues will attend, and I think this should also be a part of this kind of research. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, that was just an example. So it's not going to focus only on the Nordic countries. No, not at all. And we will, have good representation, have case studies from all over Europe, particularly, sorry, that was not, particularly from Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, so that's the aim. The other thing is, we do have some hypotheses, but this is really the beginning of the commission. So a lot of the results are not published, but we would be interested in any collaboration with people from other disciplines if you have that. So I had a question mark because, it's not letting the cat out of the bag immediately. And we are working on several hypotheses. And I think one of the things is really how to combine, for example, all the migrant health hypotheses, like the healthy migrant effect, et cetera, with the climate adaptation hypothesis. So that part is really challenging. Marrying those two, I can tell you, it's divorce before marriage. So that's going to be a very hard task for us. But we can get all the help that we need. So please do get in touch and really appreciate any kind of feedback. Thanks.
Thank you. I saw many other questions. Yes.
Thank you for this informative session. I am Marzieh, TDR, the scholarship here. I'm from Iran. Because migration and climate change both are cross-border issue, how different countries from same region can work together to tackle this issue?
So one of the big gaps, and I think Poonam mentioned it earlier today, was it's not that we have a lot of, we have data, but we don't talk a lot about. One is the internal displacement. The other thing we don't talk about, and you were talking about it, Luco, but it's about country of origin and country of destination. So for example, we have a very big study, which is the RODEM study, and I've also done studies with Asia, where we look at migrants from country of origin and country of destination. So those kind of migrant studies, they take a lot of time. They require a lot of resources. And for example, in Norway, we did studies of Syrian refugees from when they were in Syria and after they settled down in Norway. And it takes a lot of time. So those studies are far and few between, but it's coming. So about Iran, I don't think we have any at the moment, but maybe Shervin has some ideas about that. So it's very important. So countries of origin, country of destination studies will give us a lot of insights that we at the moment really lack. So that would be very good.
So we are focusing Europe, since it's Europe, and still it is 54 countries that we are going to cover, and we are struggling with that issue, which should be how we should group our case studies. It would be great if we could do something with the national registers, but since it's so many countries and we have limited time, we are not going to be able to do that. So we are dependent on the published studies, but also grey literature. And WHO Europe has done a lot. That kind of information we can use. And IOM have some European information, and it's really interesting that we should concentrate on what EU is doing and what are the plans there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, yes, in many hands. After, I think there was a person here. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Vincent Bretin. I work for United based in Geneva. I have two questions for you. One relates to infectious disease, and I wonder if you could maybe speak a bit about infectious disease in the context of this work and what you've seen already from the existing evidence, or what gaps you see in terms of understanding that. And secondly, in relation to health products. And there's a trend, for instance, that we see in medicines moving to long-acting formulations and easier modes of administration, replacing by a single injection a treatment course of several weeks of oral treatment, for instance. And we see potential for those types of technologies to be used in settings such as migrant or displaced populations. So I wonder if that's also an angle you will explore as part of the Commission. Thank you.
So we are not yet decided what to include, but absolutely that is a suggestion that we will consider. Again, we need to see what kind of literature is accessible and there is there. Otherwise, we need to just say that there is a knowledge gap there, and suggest future studies. So, but thank you for your suggestion.
I can just add that Working Group 1 has done a systematic review, and that has looked at infectious diseases. But unfortunately, Kaivan is not here, so I wouldn't like to respond on his behalf. So it's been done, but it's not one of us who can respond on behalf of that. Exactly. So I was going to say, in the series last year that Pooja referred to, we did have infectious diseases. In fact, we had 2 papers. So maybe we can send you the link to our series because we've done, so that's part of Working Group 1, but also Working Group 3 is looking at health needs. So rather than repeating what has been done already, we have that. And as far as drugs, the part that we're looking on health financing will also look at that. So not necessarily looking at, what has been replaced, but to see if there's adequate financing for treatment and management. So that's part of that. But, it's not going to be very extensive or going into depth. Simply not possible in the time span we have, unfortunately.
Perfect. Thank you. I see many others. Oh, sorry, one here and then.
Hello, thank you for your very informative lectures. My name is Abbas. I'm the head of the Climate Change and Health Research Center in Tehran University of Medical Sciences. I have three main questions. I have to summarize this question. The first thing is that we know that there is a significant, differences between refugees and migration. And my question is, which one is correct, is more adjusted? Climate change and refugees, or climate change and migration? Because of the definition of the refugee and the migration. The second things that I want to ask, is there any comprehensive and integrated framework for delivering and providing health services to immigration? When they enter in a country and cross the borders, they have some needs, and after settle in some areas, the needs might be different. And when they come back to the home, there are another, needs, such as information that should be released from the hosted country to the home, and etc., etc. And the third, my question is that about the health financing. For example, in Iran, more than 8 million Afghan refugees are living in registered and non-registered. And this, problems influence financing in Iran. Is there any recommendation, any experience concerning health financing for migrations? Thank you.
Okay, so this is really, opening the Pandora's box, because the definition and terminology and why we call migrants and refugees and migration. We have been discussing this, at least I've been doing this for the last 25 years. And the main thing is that refugees are also a subgroup of migrants, but they have some differences because all are not same. But all these different subgroups have one process which is the same, and it's the process of migration. And if you remember the slide that Puram showed, with the migration cycle, that's what's really, regardless of what kind of refugee you are, what kind of migrant you are, what is the reason you left? Because all this is different for different groups, but that process is the same, and therefore we talk about migration as a process and being important. So it's the, I would say, the common denominator. So that's why one of the reasons that has been chosen. Regarding health financing, in Europe, it's an easier piece of work for us because you have either tax-based systems or you have insurance systems in most of Europe, and the Europe that we are trying to cover. And there the financing models are fairly easy to understand because they are one of the two. There are also some combinations. So, and therefore, but within that, there's the, as you call, the fine line. And that's when it comes to entitlements, because the entitlements differ, because the legislation differs. So I think that's what we're going to have to look at and see why, despite having these really good financing models, some people still fall between the cracks and some people still don't get, their needs are unmet. So those are the questions that we are trying to answer. So I hope I have the answer, or at least some of the answers, next year. So you'll have to come back when we finish the report, or we'll send it to you. Shervin, I don't know.
Thank you for your question. This both connections between, because I have a lot of experience from Afghan refugees in Sweden, and many of them have family members in Iran they support, and the mental health is really dependent on what's happening with their parents and siblings. So that's these connections are really interesting, and it is also interesting to, as you mentioned, when you are newcomer and later in the procedure it's completely different. So absolutely, we will try to cover these issues. Again, if we find literature that we can use and compile. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that set of questions raises some really interesting issues, and a lot of it is to do with granularity in what we're talking about. First of all, in the case of migrants, as just been indicated, we use that term as a portmanteau term to describe anybody who moves, and that's where the international recognition of the word rests. Basically, it covers everybody. But within that, you've got people who are moving specifically because they've been invited for work or given a permit for work, those who go to study. Each group of migrants, each kind of migrants, may come under very different kinds of regulations, for example, regarding health in the workplace or health in the place of study. They may have certain levels of protection as a background there. Migrants who are identified as refugees and asylum seekers then come under a variety of international agreements, protocols, conventions, which may accord them higher levels of health protection and more rights to health services than, for example, people who go for tourism to a country and stay for a while, those who, one way or another, end up in a country without appropriate documentation and may find themselves excluded from what are otherwise considered to be comprehensive and universal health systems. So the term migrant needs a lot of granularity, and one must be careful not to say migrants in general have this or expect that or need the following. They can be very different. And the same is true of countries. One of the questions is, why Europe? Why do we bother looking at Europe as an entity? There are potentially 50-plus countries to be talked about in Europe. There are degrees of similarity, and there are joint mechanisms that cover large numbers of those countries in some cases, never all, but large numbers. And for example, the European Union is a collection of countries which attempt to have corresponding and compatible laws and regulations and approaches. In reality, there's still a lot of granularity within the European Union and a lot of different approaches on issues of what migrants of different kinds are entitled to and expect. Beyond what the official policies of the country are, there are, of course, both differences in social practices at local levels and differences also in the nature of the health services that are provided. There was some admiration expressed, for example, for the dental coverage in Portugal. The fact is that in my country, dental coverage is very poor, even for the native population. It's barely funded by the government, and people are largely left to their own devices. So there are huge differences and granularities in health systems, in social attitudes, which can affect the extent to which a particular kind of migrant or suspected kind of migrant might get treated by an individual health worker. And all of that is part of the mix. So this is not a kind of homogeneous scene, but one nevertheless wants to try and pick up the threads of what are the commonalities and what are the potentials. Europe has great potential for coordinating action because the machineries have been developed over decades for doing that. The willingness to do that is one of the problems.
Thank you. And just to clarify, for the Commission, we're using the definition of WHO of Europe. So it's much larger than the small European Union is only 27 countries. So we decided to use the WHO definition. So yeah, there's a question here.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the floor. So I am Dr. Krish Keswani, recently an intern doctor here in India, and I have worked in the sphere of global health and medical education for the last 4.5 years in various organizations, and was fortunate enough to attend COP29 last year in Baku. So at COP29, I had the opportunity to closely follow a lot of climate change policy proposals and finance negotiations. So there were a lot of changes such as the Triple Climate Agreement, which decided to fund or pledged to fund developing countries with $300 billion till 2030, changes in the Paris Agreement, and so on and so forth. So my question is, these changes in climate finance policy which happened at COP and say other bigger conferences around the world, how have they impacted the working of the Commission or its various groups during its tenure? So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I think that our commission started working last year. So what we're going to look at is evaluating some of that. So there's an evaluation process which is undergoing at the moment. So that is really the key to it, and see how much of this has been done. And unfortunately, we're not going to look so much at the developing country promises, and because, as I said, we're being a bit Eurocentric, but that's the reason is that because also the scope would be otherwise too wide for us. So one of the things is to look at all these international both agreements and promises and commitments and evaluate, how much of that has materialized. And then also looking at the responses, to this and what the responses we're going to look at is both in terms of region, but also in terms of country, national level, and see what are the national level plans. And I think I did show that slide saying that that's what we're going to do, and do case studies at the national level. And these are the different things we're going to look at. The other thing I didn't mention, but there's also something called a Migration Governance Index that has been developed by IOM. And I think the Migration Governance Index also looks at various of these international agreements, and commitments, and see how much of that has been, again, implemented at the national level. So I think we're not going to be able to go into all of it, but some of it, and follow that. Yes, Pooja.
The Commission will not focus on climate financing, and last year's COP was mostly focused on climate financing. So we are taking the financing part out of the Commission. It's just focused on health.
Thank you. If we're looking at health, we're looking at health financing, not climate financing. So just to make that distinction. But we're going to see what has happened with the policy, and that's the policy review of the climate adaptation. What were the commitments that were made?
Thank you. Other questions? We need to close soon because the machine is beeping regularly, even if it's a bit in advance, because we are not late, but still at the time. Any other question from the audience? Otherwise, I think Pooja would like to talk, and then I leave the floor to Stephen, please.
I just had a last question, Bernadette. You had on your first slide, keep chewing gum while walking. So what did you mean by that?
That is really that we are always trying to do one thing at a time. So it's basically intersectionality. So what we're going to have to look at is several things at the same time. And that is what our commission is doing. So we're looking at several things in the different work packages, and our recommendations will be that. So they always say that if you walk and chew gum at the same time, it's very innovative. So that's why. I'm glad you remember that.
And usually, women are more multitasking, so that is more difficult for men to do two things at the same time.
Exactly.
So, please.
Since you have been so silent, Luco, I have a question for you. No, because concerning the connections, what do you think about these detention centers that Europe is trying to create in different parts of the world, especially in Africa? Because that's also a very interesting connection.
So I think, and I think you say that as an academic you can be politically incorrect. And I am an academic, I can be politically incorrect. I think it's a stupid thing to do. I think it's harmful to the people who are subjected to that kind of treatment, and it's also harmful to the system when the system is accepting that you can actually treat some of the people within your jurisdiction in that way. You know, we've had cases where people were being, forget the UK, but in the US, where people were being brought to South Sudan because somebody thought you look South Sudanese. Of course, the attempts to try and create camps in Rwanda where people would be repatriated and so on, there is absolutely no framework that would ensure that people are treated humanely, that people go voluntarily, that people get access to the services that they need. There's absolutely no framework. And I think it is one of the manifestations of the age in which we live, where certain people with certain power believe that certain people who are vulnerable ought to be treated in ways that are less than human. That's my view.
I think we need to close soon. So from my side, many thanks to all the panelists for the very interesting intervention. Many thanks to all of you for being here so late in the afternoon and for asking so many interesting questions. And I leave the floor to Stephen for the final wrap-up.
Thank you, and I'd also like to thank everybody who's been in either first or second or in both sessions for coming and for the very interesting questions, which I think have really helped us to think hard about what we're doing and what we're trying to achieve here. At the end of the day, it's quite clear that climate change is happening. It is already having very significant impacts on health and on life, including in Europe. And people are moving around, including within Europe and to Europe as a result. Europe is going to have to find ways of accommodating the health impacts of climate change. And how it does that is going to be very important for also how it does or does not fully include migrants in the picture. So there are parallel sets of forces and political issues going on, policy decisions, some of which are directly to do with migration and some of which are to do with the existing population of the region. And that's a microcosm of what's happening across the world too. Every country is going to face impacts of climate change, is already doing so in most cases, and is going to need to figure out how to deal with those and how to help protect and preserve the health of its population. And hopefully attitudes can improve and will be improved on the whole question of migration, and migrants will be included in that. I think that we have an opportunity in Europe because of the degree to which there are already institutions that have a tradition of working together on common problems, and that's why I think Europe is so interesting as a potential model for the world. And I hope that our Commission will come up with some of the answers to that. But thank you all again for coming, and enjoy the rest of your conference here.